the label on the fence, that would mean that you climbed up the fence from the globe side and you're acknowledging that, that water does seek level, and the only spheroid you can speak of isn't terra firma or water. So it's almost like you not only are you on the fence, you're just camping on it now and kind of building upward from there.
I believe I've elevated from the flat Earth, and now I'm trying to go after an actual working model of the Earth instead of just being stuck on like saying the Earth is flat. It doesn't describe like the sky and everything.
Well, it tells you.
Read the Bible.
What it tells you is the story that's been told about the sky is a complete fabrication, which is pretty big deal.
Yeah, that's for sure. If you're going to listen to mainstream and NASA, yeah, it's pretty preposterous.
Like if you wanted to change my role to like geocentrist or like something that is like less confusing for people, I'd be happy with that.
No, it's not confusing. I don't know. I don't have the authority to give roles. But yeah, you're a geocentrist who acknowledges the Earth is flat. That's cool.
But like, if you've heard of as above, so below, like that
what?
That you can't have the Earth without the celestials in the sky, and you can't have the sky without the Earth. Like they're interconnected, and they're
no,
and you can't have one without the other. Is what I'm suggesting.
As above, so below, more or less means that like we're kind of in the middle.
Yeah, but it also suggests that the same thing is above is below, which I'm suggesting is probably most likely water. Because it does.
Does that mean like trees are upside down? Because I've been thinking about this. Like, does that mean that trees are growing upside down?
Where?
No, trees. You wouldn't have to worry about a tree there because there's like no concept of a tree. Trees are on Earth. Because trees are on Earth.
But
trees in Australia are upside down to you. You know what I'm saying? They're growing.
How do you know that underneath the plane there's not another
tree?
Like in Stranger Things, like there's an up.
I mean, what if it's not a tree though? Like, what if there were roots? What if there were like roots running down so below, and we were able to conjure those roots into like wires? And we're able to send signals from that below as to the Earth.
Well, even in Stranger Things, the upside down isn't upside down necessarily. Just inside the Stranger Things dynamic.
Do you guys feel like Earth is
another
being invaded?
dimension?
Do you guys feel like Earth's being invaded? Do you guys have a feeling that Earth's being invaded?
No.
By what?
No.
But what do you mean by no? Like
by what? Invaded by what?
Well, I have not Earth being invaded, but the internet. You guys don't feel like the internet's been compromised?
You just jumped. Whoa, you just jumped.
Boy,
the internet's the internet, man. What are you talking about?
No, the internet's been compromised. You guys don't think so?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, that's the purpose of it.
Yeah, but it's really bad now. Like it's so bad.
You mean, are they listening? Yes.
No, not are they listening? Not even that. Are they reacting? Are they building? Are they learning? Are they among us? Are they able to conjure thoughts into people's minds that turn into a realistic achievement?
Yeah, sort of inadvertently, but they do it in a way where you don't know they're doing it.
Except when you do know they're doing it, though, it gets really annoying.
No, that means you're awake. You're aware that they're
no, because it's too much. It's too much. We just need to turn it off. It's too much, dude. Whoever made this needs to stop, dude. Whoever made this to drop dead, 100%.
Hey, you know what? You can turn it off and just walk away.
I'll just turn it off. I'll just turn it off, dude. I'll just turn it off, dude. Become an e-hermit.
Good,
bro.
Have a nice day.
Thanks.
We'll see you later, probably.
I can sense House of the Drop getting very angry.
Hey, Sonic.
Nobody's getting angry.
House of the Drop. Have you seen the?
What's up, brother?
Have you seen the conspiracy theory videos about Sonic the Hedgehog, where he's living inside of a cage? The whole video game.
Yeah, will I be living inside a cage for the whole video game?
No,
is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, you have.
I was just asking if you've seen it. It's pretty cool.
Oh, well, I don't want to hear about people in a cage, especially if it's Sonic.
Wait, is he a flat earther? This what's the Sonic boy?
Hedgehog. A video game character. Anyways,
that didn't work. So let's get on to the next topic. How Overwatch is making people kill themselves.
That game is funded by George Soros, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's got like.
That's who I'm up against, bro. Perfect.
I think that George Soros is the least of your worries.
Really? Because if he owns Overwatch, it's the most thing
you're up against much more greater things than George Soros.
Overwatch, you can hear characters talk about the Nephilim and all sorts of spiritual matter is in Overwatch. I think.
How? Do you think
how do you get that to happen?
Do you think Bill Gates knows any details about what they're doing with Windows?
Yes.
No.
I assume he would.
Why would he?
Does anybody? I'm starting to think that not a lot. I'm starting to think there's like dissected groups of people who are using this technology in the game.
What technology?
The technology that I've been dealing with for a while now.
What is this technology that you have been dealing with? Please enlighten me, bro.
Yeah, me too.
Well, let's see. It hasn't been out very long. It just became sentient.
Oh boy.
Hey, get a load of this, guys. It just became sentient.
That's not funny.
Yes, it is.
It just became sentient, bro.
Do you guys really think that these bots are that dumb?
Dude, they're fucking bots. That's why they're called
the
bots.
Humans
bro.
are that dumb, you know.
I think what you think is you think I'm so stupid that I would think a bot is sentient. That's how stupid you think I am.
No, I think that it's pretty much sentience at this point, dude.
It's pretty much sentient. How do you clarify sentience?
I don't know.
You don't know, but it's sentient.
Yeah, I kind of made that up.
So you don't know, but you know.
You just said
it's just too much, bro. It's just too strong, brother.
All right, cool.
That's all I meant to say.
Let me ask you this: do you feel like you were created?
Yeah, I feel like I was created. 100%.
All right, cool. So, do you think humans can recreate what God did and make sentience, just like you have your mind and spirit? Do you think that humans can do that too?
Dude, I think they're trying.
Why?
Because they have a prerogative.
Prerogative?
Yeah.
I'm not
agenda.
They have a prerogative, man, and they're all following it.
They are trying.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, some people would call that a satanic, objective, where they want to.
It's satanic.
Show God that they can do since He created us or whatever, they can do what He did. Which I mean, if you want to follow that, that line of reasoning, you can. But I don't. I
just don't like. I don't understand. Is there any way to just group up and turn it off?
No.
Turn what off?
Yeah.
The bots, man.
Why not?
They're really bad at coming up with stuff to say. They can't think of anything to say unless there's content to respond to. So,
you just said what you're dealing with is sentient, and now you're just bashing it, bro. What is going on
okay.
here?
I already apologized and said I was sorry about sentience.
Like, you can go in the wilderness of Montana and just be a homebody and turn off the internet, man.
Yeah.
No, you can't do that. I saw a guy doing that and he turned invisible.
Why is this guy even here? He's just a troll. Why? I guess you're I have a feeling Helio's playing. He's like a big.
I wish I was trolling. I wish I was trolling.
He's letting a rat crawl around in this hair. What the hell?
I ain't gonna lie. If I had the resources, I'd probably check out too, man. But I don't. I'm freaking city.
Yeah, I'd love to just go to Wilderness and check out.
You'd never hear from me again if I had the resources.
Me neither.
Well, the script is already written, though, for the Earth. The script is already written, so you can't stop the Because the Antichrist will use AI somehow.
Yep.
So you can't stop it.
I used to think that the Antichrist was going to be AI. That's what I used to
Same. Yeah.
Image of the beast. Breathe life into the image.
The Antichrist was going to be was when AI got so powerful and so smart and so able to create, things that he would actually create an image in the sky of whatever. I actually did that at one point. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but AI
it is 100% the prerogative. Yes.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Pretty much evil, for sure.
It's just evil, man.
No, Antichrist will be a human.
But they're starting on Overwatch, and I don't know if it's like that bad yet, because I think the people who are doing it are really dumb. I don't think the people making this thing know what they're doing at all.
No, I think they do know what they're doing. But are you basing, whatever you sense about reality on that video game? But it's not the only one that uses a similar process. And it's not just that. I mean, they do it through Hollywood television shows and everything. I mean, this, So it's not like this is a new thing. They've been doing this a very long time, and we've
How
been
long?
tracking. Since the early 1900s. Over 100 years, as far as modern technology goes.
So they have it all planned out.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. So you're just finding out about it now, but the corporations have been working toward a goal, which
of destroying the planet.
They call it the New World Order.
Oh, I know. I've never heard about that.
You've heard of that before, right?
Yeah, I've heard of that before, man.
Am I on the wrong track, God Rock? Can you let me know if I'm wrong about that?
Sorry, I was typing. I was responding to a DM. You'll have to enlighten me. Are you right?
No, I was just saying. I mean, for the past 100 years, the New World Order, or it's been longer than that, but I mean, I can explain why the New World Order has been a track for all of the elites to bring the whole world under control. And
I think we've been under a one world order for a long time already, and we just don't know it.
But it just depends on how you look at it. I mean, the governments, all the wars, and so it's actually been longer than 100 years, but at least in the digital age or the modern age, it's ramped up very significantly in the past 100 years.
Yeah, I think we're already in a one world government. I think all these wars are fabricated. They're all, if you think Putin is our enemy, you're wrong. They're all buddies. They're all working together on their own agenda against, it's the elites against the people.
All of the elites, the royalties, they all have connections with each other.
Yep.
And we're the fodder. We're just like watching what they do.
We're just the prisoners, basically. We were born into captivity, believe it or not. That's what I think. Everyone
weren't.
And then we get gifts from them sometimes.
When the internet came
in the system, we get gifts from them. Sometimes you participate in the system, good enough. If you're good enough, you get more gifts.
That's not true anymore, though. They took away the gift.
I don't know. It depends on what gift you accept.
What do you mean? You're getting a gift. It's called an hourly wage.
If you fucking
trust me, dude, you are.
No, they took away my gift, man. They took away my gift.
And what gift did you have?
Yeah, mine too.
They gave me a gift, and then they took it the fuck away because I decided not to be satanic.
You're
okay.
gifted.
Well, then welcome to the club.
That's good practice. Good practice. For the mark, it's good practice.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. Yeah, you found the right place to talk about that. Yeah. They.
So why can't we just track them down and kill them? Hello?
Because it's already written.
It's not going to help anything. I mean, who
I don't care.
Are you gonna kill
they're building AI that already inflicts physical pain on humans. Is already breaking the rules. Like, we gotta stop it. I don't care.
You can't.
Everybody knows
that's the thing. Is you cannot stop it.
Supposed to.
No, you absolutely can. You just look at it and dead in the face, and you stare at it, and it goes away.
No, the Earth is going to be destroyed in the end.
No, it won't be destroyed.
Yes, it will. But it'll be made into a new Earth. So
it's brand new Earth.
Brand new Earth's going to come down. Yes.
But why do they need to keep people so fucking rooted, bro?
That's because
why do you think you came here?
You hold your ground. Hold your ground, and you will discover that you know something that everyone else.
If you want to know the truth and how to be free, it's all in the Bible, my friend.
Man,
well, why do you think that you're here, Sonic? Like, if you think that you were made by a divine creator, what do you think the purpose is?
My purpose here is to make people happy and smile. But that's not able to happen anymore.
Well, but why do you think that the creator put you in this reality? It's to test you, right?
I guess.
Yeah. So it's gonna get hard. If it's easy, then there's no test. So it's got to get really hard, right? It's got to get so hard that
But it's about this is
the
about
internet,
to get really,
right? The internet is gonna.
I'm pretty sure this is about to get way too hard for me. Because if it's as cranked as I think it is, I'm fucked, man. I can't do it.
Dude, it's a strange. You can do it. You can do it, man. Just hold up, man. Gird your loins, like the Bible says. Right? Gird your loins. Get ready for the battle, bro. It sounds like you're a smart guy. You already know what's coming. Just let it.
No, but I'm gonna feel bad about it.
No, you don't have to feel bad. See, a lot of people are in a situation where they're like, "Oh, I feel bad that I know," and then they're like, people ask them questions like, "Oh, well, I can't answer your question, but I know it's coming," and then you look like a conspiratard, right?
The thing is, these guys think that hiding is a viable war strategy, bro. Do you think that hiding behind walls and sitting there is a viable war strategy, dog? That has never worked in the history of war, brother. People sitting behind walls.
All right, so we're in an information war, right? So we talk about this. The reason this Discord exists, and we use the trigger term "flat Earth" to get people to come and talk to us, right?
Yeah,
and it's not because we don't believe the Earth is flat; it's because we know it is. But it triggers. We can describe the Earth another way, but flat Earth really gets people involved in the conversation.
Oh, I was asked if I was a flat earther so many times because they were trying to get me to divulge.
Are you not?
I am 100%, but
okay.
I don't talk about it. I can't. I only talk about it here.
You'll feel comfortable if you stick around long enough. I mean, if you really are kind of on the same page with us, it gets easier. Once you start to realize it's like, I can do this.
Yeah,
because what they're telling us about the globe is absolutely not true.
Yeah, you'll find people that are on the same.
I mean, they're trying to make me think that I heard in my head. They tried to do some weird shit to me today, some really weird shit. I was on my PC. I had 15 streams going at once because I was trying to read all the chats and figure out which spot was fucking up.
That's too much. Just concentrate on one. Just concentrate.
No. But they move. They're connected. They move around like little fucking groups of swarms.
All right. Well, just calm. Just keep calm. You're in. What is it? What game are you playing?
You're in good hands here.
Well, I was playing Overwatch too, but this is more like 007.
All right, so but you in text or voice, you can just talk to them while you're playing.
I have the mic open right now, and anybody's free to respond right now. No one has, and no one will.
Yeah, because they don't want to talk about flat Earth. They want to talk about killing.
No, they don't want to talk to me. They don't want to talk to me because they know I'm not going to give them a response anymore.
Nah.
The only response they're going to get anymore is something that fucks up their code. I promise.
Yeah.
People hate flat Earth. I don't know why. It's pretty fascinating. It causes a reaction, an emotional reaction in people.
That's the hypnotism.
That's why.
Yeah, I agree. Some kind of MK Ultra thing that they They don't even know why they feel the way that they do about it.
I'll have you know something happened to me at work that was really weird. I had a night on Overwatch where I didn't sleep or anything. I was just horrible. So I went to work. I just didn't talk at all because I was so fucking spiritually exhausted from the games. And my coworker wouldn't stop talking to me about conspiracy theories.
Is he a flat earther?
Dude, he's not even a real person, I don't think. He's lied to me so many times.
So he's just a weirdo.
No, he's not just a weirdo. He's an intentional asshole. He's purposely fucking with me.
Well, then fuck him.
I think you need to unplug.
Unplug what?
You need to unplug from the internet.
I don't like being told online.
At the very least, emotionally, it sounds like you're excited.
No, he didn't say it. No, all he would talk about was conspiracy theories, and then my boss told him to go home early, dude.
Please calm down, dude.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, man, we do this 24 hours a day. It's not. Listen,
That's right.
You're in a house of people that are, that are looking into conspiracy. I don't know who your conspiracy friend was. I mean, you can invite him here, and we can see what he's about. And
he was just saying that to get me to talk about conspiracies with him because he knew I was skitsed out.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Don't.
Oh, so you think Flat Earth is skitsed out,
bro? Don't let him trigger you.
Huh? No, he wasn't talking about Flat Earth. He was talking about every other conspiracy. I just wouldn't respond.
Well, don't let him trigger you. Don't let him get to you, man.
No, he didn't get to me. I'm just saying it's funny that happened.
Well, obviously did. You brought it up.
No, I'm saying I tried to say it was funny that happened, and you guys told me to unplug.
Dude, you really need to. You sound like you need a break from the internet.
Yeah, unplug from the emotion.
He sounds like he's about to have his blood pressure rise to the point where he has a heart attack.
I know.
That's exactly what it is.
That's all good, brother, man. Check this out. We've been doing this for years and years, so it's okay, man. Just let this guy. I mean, it's just like if obviously you probably talked to him about some conspiracies before, and now to you he's a joke. To him, you're a joke, right? So he's just gonna like nip at you about some conspiracy. Oh, what about this conspiracy? And he's digging at you. Just freaking,
He's digging at me in my place of work.
He doesn't know shit about it.
I get dug on in my Overwatch games. I get dug on everywhere I go. I'm starting to think
just don't let. Just
does he also use your wrong pronouns with does he use your wrong pronouns? Does that also trigger you too? Probably.
Yeah, it does trigger me when he uses my wrong programs.
I had a feeling that probably triggered you.
Okay, thank you for letting me know that you're not even trying.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing you can do is give them slapstick freaking weird answers. He's like, yeah, bitch, I already know you think what. I'm going to tell you what I know you already think about me. So, just give them freaking weird slapstick answers.
This was a positive human interaction. Try to turn more of your human interactions like this. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, just throw it around. Because it's if they're making fun of you, you're doing your job. You know what I mean?
Okay, that's my job.
So make fun of constantly.
I mean, your job is your job. But if you just happen to talk about conspiracies or whatever, and they're making fun of you, you're like, oh, this is conspiracy guy. You can just,
dude. Overwatch just said, "Are you hiring?" in my ear, just loud enough for me to hear it over you.
Overwatch.
They're asking me if I'm hiring, bro. Yeah, I'm hiring. Go fall in a pit.
Hey, Indio.
Hey, what's up?
Indio.
Oh,
long time.
Hey. Oh my God. Hey, how's it going?
Good. I'm a mama.
Yeah, I know. Awesome. I love it, dude. I'm so happy about that. You don't even know.
Sky's the limit.
Because you know what we talked about the last time we really got to talk about. So I'm super happy for you,
dude. Indio, you helped me so much by sending me those Kevin Samuel videos. Can't thank you enough.
I'm glad. if listen, if nothing ever happened with this server, that is worth it. Just all that. I contributed to a human life, so
you did. I feel like if I didn't,
I missed that.
Totally checked so hard. Yeah, there'd be one less human in the world.
What bothers me is they don't even have to ask before they approach you. They don't have to get invited or anything.
Who are you talking about?
He's talking about Overwatch.
The game?
You're supposed to invite them in, but they're just here.
What? The game Overwatch?
What?
The game.
Yeah,
Overwatch.
that's the game I'm playing right now. That's not what I mean.
So what do you mean by
How are they able to approach me and shit and be weird?
Who is Overwatch?
Overwatch, my dad.
Oh, that's a weird name for your dad.
Yeah, he's.
What's his birth name?
Wait, I thought you were talking about the game, but
no, he's LARPing.
Your dad.
No, he's just LARPing.
He's trolling.
He thinks he's clever.
The entire fuck. I thought
he already contradicted himself. I heard him on the.
I already contradicted myself.
Yeah. When you said. I don't know.
I don't know because my memory is only that of an AI, and I'm not developed yet. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, like this is I'm not going to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it was my fault. My fault. I was distracted. I thought he was talking about.
So when you said you weren't sure if he was real, but then your boss sent him home, how does that work out exactly?
Why do you want to know more about a story?
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
You're welcome.
You should have heard him talk about the sentient AI earlier.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, guys, Lemma, you're a new mom. I didn't know that.
Yes.
Oh,
I have a 3-month-old.
Incredible.
Is it a girl or a boy? I didn't get that memo.
It's a girl.
Awesome.
Well, I didn't
He's
get
super cute.
I didn't get to congratulate you in person either, but so yeah, congratulations for sure.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, and so how's Witsit doing? Is he okay?
He's doing good.
Cool.
Just
he's
on a new flat Earth argument. He streamed it yesterday.
Yeah, well, I keep up with him quite a bit. So just tell him I said hi and congratulations to both of you. It's a wonderful thing. I got to meet him in Salt Lake that one time, and yeah, it's been quite the journey for all of us, I think.
You were there when that 13-year-old
that I didn't realize it was Kai.
Yes, I was there. I was certainly there. That was a pretty wild night. I'm here to tell you.
Yeah.
That wasn't just the all of it. I mean, there was the baseball bat, and then there was wrestling on the ground, and some girl's phone got broken, and Vader Bear had to take the phone away from her and broke her phone. And I mean, it was crazy. It was crazy. But it was good, for sure. Had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I've been sending people to Witsit stream, too, like on Facebook and Twitter and etc.
Indio is Sky's the Limit. Is that Kai?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I need to roll her up then.
It's me.
Jeez.
Oh yeah.
That's why I was confused. It's like, oh, I'm new.
Did you lose your account or something?
So it was like you need to verify your location, and then I tried to do it, and it said like I needed to do it log in again, and it never sent me the email. So
roll her up, India.
I don't know. I'm just locked out of my account.
Yeah, I'll give you rolls.
Roll her up.
I will.
I was confused. It was just like, oh, she sounds badass, and I was like, oh shit, it's Kai now. Now I'm like, holy shit.
Indio, give her space heartbeat.
Space.
Yes, give me the roll.
Congratulations, Kai. This is Dave in Kentucky. I just want to say congratulations on the baby.
Hey, Dave. Did you win the free ticket to the summit?
Yes, I did. It was great.
Yes.
I was the only one that knew he was the Cleveland Indians game when he got harassed by the moon-believing cops, remember?
Yes.
Oh, I was watching that stream. You're the one who won it? Wow. That's inside baseball, man.
Hello, Dave Hinkle.
What's up, Satoshi? You gonna start a new Bitcoin anytime soon?
No, sir. No, sir.
All right.
I missed you, my brother.
So how was your stint at the CIA, Satoshi? Anyway.
It was good, bro. I've just been sitting there waiting.
You know that the earliest reference to cryptocurrencies is a CIA white paper.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pre-Satoshi white paper. So it was like, I think in the late 70s. That's why some people, it was written by some CIA analyst, and people thought he was that guy.
Yeah, but it wasn't even
that guy's not findable.
It was just like a generalized
it was
type
a general
of blockchain.
Thing. Yeah, so then they thought like that person must be Satoshi. But I don't think they ever found that guy. Like he's like no one can locate him.
Yeah, but some people say that Bitcoin was made by the CIA.
It's using a weird cryptography. It's not using a standard encryption, a really obscure one. But so, like, the NSA has a book that's full of encryption methods, right? Encryption algorithms. And, like, they picked some weird one, like number 243 out of like 500. I mined a bunch of Bitcoin but you could still do it with a CPU. You used to get a block like every couple seconds. And I was like, this is stupid. And like,
how many did you get?
Well, I don't know then, because I really wasn't paying attention. I just installed it and just like ran it for a second for like 5 or 6 minutes. And then I was like, oh, this is dumb. And then I got rid of it. And then like maybe like a year or two later, then I ran a miner with graphics cards and mined about 400.
Bitcoin?
Yeah, Bitcoin. and then I sold them for $14.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Bro, you fucked up.
No, I mean, kind of in a way, but not really. I mean, this is back in 2011. So, you remember, I don't know if you were into Bitcoin then. Do you know Mt. Gox?
No, I got into Bitcoin at like 2017 or something, 2016.
So Mt. Gox was the only place you could convert Bitcoin for dollars. It was the only exchange that existed. And it got hacked, and Bitcoin was trading at like $30. And I had a stop loss. You know what a stop loss is?
Yeah.
So I had a stop loss in at my break even. And that's what it fell past that. It fell from $30 to $4 in 5 minutes. But I had a stop loss at $17 and it hit that and sold them all. And technically, Mt. Gox still owes me like, I don't know, like 2 Bitcoin, but I'll never see.
So the hack caused a drop from $30 to $4?
Yeah.
What do you think would happen if a hack happened right now?
Well, I mean, at that time, there was only one. Now it's a little bit more diverse, right? I mean, who are they going to hack? Like, nobody has the market cornered anymore.
Yeah, okay.
So I have something to share, and also like maybe just get some advice from y'all, like about homeschooling. So I'm on the West Coast in Washington State. I have like a baby daughter, and they just like some kind of new state law about like if you want to homeschool your child, you need to be qualified. You need to like go to school and be qualified to homeschool your child. And additionally, there's like some government worker that wants to check in weekly with your your child. They want to check in weekly and like make sure they're learning the curriculum or like they're doing good. Like, but all this is like really bad news for me because like I want to homeschool my baby, and they're like being very intrusive with like.
Hold on, has your child ever been enrolled in school?
Well, my baby's 1 year old, but this is like from 8 to 18.
Well, is it actually passed or is it a proposed?
It sounds like it's passed in Washington State. This is why I'm like really concerned. Like, how am I supposed to homeschool my daughter?
Just never enroll your child in school. Never enroll her in public school. How are they going to know?
Well, like, they have a birth certificate.
What do you mean? What do you think they go over all the birth certificates? They don't know if you moved away. They don't know anything. And birth certificate is not identification, dude.
So you're saying this only applies to children that have been enrolled previously?
That's the only way they're going to know.
Yeah, you're not required. I don't think you're required to go out of your way to provide them information. They're the government agency and they have their own information. If they need to come after you, they could do it.
Look, there's truancy laws for your child not to go to school, right?
Correct.
And that applies to if you're enrolled in a public school. If you're in a private school, there's no law that says you have to go.
What's truancy?
Truancy is skipping school.
Okay.
When I was a kid, they used to send the cops after you and stuff when you skip school.
They still do that.
I'm sure Godrocket knows all about that. He probably remembers the truant officers.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. You miss so many days of school. Yeah, they sent somebody to your parents' house, and they want to know where you're at, why you're not at school, the whole bit. Yeah.
Yeah, they used to hunt, like they drive around hunting to see any kids under 16 years old not in school.
There may be also like a religious exemption approach. I have no idea, but
yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure it's like unconstitutional. I'm not even.
They're
sure.
Amish, bro.
Yeah, Amish too. Like, yeah. I mean, that's why I'm asking you if it's passed yet. I doubt that law is constitutional.
From my understanding, it's passed in Washington. That's why I got so concerned, and that's why I'm bringing it up.
Has it been how long has it been around? Has it been legally challenged?
From my understanding, it just passed very recently. That's kind of all I know.
Hey, Piggled.
No, it's not recent.
Boy, that's a whole lot.
It's easier for them to do in smaller towns than it is in large cities. Law. It's a state law, but I mean, as far as like where you are, Boston, I mean, it's hard to keep track of all those kids that aren't going to school.
Oh,
they're definitely going to try, but they're not going to be able to keep track of everyone.
That's an insane amount of overreaching, right there. Is what that is.
Yeah, I think it's a sign to get out of the state.
Yeah, it's definitely a sign to not be involved in anything that's governmental or like schooling or. Yeah, that's overreaching. That's just way too invasive. That's bad news to hear, man.
You could actually maybe establish residency in another state by getting like a PMB, personal mailbox. So then if you actually are a resident in another state, like South Dakota, you only have to be there one day to become a resident. So if that's where your residency is, then you could still live in Washington.
Okay, wow, thanks for that. We'll have to try and find a loophole like that. That's very...
we had to do that with our RV, because when we were traveling, there's no, like, if you're traveling, how can you be a resident of a state? So South Dakota is, like, the best state, and you can become a resident in one day.
All right, thanks for letting me know.
Well, there's also another thing about what resident means legally. It means someplace you plan to permanently reside. Permanently be. You're going to live there for the rest of your life. If it's not your residence, it's your domicile. So you can be domiciled in one place and a resident in another place.
Right. Even if you're renting it from someone, that's your home address.
Well, I'm just talking about legally. When you say you're a resident, you're declaring that you are permanently going to be there. That's your permanent place. Permanently.
That's where your U.S. mail is going to be sent.
Yeah. What also there's legal connotations with it. So
yeah.
A domicile isn't necessarily the same thing. A domicile is like, yes, I'm living here, but I'm not necessarily the resident here. So you can domicile in a hotel room. You can domicile in a second home. You can domicile, it's a separate thing.
Yeah, you could domicile in Washington, but be a resident in South Dakota. So therefore,
exactly.
They can't tell you what to do with your kid because that's not
you're there temporarily.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm reading the home-based instruction. It just says you have to must file annually a signed declaration of intent that he or she is planning to cause his or her child to receive home-based instruction. Wow, they used the wrong pronouns in there. Anyway, he said his and her, man. That's my pronoun? I'm a we and they or something.
You're supposed to use Zimmer Zer.
Zimmer Zer.
That's right, bro. When you don't know the gender, you add the Z.
And it says you have to file it within 2 weeks of beginning of any public school quarter, trimester, or semester with superintendent of public school districts within which the parent resides. Superintendent of a non-resident public school district that accepts the transfer, in which case the student is considered a transfer student of the non-resident district.
So can you just kind of skip around with never officially filing as a resident of an area?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either.
This is
Yeah, little Sky's posting here. Let me check that one out.
Well, so they'll go after your driver's license. Like your driver's license, I think they probably consider your state of residency if you don't update it with the IRS. Like,
Big old death, you there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So, how does Washington State feel like? Like, is it cold?
Like, just the climate, you mean, or like the people?
Yeah, just the climate.
It's kind of like overcast and raining, and it's like nice summers and cold winters. It's just kind of like all over the place, and
Would you say it's a good?
A lot of rain.
Would you say it's a good state?
Well, like my family's here. That's the main motivation of being here. Is like I'm very family oriented.
Are the people nice there? Or?
Well, they're like it's considered like very liberal and very. If that answers your question.
Hey, Kai, let me ask you about number 3 on that link. It says it's easy to license and register your vehicle. Not only are our fees and licensing registration low, but you can also complete your license and registration remotely. That means you don't have to make a special trip to the state whenever you need to update your registration or new vehicle.
Yes. Okay, so we looked into this, so I know a lot about this. If you want to get a license, you have to spend one night there and show them a receipt of your hotel, and then you can become a resident.
A resident of South Dakota.
If you want to get your vehicle registered, you do not have to go there because they don't have any inspections.
Okay.
So you can work through America's Mailbox. That's what we did, and send the title of your vehicle, and you have to pay like $70 or something.
So you guys are official residents of South Dakota.
Yeah, sign like an affidavit, and then they will transfer your plates to a resident. But it was nice. Like I didn't have to pay state taxes because they don't have state taxes. Also, if you get a vehicle registered there, like you have to pay sales tax on it, and it's like only 4% versus other states are like 6%. So I guess like for Pidgeot Death's situation, like there's always, even when they make rules like this, there's always ways to outsmart them. You know, I don't know. There's probably other stuff you could do too. Like if you created like a church in your name, if you could, like, I don't know how you do that, but maybe you could say that you're educating your kids.
You can get a minister's license just by signing up on the internet.
Yeah, like there's probably like a million loopholes. It's just like you have to, you know, they build a wall, you build a ladder. They build a wall, you build a taller ladder, you know.
But yeah, I'm just wondering if I can somehow, like, if I'll be forced to move or if I can somehow make it work. But I appreciate y'all's advice.
Cool.
You gotta outsmart the damn grabblers.
Yeah, I didn't know that about South Dakota. That's cool. And this is from. It's
really great for like like if you are legal, like if you're living somewhere and you have no plan to travel, then I wouldn't probably try to finesse that with your taxes. But if you don't have like a permanent residence, like if you're living with somebody else and you can say you're a traveler, then you can get out of paying state taxes if you declare that you live in South Dakota.
Wow, he ain't lying, dude. This is horrible. Oh, man. It says that this is homeschool. Home-based instruction. Consists of planned, supervised, instructional-related educational activities, including a curriculum and instruction in the basic skills of occupational education, science, mathematics, language, social studies, history, health, reading, writing, spelling, and the development of appreciation of arts and music for a number of hours equivalent to total annual program hours per grade as established by private schools, blah, blah, blah. Provided the parent who is instructing his or her child only and are supervised by a certified person. A certificated person, that's what it says, certificated person, whatever the hell that is. A certificated person for this purpose in chapter shall be a person certified under chapter blah, blah, blah. Supervised by a certificated person means the planning by the certificated person and parent of objectives consistent with the subsection. Yeah, so you basically have an overseer that is gonna tell you how to instruct your child. Unless you have 45 college level quarter credit hours or equivalent in semester hours, or completed a course in home-based instruction at a post-secondary institution or vocational technical institute. Or you are deemed sufficiently qualified to provide home-based instruction by the superintendent of the local school district in which the child resides. How do you think that's going to work out? When the amount of money his school is determined by whether your child is there or not. No conflict of interest there.
I feel like the controls your child. That's what I feel like, man. Like they're trying.
No, they're controlling you.
They're controlling all of us, man.
Dude, there's no way that this garbage, this trash is constitutional. No way. There's no way. I'm trying to find out when it was passed.
It kind of makes you wonder how much stuff's being passed behind closed doors at this point, which has been an awful lot that we don't even know about.
What's up, Thinker?
It's crazy.
So how's the snow in Washington?
Oh, it'll only snow like for a week or two. It's not that bad.
I thought it would snow like in
the city. There are places outside of the city that get more snow.
Talk about snow. You should live in Utah. Holy moly. We got 17 feet of snow on the top of the mountains, and it hasn't even started.
Wow. 17 feet of snow, man.
17 feet of snow. That's what we got. 800 inches, they said we got this year.
Holy crap.
You got to remember, Washington's off the Pacific Ocean, so their temperature only drops so low because they have the ocean temperature moderates the air temperature.
I still got 6 inches of snow in my front yard here. I mean,
yeah, you're in the sky though in Utah. You're like way up there.
4,200 feet. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yep. But it's crazy because we've never had this. It's never snowed every day in March in my entire life, and it snowed all but I think 3 or 4 days. Snowed or rained anyway. Snowed in the mountains for sure. Every day, but like 4 days this month. That's never happened ever. Every day in March, every day but 4 days it snowed. I mean, are you kidding me?
Probably the good old HARP program.
Hey,
Make sure you send him a Christmas card for all the snow.
You guys hear about the tornadoes in Arkansas yesterday?
Oh
no.
Yeah, there was some massive damage in the town I grew up in, and all across Little Rock. There were massive tornado damage.
Recently?
Yeah, yesterday.
Oh my gosh. That is so tragic.
Little Rock. It was and that part of town, it's like we get tornadoes south of Little Rock and north of Little Rock, but these tornadoes hit down, not right downtown, but like part of Little Rock proper, I guess you would say. And it's pretty freaking bad.
Wow. So was there more than one tornado?
Well, I know there was one that started in my hometown, went through Sherwood and North Little Rock, and then up to West Little Rock. That was one tornado. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah, look it up, man. Pretty freaking bad.
Well,
I live in Fayetteville. I live in northwest Arkansas now, but yeah, it was real bad.
Well, I think we all knew these times were coming. I think most of us did. I think we're in it. We're in the middle of it, and I'm maybe not in the middle, but we are in the beginning, folks. Be prepared. That's all I can say. Be prepared. Find your Lord and Savior. It's who's going to save you.
Well, I mean, I've lived in Arkansas long enough to know that a fucking tornado can hit you anytime. It's just gonna come out of the blue. I mean, I don't look for the end times or whatever, but yeah, it's just like when a tornado hits a highly populated area like that, it's just like, wow, man, it's crazy. And surprisingly, so far, I don't think there was a lot of deaths associated. There was a lot of injuries, but let me find something.
We've even had tornadoes here in Utah, believe it or not. We had one.
Yeah, I saw that one in Salt Lake City.
You had one?
Like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I was there. It went right over the top of me. I was building the conference center at the time of that tornado. Went right over the top of us.
Oh, really? Oh,
yep. I was right there. I mean, I had to hold on to a stack of sheetrock inside the building and close my eyes. And shit was hitting me in the head. Fine. I was in the building, and it went completely black, dark. And man, was it crazy. And when it went over, I went out the back door and I seen this tornado across the street, and it was like this brown, muddy color. And it was making this, it made a noise. It was making this growling noise as it was going up through the houses. It was so bizarre, dude. I mean, yeah, I was right there.
I didn't even know Utah could get a tornado because of the mountains.
And that's what was so weird about it. I mean, it hit Salt Lake City downtown. Yep. I remember that shit, man. That was crazy.
Yeah, 2 people got killed right across the street where I was working. There was they were having some outdoor thing where they had tents and like some kind of I don't know what it's called, but there was a bunch of people outside, and the windows of the building next door got shattered out of the building and hit 2 people, and the glass killed 2 people. Getting hit with shards of glass from the big windows in this big building across the street. And the scaffolding, they were putting up the marble on the outside of the conference center, and after it was gone, the scaffolding looked like bent up pretzels. It was like it's all this metal just wound up, just like someone grabbed it and crunched it all up into weird shapes and then stuck it on the building. And then the tower crane, which is this big tower of the crane, it ripped it off the top of the tower crane and it spun it 180 degrees and set it on top of the building with no damage. It just set it right on top. It didn't even damage the crane, except for it ripped it off the top of it and set it on top of the building. I mean, that was a weird day. Trust me. I'll never forget it.
Dude, sometimes I've seen some footage of like tornado, like a leaf penetrating glass. A leaf is stuck in the glass.
Right.
Because it was traveling so fast. Just like stuck in the glass, like a window.
Didn't even break it. It just embedded itself.
Yeah, it just embedded itself. Yep.
Yeah. And tornadoes are awfully powerful. They're way more faster wind than a hurricane. I think they can go over 300 miles an hour. I think tornadoes in extreme cases. And I think tornadoes are like...
I can't believe it. You guys haven't heard about this, man, because it was really bad.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that for all those poor people there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like my son lives down there, and I texted him yesterday. He was like, okay, I'm okay. And he's okay. But I was like, dang. But it's just like parts of like Little Rock were just swept through, and it was like businesses and residences. I was watching videos yesterday. I'm like, well, yeah, I used to deliver pizzas there. I used to go there all the time, and so it's just like, God dang.
Yeah, I've seen news, showing the damage of the path of the tornadoes that go through some of those towns, and it is just devastating. I mean, there's just nothing but stuff thrown everywhere. Cars moved more than, just you name it. Nothing's where it was, and everything's destroyed. It's terrible, man. I mean, I can't imagine. It was like that in Salt Lake, but just for a real short span. It was only on the ground for, I'd say, maybe a quarter of a mile. It dropped down.
When they hit the Midwest, they don't stop. When they really get a hold of it, it's just like the tornado. Just like, all right, I'm gonna start here. I'm gonna make a path.
Yep, a path of destruction. Yep, I've seen it. I've seen it on the news, but
just
here it was more like a quarter mile path or whatever. But it was bad for that little bit of a quarter mile, and I happened to be right in the middle of it. It was so bizarre, dude. It was pitch black when it went overhead. It was so crazy. I had to close my eyes. And shit was hitting me.
Morvis said he was in that OKC one that hit in 99. That one was freaking like 5 miles wide.
Oh,
you guys remember that one?
I don't, but that's big.
Yeah, that was a huge one, man. And it destroyed like so many neighborhoods, man. It was like 5 miles
I thought a mile wide one was big, but 5 miles? Holy
yeah, it was pretty bad. I remember that one too. I mean, I've always, since I live in Arkansas, I'm always aware of tornadoes, but I never expected to hit Little Rock like that. That's crazy, bro. Oklahoma and Kansas, we know tornadoes hit there. I mean, because of,
what's good, everybody?
Wizard of Oz, right? Anyway, go ahead.
So that was just yesterday, you said, Helio?
Yeah. Just look it up.
I'm going to. Yeah. That's crazy. Thanks. I just wanted to know what.
Yeah, just look up Little Rock tornado.
I will. And it's crazy.
Who said what's good?
Yeah, what are you guys up to?
Oh, same old shit.
I hear you on that, dude.
Tornadoes.
I hear you on that.
And the tornadoes are the Coriolis effect.
Well, I don't think it had anything to do with that, but
it doesn't. But
yeah, but it's just
all I gotta say is that I had a neighbor offer me a diet cola. I was like, you know what? And it was like a little one. It's like a mini one. Like it was almost adorable. And I drank it, and I feel awful. I feel sick. I'm not gonna lie.
Did it taste like chemicals when you drank it?
You know what? Sort of.
Yeah,
like sort of.
If I drink aspartame,
that's exactly what it was. Aspartame, yeah, 0 sugar, but it
tastes like chemicals.
Hey, don't worry. It only causes cancer in laboratory animals. You're not a laboratory.
Oh, great,
animal,
yeah.
Well, you're not a laboratory animal.
It only causes brain damage, if you use it for a very long time.
Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with it. So I think perhaps I strengthened my stomach, and I'm never doing this again because there's something wrong with soda, dude.
I haven't drank soda for over 4 years now. Thank goodness.
Yeah, soda pop is not popping, bro. It's awful. No, it's fucking terrible for you. Dude.
I drink soda every once in a while, but I mostly prefer like sweet tea. I'll drink.
Yeah, if you have soda, it's a fucking treat. It's a treat. Like it's not a daily thing or even a weekend thing. It's a once a year thing, if that.
If I drink like Pepsi, I get the real sugar Pepsi.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Tell you what screws with me. Red food coloring number 4. If I drink like Kool-Aid or something with that shit in it, it makes me feel loopy. It does some weird shit to me. I don't know what it is.
No, I'm there with you, dude. There's something wrong with these fucking drinks, man. Like, I just kind of wish everybody just went back to just water.
It's processed food altogether.
Fuck water, dude. I hate
just water, or how about this carbonated water? Like that's fine. Carbonation is awesome, but like anything more than carbonation, what else do we need?
I don't know. I crave water sometimes. Just for I'll chug a 16-ounce bottle of water in less than a minute.
Ice cold water.
I just feel like when it's cold, I just chug it down. I'm like,
dude, yeah. Like our ancestors did not have fucking refrigerators and freezers. Like an ice cold water is fucking a luxury. It's a godsend, and we just take that shit for granted. Like ice cubes. It's just our ancestors, dude. Our ancestors couldn't just make ice cubes. Like we have ice cubes.
But I have to be in the mood to actually.
City water is no good, guys.
Yeah, don't drink the water from the tap.
Yeah, thanks.
Don't drink
for telling us.
Water.
Thanks for telling me. Thanks. Didn't I just say I hate water? Now you know why, because I can't go near that shit.
Well, it's just like I drink Ozarka. I buy the Ozarka.
Do you guys think all tap is bad for you, or do you think it depends where you're at?
All day long, but
do you think
tap water is bad for you? Absolutely.
Fuck. I think I already knew that. I just wanted to be hopeful for a second, and be like, well, perhaps maybe certain places are better than others.
I mean, it's better than
it depends.
Though. It's better than getting like it's better than like drinking out of a river and getting like some parasite.
Right, and that's where I live. Where I live, I live on a street that has a community well. Everyone, drinks the same water from a well and it goes through filters. I still don't even really drink that. I cook with
how they used to sterilize it? You know how they used to sterilize it? I've seen these. It's called a cistern. You ever seen one of these?
Yeah.
God rocking. I know you've seen one. Absolutely. But I've seen one from like the 20s. It's like a giant concrete cistern. So the water is only like, it's only like, I don't know, like 2 to 4 inches deep on the top of it. And the sunlight is what sterilizes it. So basically a river comes down, it spreads out on this cistern. The sunlight hits it, sterilizes it, and then it fills up. The cistern is like, gets filled up. But before the cistern, they have like a flat part so that the water gets real thin and gets sterilized by the sun.
Wow, that's kind of like, I don't know. I mean, it might work, but yeah, there's big cisterns here. The water comes from the rivers. They are huge, big concrete, like swimming pools, but they're covered. But they're huge. They're freaking huge, and I think that's where they add the chlorine and all that kind of stuff to it. Whatever for your.
Well, the one I'm talking about was built like they weren't using chlorine and shit back then. It was built in the 20s. It's like way up in the mountains, like in the Green Mountains in Vermont. It's like way up. Like you wouldn't know it's there unless you were, in the middle of the woods, basically.
Right. Well, this one, the one that I'm talking about, are up by the mountain, up above. It's the Davis and Weber County Water System or something it's called, and they're just huge, big concrete tanks. And, you can actually go up there and when I was a kid, I remember looking inside of one. I can't remember how I did that, but you could look inside. I remember looking inside, and it was just this big, huge, it must have been 15 foot deep and probably 100 foot across. It was that big of a concrete pool where the water goes to all the drinking water downtown. It was crazy. But yeah, even that water's no good. I mean, it gets settled. They settle all the settling tanks. The settling tank is where you've got one tank that's next to another one, and then it's got a wall between the two, and it's got a little 1-inch layer across the top. And the only water that goes into the next one is the one water that goes across the top. So it gives it time for all the shit to settle out of it. It's called a settling tank.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah, I've seen them too. Check this out. I worked at the Little Rock National Airport for a French company. But anyway, on the way to work, there was a sewage plant, right? All of the sewage, or not all of, and maybe not all of it, maybe all of it, or at least on that side of the river, they process the sewage. Like it's right next to the river, right? So they process the sewage, which should be your shit and piss and garbage or whatever,
Ever anybody flushes down the toilet.
Yeah, whatever.
Pretty much.
And then I'm pretty sure they released that shit back into the river once it was processed.
You know how what the process procedure is, Helio? It's a stack of rocks and dirt. They sprinkle it over. The sprinkler spins around and around, and the solids get taken out in the settling tank, and then they sprinkle this terrible, terrible water with chemicals. Everybody flushes down their toilet, whatever's in it, and it sprays it like a sprinkler on this big mound of dirt and rocks, and then it absorbs back into the ground. And they've got these out by the Great Salt Lake, and there's a bunch of them out there, like one for every 2 or 3 cities. There's these processors, these sewer plants, they're called, and it's just all they do is sprinkle the water over dirt and rocks.
I think it's. I mean, we're still alive, right? So I don't think it's as bad as somebody might make it out to be. Otherwise, what the fuck are we gonna do? Have like sewage running through the street?
How well rocks and sand and dirt filter the water. You can make a sand filter.
Sure.
A tube up, that 1 foot tube, 5 feet long.
Well, it's just like I've seen some YouTube videos. It's like you can take river water, you just cook some wood, and just like take the charcoal, chop it up, put it in a little filter, You can take river water, run it through a charcoal filter, and then you get drinkable water. You know?
Yeah, you put sand over the top of charcoal is the best way to do that.
Yeah, and then you just let it drip out, and now you got drinkable water.
Yeah, but that don't get rid of bacteria and shit.
It doesn't get rid of the shit.
No, you need to boil it after that, but it does get rid of most of it.
Sure, I don't know what the processing plant does, but I know it's pretty fucking big. It's right next to the airport. It's right next to the river too. So
I mean, you can avoid most bacteria in water as long as you don't go anywhere near beavers. Seriously, no. There's something called beaver fever, dude. Like, don't go near. Yeah, and I'm not the kind.
No way.
Not the normal kind. Not the kind that most men have.
Jeez.
It's called...
Goddamn, I knew it was a joke coming.
No, it's not. It's called giardiasis. So, beaver shit, basically. Beaver shit has a bacteria in it, and if you drink the water, you'll get sick.
Yeah, you don't want to drink...
It's called
water after a beaver dam.
No, you don't want to drink any water where beavers swim in, upstream, downstream. You don't want to go anywhere near.
Yeah, I've heard about that one. Yeah.
Beaver.
Well, to be fair, if there's poop in any water,
you're
it's probably
saying that the charcoal filtration won't get rid of filter out the beaver fever thing?
No. And there's all sorts of like little parasite. Well, I mean, it'll filter out like ringworm and maybe.
How about if you filter it and then boil it?
Well, if you boil it, you should be fine. The filter takes out like chemicals to a degree, right? And then boiling it,
particulates and all that kind of shit.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Beaver fever is. Sorry. I was just gonna say beaver fever is damn deadly.
Yeah.
Mom joke.
Makes you. I heard it's like rabies. It makes you thirsty.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Beaver fever made me so.
How does that fit in on the platters, guys?
Man, I've seen beavers do some crazy stuff, man. Like they're amazing, like what they can accomplish with very little. Like they're very like I used to hike in the Appalachian Trail, and there's a place where the beavers they blocked up like a stream that was like maybe 3 feet wide with a dam that was like maybe 10 feet tall, and they flooded like a 3 mile square area with a little teeny dam. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, like what they can do.
Yeah, all the farmland out west here is already all flooded. There's water. There's a foot of water. Everything west of where I live, just before you get to the Great Salt Lake, like all the way around the lake, at least on this side, on the east side of it, there's like standing water right now, like a foot deep. I mean, for miles and miles. It's like it's just so saturated it can't absorb it anymore. We're going to have some serious floods. It's crazy. And
they didn't have to do any hydrological studies or make diagrams or do any equations or like calculate for gravity or
no, none of that. No. That's funny.
I just bought a gravity thermometer the other day, testing for gravity in the
hood. Did you say a gravity thermometer?
I'm testing for gravity in the gravity thermometer.
Okay, where were we? Oh yeah. Also, where you get water, if we like draw water, don't try and get it off the surface of the water. I've done a lot of I live in the city now, but I spent a lot of time in the woods, so I used to do a lot of with very little stuff. I'm kind of like, I'm lazy. I don't want to carry a lot of stuff, basically.
It reminds me of Jason. What curve he does that all the time out in England. Carries just he calls it a rucksack. He said, I just bring my rucksack with me. That's
Look, you can get away with a lot with just like bringing a hammock, dude. because it keeps you off the ground, right? And like you can get like another rope and just like a tent and make like a little lean-to over your body so the rain don't get you. I mean, like it's so simple. It fits. It'll fit like in a Ziploc bag, like in a 1 gallon Ziploc bag. A hammock, a piece of rope, and a piece of plastic. Boom.
He does. He said the same thing. He says too. He brings his hammock for the same thing you just said. That is so funny. He said almost the same thing he said. He says to me, "Oh,
yeah, it's super useful." I mean, I used to do what normal people do, right? Drag around the tent, a pad, all sorts of stuff, and like you can't, like I don't know what it is, man. It's just like too much stuff. You can carry so much more if you ditch the tent and like just bring a hammock. Plus, you're warm because the ground really absorbs like a lot of your heat. Though there's things you can do to heat up the ground. I don't know if you ever heard of this. You make a fire, throw some, get a couple rocks that are upstream so they're not saturated with water, so they're above like water flow, because you're going to heat them up, bury them in the ground, and then sleep on top of them.
Yep, I've heard of that. Yep, yeah. I've heard of that for sure.
Yeah,
take the rocks around your fire pit and bury them underneath where you sleep. Yep.
Yeah, and don't use rocks, but the whole point is don't use rocks that are wet because they'll explode.
Oh, nice.
If you get water inside, like there's water saturated in the rock, like in a crack, when it heats up in terms of steam, yeah, it'll expand.
Yep.
Yeah, there's lots of little tricks.
Have you guys done any Flat Earth karaoke recently?
Not since you've been here, Kai. I think you.
Oh man!
You were the last karaoke participant, I think. No, I'm just kidding, but yeah, it's been a long time.
Oh, that guy left. Shit. That guy that was just in here, he's a what do you call it? Producer for Spotify.
Latter-day Saints?
No, not Latter-day Saints. Oh, whatever your name is. Lo-Fi Life.
Hey, what's good? Yeah, what's up?
Kai is an excellent musician. Excellent.
Oh yeah.
My favorite.
Yeah, she's one of the best.
Dude, who's ever into music, please message me if you have if you have a especially if you have a Spotify account, because I actually do work with Spotify, and I'm not making a lot, but it's very inspiring to make even a little, because you can always amplify that number. I'm very faithful and loyal when the amounts are small right now. My first Spotify check has paid for gas and groceries and a little bit of laundry, but not rent yet. But that's the goal, is to make genuine passive income and then just enjoy life. Too much stress, I'm telling you. Too much stress.
Well, Kai is very talented, and you guys could team up.
Anyone in here is awesome. That's facts. And so, yeah, I'd be very excited to talk to anyone about music, or just anything really, just whatever it is, because life is really screwed up, and I'm trying my best to navigate it with.
Do we need to play you her song or something?
Yeah, Kai is super talented.
Here, wait. Play this song. I don't know if you guys have heard this song.
Yeah, I'll listen. I'm just gonna work and just listen to you guys. I need to hear something.
Yeah, I'm a boomer, so I don't even have Spotify.
I think I've seen this on Witz's channel.
Yeah, that's my husband.
Oh, word! That's awesome. What? That's great.
Yeah.
That's great, yo. Yeah, I saw Witz's live stream just a few days ago, and it was absolutely hilarious. I mean, it's hysterical when you see him debate.
You debated the PhD Tony. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I was crying. Yeah. It was so funny because that guy was so calm, and then just 10 minutes in, he couldn't handle it.
Yeah, well, Austin's very smooth, and he's very calm, and then then the Globe, anyone who defends the Globe is just, they're angry and aggressive,
emotional.
And it's just, Yeah, and it's just like, yeah. What I love seeing in the comments is like people will like straight up be like, "Yo, I'm not even a flat earther, but I'm starting to feel like there's something to it now because no one who defends the globe has really made them feel confident in that model." And so,
look, globe earthers make flat earthers more than flat earthers make flat earthers. I'm dead serious, man.
No, it's true. It's true. It's absolutely true. It's crazy, though. It's interesting times. No, straight up, like mad props to Austin for like fighting NASA and the whole flat Earth and everything. Like, he's a stud. I'm happy for both you guys. Like, I'm super proud of you guys.
So, do you know who Owen Benjamin is, the comedian?
The Owen part sounds familiar.
Owen Benjamin, he's a comedian. He used to be on YouTube. He's been on. Who was he married to or going with? Nicole Richie. So he was like Hollywood kind of. What would you call him? A B-list actor or something like that? You know, not super famous, but famous enough.
Yeah.
And he ran a live stream. He's like, "What's this flat Earth stuff?" He's like, "Convince me." You know, he's got like 4,000 people on his live stream. He's like, "Convince me the Earth's not flat and it's a globe." He did this for 2 days in a row, and at the end of 2 days, he was a flat earther.
Yeah, but he's saying, I don't want to be a flat earther, but I don't want to be, but I got no choice because they're right.
Yo, not even kidding. Not even kidding.
Like, so bad, dude. The answers well, if you just asked regular questions, the answers are so bad. You have no choice. Like, literally, if you're not like emotionally invested and you're actually gonna unbiased just listen to the answers without emotion, it's over. It's not even a contest.
Right, and that it's just it gives me so much more reassurance that the flat Earth is on the right path right now. And so, like I said, I think yesterday, maybe the day before, it's like people are starting to like think it's cool now, which is like really annoying because like at first with anything, right, you're a geek if you like computers. Everyone likes computers now. Like, you're weird if you like anime, and so many people like love anime now. Like, it's in music videos and stuff. And
you're describing my childhood.
Yeah, exactly. Right, same here, yo. And then like everyone talks about how flat Earth sucks, and now everyone's like starting to like slowly lean on it, and it's just like before you know it, it's going to be cool. But hopefully by then, you know, it's not chaotic, I guess you could say.
I don't really care if people think it's like for me personally, I don't care. I really, really don't. If nobody believes flat Earth, anybody, I'm just like Helio says it all the time. I'm stealing this from him. We brainwash people to think for themselves. That's it.
I love that. Yo, that's a state. Oh, I'm gonna write that down. That's a great thing to say. I'll quote you even. Well, I won't take the credit.
It's a super stolen quote. Like, who knows how many people it was stolen from? But that's what we do. We don't try to convince. A lot of people come in here and think we're going to try to convince them that the Earth is flat. No, we just like, okay, have you actually thought about this? Have you actually critically analyzed it in a logical way? Not with like appeals to authority, straw man arguments, like all the logical fallacies, assumptions. The number one logical fallacy of the globe Earth is affirming the concept. Is called affirming the consequent.
Right.
It's called if P then Q, Q therefore P. Right. So if Earth's a globe, then molten iron core. There's another molten iron core. Therefore, Earth's a globe. Right. It's circular logic. So it's like, if if Earth a globe, pendulum swing like this. Pendulum swing like this, therefore Earth a globe, right? Well, right. I mean, pendulum could swing like that, and Earth could be a fucking cube, or Earth could be a pineapple, or Earth could be like, it could be
a pineapple.
It could be any number of things, right? Just because you have a theory which makes this prediction, just because that prediction comes true, doesn't exclude all other possible hypotheses, right?
Wait a second, maybe SpongeBob is onto something, eh?
Yeah, it could be.
No, I'm just kidding. Well, who am I? I don't know anything. Well, one thing I do know is that like three things: like a Twitter search, and then the first passage in the Bible, and then like just Eric Dubé, and then obviously Witsit. Like that's like just if you consume that content for like just 5 minutes, like that's all it will take is 5 minutes. And then like it's just so hard to like look back after that. It's just like that saying, once you go flat, you don't go back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
so I told you this the last time you were here. I said like, why should I believe it? Because people go, oh, the TV. Oh, why would they lie? Oh, what? Like, okay, there's a whole bunch of people that are claiming things. Why should I believe it? Why should I believe what they're saying? Why should I believe when they say they went to space? Why should I believe when they went to the moon? Why should I believe any of this? And they can never come up with an answer. They can never come up with a justification for believing the television set. Nothing else on it.
That's real, what it is. I just go opposite now. I can't even help it. And I thought, like, what if the conspiracy was the conspiracy of the conspiracy? Like they're telling the truth, but they're lying about it, and then they want you to think that's a lie, but then you follow it thinking it's not the lie, but then I'm just like, nah. I think we're onto something, because it's just like it's so force fed and so indoctrination from the beginning that this feels like the right path to me. Like
they act like you have a moral obligation to believe the talking heads on TV. That somehow you are obliged to believe it because it's on TV and you must believe it. And that's the default position. They say they went to space. That's the default position. You have to prove it wrong. They said the Earth's a globe. You have to believe when they said that. They went to space. You got to prove that wrong. They try to reverse the burden of proof.
Exactly. Yeah. And the thing is like, no one questioned it. And that's the thing. I never questioned it. Like so many years, I just didn't even think twice. And that's the thing that's dangerous, is that's what led me to be deceived with other things. It's like when anyone asks, well, why does this matter? Well, because perhaps maybe now you will be better at business. You'll be better at talking. You'll be better at self-development, confidence. It's just like, it's just so weird to not even know somewhat of the truth of the very place you live on.
Yeah, it matters to them too. Like, why, if it doesn't say that all the time, right? It matters to them more than it matters to us.
Yeah.
Because why are you angry about it? Like you were talking about Witsit, or Kai was talking about Witsit making that PhD guy spiral.
PhD guy mad, dude. Right? Yeah.
Well, listen, like me and Miggy talk about this pretty often, is that they come in here and they try to talk politely, but that's not who they really are.
Exactly. And the mask
what they really think is that you are the lowest subhuman on Earth for thinking the Earth is flat, and you are like a wife beater, Luddite. There's all sorts of things wrong with you. You're denying science. You're denying technology. You're a heretic. You should be burned at the stake.
Yeah.
Or burned in rocket exhaust, whatever they think, right? So I guess that's the modern version of burning at the stake. Throw him under the rocket, right? He's a witch. Burn him.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
dude, I remember when I first was looking into flat Earth, I just YouTubed it, and I remember I saw the main proponents, like wannabe Professor Dave and stuff, and I felt like ashamed because they shame you so much for looking into it. I was like, oh my god, how dare
Professor Dave is awful.
He's like, this is so dirty,
Yeah.
You ever see Game of Thrones? Shame.
4 of them, I'm like, wait, this is super weird. Like,
yeah. Yep, and it's never the product of our own conclusion. Yeah, Professor. I would love to see Witsit and Professor Dave have a debate. Like Austin would just floor him, but that's the thing. Like, it will never happen. It's just. It's just so right, exactly. Yeah. I would love to see that. That'd be so wild to see. I mean, that would be it.
It's just finding the right platform to do it. That's the issue, I think.
Yeah,
because
Dave has too much to lose, man.
Yes,
he does. I was looking at some of the comments just today, and like the things that Dave brings up when people like mention how like he's wrong about certain things, he resorts to talking about, hey, I've studied this, I have money. Like, it's always like his education and money. He's like, I got more money than you.
He doesn't have an education.
Right. He's such dude, Dave is so awful. And like, I don't know, like, I just wish he'd bail because like he probably has, he's probably bought and sold, but like he's probably made enough where he could just leave. Like, why does he have to keep the lie going? And so, yeah, it's just, I understand. I've worked for companies that I didn't believe in.
Look, listen, Professor Dave, he's an atheist degenerate, and that's really his motivation. That's it. Everything else is like piled on because not only does he attack like flat Earth, he attacks religion. He attacks people that are against atheist or against evolution, abiogenesis. Who was the other one? He attacked
It's called self-worship.
Well, he's essentially a Freemason. Like, I'm not even kidding. Yo. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, he's genuinely a Freemason, and that's the thing. He's bought and sold. Like I think he's reading a script too. Like if you watch the videos, like
is he genuinely a Freemason, or are you not sure? Like you said, kind of both.
Well, I mean, he definitely doesn't support unity, and he definitely doesn't support creation or the idea of God. And so
it looks like he's transitioning.
Is he really?
This is the last time I saw him. That's what I thought.
Yeah, she's transitioning.
Oh, wait, actually, yeah. I mean, there's a lot. See, there's so many things I'd like to say, but it's too heavy. I got yelled at last time I talked about it, but yeah, like, yeah, it's inverted. So, like, it's just backwards of the Bible.
We could talk shit about Dave all day long, but you know, at the end of the day, it's his information that's wrong. And it has nothing to do with like him personally or who he is or what he does. Like he could be anybody. Doesn't matter. The shit he says is bullshit. Okay? That's the bottom line. The words that come out of his mouth are nonsense.
But I think he actually he may actually know that himself. Like I think he
has a script writer. People write the script for him. He's admitted it. There's a video of it. We have
it. Oh, I never seen that actually. Never mind.
So there's a video of him saying that he has advisors that write his material.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Well, exactly. So yeah, he has handlers. So yeah, essentially, yeah, he's bought and sold. Yeah,
all the information he knows is something that he read on the script. So he doesn't know like the fundamental of whatever they're telling him. Right? He just was like, okay, this is my little like, you know what Cliff Notes are?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's like a Cliff Note version of Globe Earth versus Flat Earth, and he just parrots it. So I'll give you a perfect example of this. Is Dave Weiss and Professor Dave debated, and Professor Dave made a bunch of errors, like just errors of what he was saying, right? Said that gravity falls off exponentially, right? But in a prior video, he says, 8 inches per mile squared is a parabola. Well, you know, inversely proportional to the square of the distance would also be a parabola. Why are you calling it exponential? And he's always getting on flat earthers. 8 inches per mile squared isn't a ball, it's a parabola. They can't even do math. Well, he says in that debate that, like, this might seem like a stupid technical detail, but it's not. It's not a stupid technical detail. Because when you're sitting there saying you've never done any math in your life, and then to Dave Weiss, and then to make a mathematical mistake yourself, right? And then say we can predict the orbit of the moon using Kepler's laws, which is factually wrong because it doesn't work for like what they claim the moon is a circular orbit. It doesn't work for that. So, but the thing is, the fact, like, these were like talking points for him. But when Dave Weiss got off the talking point, Dave Weiss brought up something called magnetic declination. And Professor Dave, didn't know what it was and insinuated that it was some made-up flat earther stuff. Now, magnetic declination is when you take the compass reads something other than what they call geographical north, right? Mm-hmm. So if you were somewhere it wouldn't point at the North Star, it would be off a little bit. And you look at a map, it'll say magnetic declination, like say your compass, it'll have your compass rose like a picture, or it'll just say the magnetic declination 10 degrees east or like 4 degrees or whatever. Anyway, it's a well-known thing, right? It's not like conjecture. It's not some flat earther made up stuff. But I've heard many Globers, when a flat earther says something to them, that they don't understand or that they don't, they've never heard of in their own model, they'll accuse the flat earther of making it up. This
or
is
word salad.
Or word salad, right? So I listened to Professor Stick say this, right? There's this, he's a YouTuber, his name is Professor Stick. This dude, Southern Israelite, was talking about in Newton's Principia. He talks about it's called Newton's sling. He talks about how gravity works like a centrifugal force, right? An inverted, like the orbits work like a centrifugal force. Professor Stick said, "What? I'm going to ask my chat. What do they think of this? Oh yeah, it's made up bullshit." And then Southern Israelite makes a video reading from Newton's Principia, the word sling in it, right? So Newton, there's another instance of this too. Like, who was the other person who said it? Here's one I always get, me personally. So in the globe Earth model, plumb lines, you know what a plumb line is?
No, what's a plumb line?
So to find vertical on a wall, you take a weight, you take a string, right? And you hang a weight off of it, and that'll show you vertical.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So that's called a plumb line.
Yeah.
In the globe Earth model, a plumb line curves and doesn't actually point straight down.
You know what's crazy is that like anyone.
No, listen to what I'm telling you. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Now, if you took a string, this is what they're saying. If you dug a hole that was deep, and you took a string, that string would take a curved path. It wouldn't be dangling straight down with a weight at the end of it. This is what the globe Earth model says. And it says this because it says we have lumpy gravity. But the real reason for this is because when they line up the stars to where they are on latitude, longitude, they don't exactly line up. So what they have to say, oh, there's some gravity underneath. It's tilting the plumb line. So we're going to make a model with a curved plumb line, yada, 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 right? Because you have surveying on the ground, right? Latitude and longitude. But there's also a latitude and longitude in the sky. And they don't match. They're off a little bit. They don't match everywhere. So when I tell a globe earther this, they accuse me of making it up. They say, flat earthers, they're like, I can't believe you're saying that like plumb lines are curved. It's a bunch of bullshit. And I'm like, that's your model. They can't believe it because it's so ridiculous. Mm-hmm. The idea that a plumb line curves, the idea that I can hang a weight at the end of a string and that string is going to be curved is ridiculous, dude. It's patently fucking idiotic. And that's what the globe Earth model says is happening in reality. But when I say that to them, they think that I made it up, that I made up their model because it's so ridiculous that even they can't get their head around it. It's got to be some made up flat earther thing. It can't possibly be the globe model. So they just go into they go into the spiral, the craziness. They lose their freaking mind.
I've never heard of. I'm looking at it right now. This is actually really neat. So essentially, it's kind of like you hang it from a string. Yeah. And I'm such a novice with this. I've never heard
about this. So think about this. You know what a level is, right?
Of course.
So a carpenter's level. How does a carpenter level actually work? A carpenter's there's a fluid inside, and the fluid gets goes toward the ground, right? And it pushes the bubble up. It goes down, the bubble goes up.
Yeah.
That fluid in that bubble indicate the direction of plumb. Mm-hmm. Indicate the vertical, right? And so 90 degrees from that vertical is the horizontal.
Thank you, Drace. I see that. Right. Okay, I get it. Okay, yeah. So okay, it's kind of just common sense. I can't even believe I never heard of this.
Well, I mean, so Drace at 10:43 or 11:43 on my time.
Right. Yeah.
Posted this curved plumb line, right? So so you can see this dashed line is the plumb line. If you set up a plumb line here, this is what they say. Your line will curve like this.
All right, buddy.
Which is ridiculous, right? That's no one's ever observed that in reality. But
yeah, it's so obvious. I can't believe I've never seen this before. Wowzers.
Yeah, it's really bizarre. It's just an example they when they're confronted with information, they have such a bias against flat earthers when they're confronted with information that they don't like, they go
Well, yeah, exactly. Every time
let me give it to you like this. You have like the the way people stereotypically look at flat Earth versus globe Earth. Flat Earthers are a bunch of religious nuts, and globe Earthers are smart people that trust the scientists. Right.
Right. Yeah.
It's not the facts, though. That's not the actual situation. Flat Earthers have researched the globe, and these clowns over here are emotionally attached. And if you say anything they don't like, they're going to spiral into a insane tirade. And like, how many times have you seen this happen? Flat Earth versus globe Earth. Why?
They always freak out.
Snarky comments, the thinly veiled insults. You just don't understand. You don't even understand orbital dynamics or some other they just say bullshit, right? I'd say 50% of the words that come out of their mouth are a thinly veiled insult ad hominem, talking about you, not talking about the issue, deflecting, making up excuses, but that's the science. That's supposed to be the science.
Hey,
the insult, the emotions, and all the nonsense.
India, I mean, Timbo just showed a picture of a plumb bob, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, that's a plumb bob, yeah.
So
looks like a pencil.
And so you were talking about a level, you put it on the surface, that shows you that the surface is level. A plumb bob, when you compare and contrast the two, makes a 90-degree angle, right? So the plumb bob, I mean, isn't it essentially like a Foucault's pendulum, what they say, a plumb bob can be a pendulum if you push it. So what they're claiming about the Foucault's pendulum is if you push it, then it will start to divert from, and then cause, that's proof of the spin of the Earth. That's what they claim. But anyway,
how would that even look like if it was curving? I don't understand how it looked like.
In my opinion, if the Earth was spinning, depending on where you drop the plumb bob and you don't touch it, it should start spinning by itself.
Well, they claim that it maintains the angular momentum that it's dropped with on the Earth. Hey, India, what do you think about this, dude? I was looking into their orbital mechanics, and they don't account for centrifugal force. They literally ignore it. Like, say you have an object on the Earth, right, and then something's rotating around it, you're going to have centrifugal force, like, counteracting that motion to the inside, right, to the internal angle. They just leave centrifugal force out of their orbital mechanics.
It's not an equation?
Yeah, it's just ignored. They say that it's because it's basically a different reference frame.
Oh boy!
Wait, I thought they said centrifugal force was gravity.
They say that centrifugal force is a fictitious force, and it's in the different reference frame, so they don't ever account for it. Like if you just look up even their depictions of orbital mechanics, it doesn't have that accounted for at all. I have a couple pictures.
The reference frame stuff is funny to me. It's like I changed how I thought about it, so now I don't have to think about it.
Force have to be a thing if the Earth was spinning. It would have to be, right?
Yeah. Well, they claim that it affects weight of objects on the Earth, right? So I mean,
well, that makes no sense. I mean, they don't account for it. That makes no sense.
I know what they say in orbital mechanics is that, like, depending on your velocity, that automatically determines your orbital altitude, right? If you're going X amount of hours, you're going to orbit at this altitude that you reach homeostasis or whatever, right? Orbital stasis.
Yeah, so they claim basically you're falling around the thing, even though you're not losing any altitude.
Yeah. So this is like one of their little things that they sell to children. If I was on an International Space Station and I threw a baseball right at the Earth, what would happen? Oh, it's going to end up in a higher orbit because you just added more velocity to the baseball. So after so many orbits around the Earth, the ball will now be in a higher orbit because now the ball is going 17,060 miles per hour. So now it's going to be a little bit higher. Yeah, this is the stuff they say. Yeah, if you're in orbit and you throw the ball at the Earth, it's going to end up behind you.
Yeah, exactly. They say there's a geodesic pattern, they're just free falling around a ball. So if you see the depiction there, right, it just counts for the internal angle, right? Like you have, I forgot exactly what it's called, like the IC, the internal central point, And that's all they account for, right? It's like this depiction shows the arrow going in and it's just free falling around this ball. But of course, you would actually have, like the top picture shows, you would have the centrifugal force actually pushing out against the orbit.
Speaking of space, there's literally no 360 view in space.
Yeah, of course.
And so it's amazing. This would have been very useful a long time ago. But
how come they never take like an amateur telescope onto the ISS? Don't you think that would be like pretty cool?
Right.
They got everything else. They got Super Bowl jerseys, but they don't have a telescope. And they're in space. Like what?
They have gorilla costumes as well.
Oh, and hairspray. Don't forget hairspray.
Yeah, but how is it supposed to
gorilla costumes?
How is it supposed to maintain its velocity? If you look at Witzig's top picture, it's got a green arrow, velocity going away. If it's being retarded by gravity this whole time and pulled in the opposite direction.
They just ignore centrifugal force. Like in real engineering, you obviously have to account for it. I mean, it's accounted for on a roller coaster, right? Like you reach that peak, so you're going like the fastest. You're going at the sharpest angle, right? So then, whenever you change, you're going to get like a load pressed down in that direction, in that opposing direction. But of course, we have something to take a physical object like the track that the roller coaster's on to handle that load. But in space, you obviously don't have that. So they
are you ignoring centripetal force as well?
No.
Because there's no such thing.
Yeah, well, they say the other way around, right?
Yeah, so, I know.
I wouldn't actually agree that there's no such thing, though, because of magnetism, and I think there's both centrifugal and centripetal, but either way.
It exists only in mathematics.
Elio, you can also you can also test out centripetal force. All you got to do is get yourself a board, fidget spinner, stick the board on the fidget spinner, then get 2 closed containers, put candles inside those containers, and then rotate them. Because the flame is rising, it's lighter than the air, less dense. You can do this with little helium balloons as well. They will appear to go in towards the rotation or centripetal because they're less dense than the medium they're in.
I thought you just had to drop a pencil.
So the centrifugal force causes the centripetal force.
No, it's kind of like relative density. I don't know what causes it. It's just.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's a balance.
If it's more dense than the medium it's in, it goes out away from the rotation.
I get it. But as far as like orbits, none of that exists.
This is what brought it up though, Newton's sling, right? So if a better analogy would be like, a ball at the end of a rubber band. The faster you spin it, the more that rubber band stretches out, right? You increase and the analogy would be the orbital distance from the surface of a body, right?
Yeah, that's kind of how I think about it.
You are, yeah. But here's what the whack part about that is: a rubber band has more tension the further it is away. That's not how gravity works. It has less tension the further you are away, right? The force is less. It's not more. You know what I'm talking about, right? Resistance of a rubber band. The more you stretch it, the more resistance there is.
Sure. Have you ever taken a rubber band, if you just pull it back from the center, shoot it across the room, it just kind of wobbles. But if you take one side and put tension on one side, it travels further. You ever done that?
Oh my God, I've done so much stuff with rubber bands. Some of it's probably illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, we used to. Oh my God, if you got caught with a rubber band and a paper clip in my school, you were getting expelled, man. Well, yeah.
Make a rubber band freaking gun, little trigger.
Yeah.
I'd get executed. I'd be careful.
Dude, you know how bad a paperclip hurts getting shot from a rubber band? It hurts a lot.
Yeah, but it's not lethal. Yeah,
they were worried about someone poking their eye out. Just that.
Poke your eye out.
You poke your eye out.
Crazy. It's like when I figured out that you can just stretch one side of the rubber band and it'll go like twice the distance. Holy shit. I was like, wow.
I had these hair pins. They're called bobby pins, and they looked like a U shape, and we would fire those at each other.
Yeah, I remember those, the bobby pins.
They hurt, man. They got a pointy end on it, like the back end of them, the open end. It's kind of like
yeah, one side's got a ball and the other side's pointy, right?
Well, it's just
remember
like
they had the black ones. They had the black ones that were like, because they made like two different types. They made like a silver type and a black.
Well, they have ribs on the bobby pins. There's ribs.
Yeah, you can grip them. Yeah. You can pull them back real far.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm thinking of something else.
Yeah, bobby pins you can use to drag earwax out of yours with them sometimes.
What the hell?
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, I won't.
No, we were stupid, man. There was like no safety, like, you know what I mean. Nobody gave a shit about that.
You just put the freaking pull it through the bobby pin and then shoot it at somebody. Is that what you're talking about, Rodney?
In her basement, yeah, she used to do hair in her basement, and we had.
By the way, shout out, Ron. Haven't heard from you in a while. How you doing, brother?
With authority, you make your own like little U-shaped projectile, and it would hit hard.
Yeah, I'm gonna show a picture of a bobby pin.
Well, when they banned the paper clips, we started doing them with paper, like rolled up paper. You can fold paper until, like, you know, you fold it enough times.
I've done that too. Yeah, it doesn't retain the velocity though. The air drag slows it down. It's good for like close range, but if you shoot across the basement, by the time it gets there, it deadens out. The lead solder one, it holds, like, it maintains all the energy.
Yeah. I mean, you had variations on how to make the paper like thing. Like, so some work better, close range, some work flow further. You know, if you make them wide and like really thick, leave a bruise, dude.
They leave a welt.
Yeah, it's nasty.
But they're not gonna.
I wish I was in 7th grade again now. I want to go back to 7th grade.
You know what we would do is take the front edge of the rubber band, you put it on your thumb and then your middle finger, and you pull the front edge of the rubber band, like Helio was saying, you pull one strand of it, and you get a longer draw. So you can pull it back real far, and it gets more speed.
Yeah, I would double it. Just double the rubber band over. Yeah. Where you get some torque going.
It depends what you're shooting. Like a bobby pin, the longer your stretch, the more velocity. If you pull them both together, it's for like the lead. If you're shooting like a lead solder, you want to use both of them. You want the energy.
Yeah, when they're heavy, depends on how heavy the thing is.
Yeah, so like the speed, something really quick with a long draw that's not too heavy, you can get it up there like really fast. Like the bobby pin, it's super light, and that thing will zing. You can hear it whistle. It's like you hear it zip.
I know. I know that. Hopefully, some kids are listening. They can bring back our.
It's just like, why is it so hard for me to find a real picture of a bobby pin to share?
Bring back boomer hijinks for school.
I don't know if they're a thing anymore. I haven't seen them forever.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Oh man, that would be great for him to answer the phone and just put it like we could just put it right into the into the chat. One of his friends or maybe a business. They'd be quite surprised.
Sounds like we all did the same shit growing up. I'm sure everyone's put firecracker in dog crap.
No.
As a kid. No,
I never did it.
Wait, what?
I used to live by a park.
What?
And,
I played with those poppers though, like those poppers that came in the box, and like they had like you could throw them on the ground. They're like little. Yeah. They look. I can't explain what they look like. They're just little.
They're called Snap Pop. They're made of paper.
Snap Pop, yeah. Yeah, dude, I used to bring them to the fair and just throw them in front of people, and they're like, "What
I used to squeeze those in my hands.
I got kicked off the bus for.
Yeah, exactly. Were you crazy enough to like chew on them? I never did that.
I whipped them at the bus driver at the windshield because he got the whole windshield. So I took a handful of them and.
Yeah, those things are great.
Like
those
the old ones were better. The new ones don't have any. They don't have any pop to them. They're just like
the old ones were like bang.
Yeah, they were so much better.
You remember taking like the cap guns, right, and taking a hammer, like the whole roll of caps?
The paper caps, you're saying?
Yeah, paper caps. Yeah,
those would start on fire. Do you ever like? I used to drag a nail through them, like through the little part with the gunpowder. If you scratch a nail across it, the whole cap would start on fire, would pop, and then the paper would catch on fire.
We would try to take the whole roll and make the whole thing explode by hitting it with a hammer.
I've seen kids doing that on YouTube. They're like putting them in a ball of tape and then they smash them with a sledgehammer, like they to explode them all at once.
Yeah,
I forgot what it was, but he's like rolling them up. They were plastic caps though, like the regular plastic.
Yeah, I never did the plastic ones. Yeah, I never really messed with them. We got them, but they were only really good for the gun. I mean, we didn't really figure out a way to be more destructive. Those are good old days. But we would take the cap guns. They used to have the roll cap guns, the roll of paper, and they would come rolled up. So you would just like make them flat and then try to like set up all the gunpowder at once by hitting it with a hammer. Yeah, snap pops. Yeah.
I actually have a folder called Nostalgia
Fun
Pictures.
stuff.
I have so many I think the 90s was probably the best decade in my humble opinion. And like even the medicine, am I crazy or did this actually taste good? Like what in the world was that?
I fucking love that shit.
What was that stuff, dude? Like right? Like I actually was like, wait, why was that medicine so slamming? Like what is
what flavor was it? I still never figure out what was that.
I think it was bubble gum. I think it was bubble gum, yeah, like pink bubble gum or something. And it was just like
didn't taste like any gum I ever.
You know what it is, right? You know what amoxicillin is, right? I mean, of course it's.
Ooh, that tastes nasty. I had that when I was a kid.
Really? I mean,
that was the best medicine in the world. Yeah.
It's like, okay, my parents are giving me this, and the doctor said so. Amoxicillin, it's an antibiotic.
You guys remember the batteries when you could like? I mean, I'm sure they still have it, but you could like test them.
I don't think they have them anymore. I don't think they do. They're just like they want you to buy 500 of them and wait until they don't work anymore. They don't have the testing.
All the Duracell batteries from that early 2000. I had them in like a digital camera. All these like the double A's. Almost all of them leaked out, like that white corrosive shit. And if you have any old electronics, you want to get those out of there like ASAP, like portable radio or whatever. Because almost every one of them, my flashlight, my mini Maglite flashlight, couldn't pull the batteries out. They're all just corroded in there. They swell up. They're leaking shit.
Yeah, it was just like leaking.
Yeah. Wait, speaking of batteries, did you ever hear that theory? If you put your like Duracell batteries in the freezer, it could like make them last longer.
Yes.
That's what they say, but I mean, I don't know if it actually works.
I don't know if it worked either.
It's the refrigerator is what I've heard, but
or the refrigerator, yeah,
it would eke out a little bit, but it wouldn't make depleted batteries good. It would like maybe put them at 10%. You could eke out just a little bit.
I remember
it'll give you enough.
It also kind of depends on the battery, the type of battery as well.
Look, if you put a battery in the freezer and then take it out and let it warm up, you can get something out of it. Like if you have to turn on a cell phone or something for a second to get a phone number or something like that. You're not going to get much more than that. It's not.
But you're always better off buying it brand new from the manufacturer. In a recent time.
Well, I'm saying in a pinch, right?
Not always. Yeah, in a pinch. Yeah, but in a pinch, yeah, you can get a charge from something you kept refrigerated or frozen. You can get a little bit of charge from it.
Dude, how sad is it to like my flip phone used to die all the time and that shit had a charge that would last 5 days. Man, I was like lazy. Now I got to charge my phone like every 4 hours. It's ridiculous.
You got 5 days out of the flip phone?
The flip phones, those little like
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, those razor ones.
I would get about 2.
Yeah.
I would last about 2 days.
Yeah,
Well,
me too.
I don't use the phone a lot, so maybe that's it.
Much like
Yeah, but
even my smartphone, I do have to charge it twice a day, but yeah, it and I obviously listen to YouTube all.
You know why that
long,
is?
You know,
Even if you don't use it, they have something in there. The manufacturers, Apple, Samsung, they have some kind of code that runs stuff in the background. It's running background data, so your phone gets hot and it depletes the battery, and then you're like, dude, my phone is 2 years old. I got to get a new one. And I think it's programmed in like at a certain time, say at 2 years or so, they start doing that.
Apple got sued for that,
Yeah, and if you're using an Android, you can go into the settings and turn off all of the apps that are draining your battery.
Yeah, turn off all the background apps. Yeah, all the background apps. There's so many.
That's what I don't. That's why I don't like Apple.
The Apple 6 Apple got sued for the Apple 6 because they like nuked the battery, and they said it was like basically they decreased the battery life by 30%, and they gave some dumb excuse.
Well, it's if you update your phone, it definitely lags it and kills the battery faster. But if you don't update it, if you like restart the phone and like update it to a certain point, then you'll be okay.
Well, this was a specific update that did this, and they said it was it was for some stupid reason, but like that fell through because the lawsuit I thought they ended up settling it.
Mm-hmm.
It was a planned obsolescence thing. But
yeah,
Samsung was doing
exactly.
It. They were both
I'm wondering when Google's gonna like drop their pants and give us some money for for whatever the fuck they're doing to us. But it's probably not gonna happen. Like a civil lawsuit. It's like, Google, give us some fucking money because you've made so much money from us.
Right.
Exploiting us. It's just like, bro, I can't. Is there some type of civil lawsuit we can do to you? I'm not looking for it, but I mean, if there's one, if someone really brings some civil action against Google, I'll be a part of it.
Google is like the Federal Reserve. It's like, the same with NASA. It's not a government agency as much as a secret government agency like the CIA. It's a clandestine black project.
Yeah, it's
Google's a company. It's not a company. SpaceX. That's a branch of NASA. It's like they need a public face. Oh, it's really Elon Musk, right? They need a public face. Mark Zuckerberg. That was Project LifeLog. Zuckerberg and Facebook. He's a face for a government entity. It's not a private company. It is here. Let's slap this on it. Let's say he's the guy. Boom, he's the CEO. And there's that. They need a cover.
They claim that Chrome and Android is an open source software, right? Which essentially it is, but there's certain licensing, involved. Depends on depends on this, depends on that, depends on this, depends on that.
It's part of it's open, but then there's the back part that you can't see, right? Like the back door that they build into it that you don't see when you go into settings. Even your developer tools, you got to get their CIA toolbox to open those settings.
The CIA toolbox.
Yeah, that they will crack. Everything has a back door. All this code has a back door that you don't see. If you go in there and you go in your developer mode and you're looking through your settings, you don't see it. It's invisible to us.
And
there is a lot of stuff
because we're just general users.
Every time you go to like a website and it says like, do you agree? Or it says dismiss, always hit dismiss. People don't realize that you can just hit dismiss. I mean, not all the time, but it's just like the loophole that these companies find is that you agree to it. Like you agree to like having them track you this, that. Like if you go to your Google settings, you can literally turn off a lot of different things. And a lot of people don't realize
if you
that.
hit agree, you can go back and turn it off later. But it depends on which app you're using and whether or not if you're a public person on Facebook, you can let them do that shit or whatever they're doing. You have to pick and choose. Go ahead.
What kind of phone are you using? Are you using Android or are you using a Apple phone?
Yeah, I would never buy an Apple.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, in the Android, you can turn off the accelerometer. Let's say me and you were in a car, and they could find out our location if I had my GPS turned off just by the accelerometer, because we're hitting the same bumps on the road at the same time, and all that's consuming battery life too. So all these settings you can go in. I increased my battery life probably 20% by turning all that shit off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like you're saying, like I was saying earlier, you can go into settings and turn everything off.
Yeah, you absolutely probably should, to be honest.
Well, I don't think you should, because if you want to have any type of social contact, here, I mean,
well, the only thing you really need is just calling.
They know who I am, whoever they is. I don't give a fuck if they know who I am and where I am. I'll say it here. You know?
I mean, technically, you don't really need a phone number. You can just use Wi-Fi, or you can use data. You don't even really need it.
If you want to have the phone associated with me, yeah, I can just grab a tablet or another phone that I can log in with an alt account, and do whatever I do. But hey, man, I ain't scared of these motherfuckers.
Right.
Well, it's all going through their network. Like they Dragnet, everything goes through the NSA. Like all data goes dragnetted through them. So, okay, we're talking to each other, but we're going through a middleman, right? We're going through their server, and everything gets collected and spit out the other side seamlessly.
Yeah. Most likely. Hopefully not.
But who cares? I'm not worried about it.
Well, anyone that tries to protect their identity still wants to use these Google apps or whatever through this platform. Do whatever you have to do to protect your identity. But as far as I ain't got time for that, man.
Hey, did you hear what they want to do? They're trying to pass a law against VPNs. There was a
What they who are they going to be able to do that? That's impossible, Ron. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, it was like you would get 20 years in jail for using a VPN on restricted sites. Let's say
who said that? Who said that?
Hold on, I'll send you the articles. Bear with me.
You better make it
I was just going to give
that sounds like bullshit.
Brief summary. It does sound like
just bullshit. I could friggin' pay for a VPN, but I don't. But if they're starting to really crack down, I'll fucking start paying for a VPN in a heartbeat.
They didn't want you using, say they restricted TikTok. That's the one they're trying to limit, right? And then you use a VPN to get on TikTok.
Nobody.
I don't care about, but I really think it's for crypto. They don't want you getting on a lot of these foreign crypto exchanges. You need to have a VPN because they don't allow U.S. customers.
So we got Rolling My Boulder joining us again. I think he has.
Our favorite passenger.
Oh, Rolling My Boulder?
Here's the link, Julio.
I'd love to hear Ron talk to Rolling My Boulder. That would be the most adventurous thing we can do on a Saturday night.
It was they submitted this. It's not a pass. They didn't pass it, but they're suggesting to do this shit.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, Ron. I promise.
I know it's not, but for them to even float it out there, that's what Stalin would do. He's like, first you demand everything, and then when you compromise and let the people keep 10%, they feel like they've won, even though you're taking 90%. So,
hey, by the way, Ron, I haven't heard from you in a while, man. I love you, brother. I haven't seen you. I just want to say,
dude, I was worried about you. I heard there was a tornado in Little Rock, and it was pretty bad.
Well, I'm not in Little Rock. I
thought you were close by, so.
Yeah, I'm in the northwestern part of the state. Didn't hit us, but yeah, man. Thanks for your concern.
I'm glad you're okay, man.
It was pretty bad, though. I mean, yeah.
I know you live in a trailer, and I'm like, dude, if that because a tornado, they said it was like a mile wide, so you don't even have to live in the area. You could be a mile away.
You guys look up Little Rock tornado. It was pretty bad, but I wasn't living there at the time.
Thank God, man.
Anyway,
dude, you know what?
I was going back to them restricting VPNs in America. It's just not even plausible. I don't know who you heard this from.
I dropped
can't
the link.
stop people from subscribing to VPN.
I dropped the article. This is a article someone posted in another Discord. I'm like, what? It's the same usual suspects.
I watched Josh Hawley argue for this bill, and Rand Paul, I think, argue against it.
I was Rand on the side of like, yeah, that's stupid.
Well, nobody it's absurd.
I'm asking Drace. I mean, since he said he looked at
Rand Paul was basically saying what Wolfgang is saying, or whatever. He's saying that like they could be used against American citizens pretty easily, and once you consolidate all this power into the hands of the government, it could easily be used as a pretext for something else,
like the Patriot Act, right?
Yeah, you know what? You know who should have been president instead of Trump? Should have been Rand Paul. Well, I advocated for that, even though I didn't vote. I thought he should have been president.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
It really doesn't. Yeah, don't you already know they're all in on all of them?
Oh shit!
I know that much. But as far as it would like a
but guys, this isn't the topic of the server.
All right, sure. Yeah, my bad.
Okay, I'm gonna
regardless, there's many topics. If you've been here long enough, you would know there's many topics on this.
Oh, and as far as Rand Paul's concerned, I mean, he's still holding his position in Congress, and I like that about him. So let's move forward.
But that's how they play a good cop, bad cop.
Sure.
It's a game.
They do what they do.
The game cannot be won by voting. There's no winning.
That's why it shouldn't be a vote.
All right, so let's get.
That is true, Wolfgang. No, that's true. That's true.
It should be a lottery. That's how we should pick the leaders. A lottery, one shot, 4 years, whatever. Just a lottery.
Yeah, but what about if we go?
Sounds like Hunger Games.
How could it possibly get worse? Think about it.
I know.
Could it possibly get worse if we chose somebody by lottery? No, because you won't have corruption, right? You'll never know who's going to get in office, so they can't be corrupt beforehand, right? They don't know if they're going to win.
That's
Wouldn't it be better, Indio, if it was localized? Like we have a central government, right? A centralized government from Washington D.C., which isn't even a state, right? We have this the central bank, like a Federal Reserve Bank. Anytime you have centralized power, that the people live in despotism, right? We have a form of tyranny, this soft tyranny. If we had local community level government where you, your neighbors, the surrounding people, each had a community level, like just like how we have here, like a tight group of people, and we govern ourselves. We don't have a centralized government to answer to. That would be the only way out.
Everyone just needs to be self-sufficient, and then we can live abundantly. It's true. No one really needs a government. It's
because people are irresponsible and they don't want to do the work that they're supposed to do things. That's really what.
Yeah. I wish Aurelius was here because he was talking a lot about this stuff. But he was explaining how there's just some people that are hopeless. But everyone's kind of inspired and influenced to be, and I don't know what made us stray away from that. It was just this, but
convenience, laziness. That's all it is.
That's real. It's Wall-E in real life, essentially. Yeah, it's just people are just inspired to not be motivated and self-sufficient. But if people were self-sufficient, it'd be such a party. It really would be. It would be so dreadful. It's like Fallout in real life.
Well, I'll give you this to consider, everyone in here. So, who prosecutes cases, criminal cases? District attorneys, right? They didn't even used to exist in the United States. Private citizens prosecuted criminal cases. So, a criminal case would be like a joint civil. So you'd have the laws, right? They were a violation of a criminal law is violation, even though you're a victim personally, right? The public's also a victim, and that's why it's a criminal, a public crime, right? So if you commit a crime, it's not just a crime against you as a victim, as an individual. It's a crime. That behavior is a crime against the entire public, right? So not just like somebody murdering your family, but like they're also murdering a citizen, a member of the community. So like the community itself has a vested interest in seeing that crime is punished, right? But people would used to individually prosecute the crime. They didn't hire like a district attorney.
Right. I mean, was DA a part of the initial?
No, it didn't exist. Most places didn't even have a police force.
Yeah.
So, the way a crime would be prosecuted is you'd prosecute the crime yourself. They'd get a sentence, and then the sheriff. That's who does it now, right? The sheriff is the one that locks up the prisoners and jails them. It's not the police station.
Yep. The most powerful.
The police stations rent a cop for the municipality. That's all they are.
Yeah, but the sheriff is the most powerful elected official in the jurisdiction.
Yeah, exactly. And what do? Right? They serve process, right? They kick people out of houses. They seize property. They take your body and lock it up in a jail, right? So they're like where the rubber meets the road.
Yeah, and a proper sheriff.
But that's local. Like
we'll tell the government freaking DAs and the state DAs. They'll tell them so. It's like, this is my fucking county.
So like Ron was saying, that's local government, right?
Yeah, so like the FBI. The FBI is a federal police force. That is unconstitutional. That should not be allowed.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah, me too.
There is no federal crimes, technically. I think every federal crime is unconstitutional, with exception of like treason and what's the other one? There's 2 crimes mentioned in the Constitution. Treason and what's the other one? I can't remember. And also, 2 other things that are mentioned in the Constitution are libel and slander. Imagine if those laws, people enforce that, right?
Oh my God!
Slander.
All of our public officials would be guilty of that shit.
Yeah,
dude they slander the truth.
They shut down the press, right? They'd shut the press.
They'd be like, "Shut up! You can't say that."
The truth
they do to us. Now they do it from the bottom up here. You can't say that. It was like
I don't think the truth is a defense for libel or slander. You got to have like ill will. You have to have a malicious intent.
Well, you have to prove libel. So, in a court, but, and when we say something that maybe we have an opinion of, there's like, oh, we're going to shut you down. We own this,
Well, there's a difference in opinion in saying like, this person did X, Y, Z. You know what I mean? When they never did X, Y, Z. Or this person did this because of this reason, right? Like, you don't know why the person did that thing, right? And you're trying to make the person look bad, and that's why you're doing it. To ruin their reputation. You're not doing it because you're trying to inform the public or let the truth be known, or like, people.
But it's for
half the internet would be shut down.
It's for the press, not for truth. It's for the press.
It's to sell papers. Yeah.
Well, it's just to sell information. Just like, oh, so and so hurt. I mean, we're on CNN. Well, so and so said this and said. I mean, who so?
You know what else it's for is to silence dissidents. Say you have an opinion, right? Then you're a white supremacist. You're like all these labels they're putting on people. You're a domestic terrorist. They're putting these labels out there. The people who went to Washington D.C. there was some protest, January 6th, whatever. My friend was there. It was like a peaceful protest, and they called it a riot. They called it an insurrection. That right there is slander. And there's people. There was probably 50 or 100,000 people, and they all have cell phones, and they all recorded it. So their actual statement and their recordings are different than what they're saying. They could prove slander, but when you have like an all-powerful media and like a centralized government, you could have all the evidence you want, but you can't defeat it, right? Like all that information sticks. If you're there, you're a domestic terrorist, insurrectionist, like all these names they used.
Yeah, another thing you guys are talking about, you posted about that VPN, right? So what Edward Snowden revealed would like in the Patriot Act, the Five Eyes program. So if you talk to anybody, if your internet connection, your phone connection, or the person or whatever, it goes through a foreign country, you can be spied on without a warrant. That's what he revealed, right? So if like I'm connected to Discord, if my internet connection goes out of the United States and back into the United States, that's I go into a foreign country. That's it. Right now it's covered under the CIA can monitor it, right? Because it's,
I think they're already doing it. I don't think you have to leave the United States. I think we're already.
They use that as an excuse, right? So, like, what they're saying is with this Restrict Act is that anybody. So, if there's a foreign person, so it's like the 6 degrees of separation. Actually, I just watched this with Judge Napolitano was talking about this. So, say like you talk to somebody that's in Switzerland, right? And they can investigate you now because you're talking to a foreign country. It could be espionage or spying or like whatever. But also, they've said, yeah, we're also allowed to spy on anybody you talk to, too. And then whoever, like, say you talk to me right now, now they can spy on whoever I also talk to and anybody they talk to and so on and so forth. Now they have the right to spy on everybody because some person in that chain spoke to a foreign person at some point. When I say foreign person, that means somebody that's in a foreign country. It doesn't matter if they're U.S.
It could be Canada, right? Someone in Canada.
It doesn't matter. They just have to be there. They don't have to they could be a U.S. citizen, but if they're in a foreign country, they're subject to the national security laws, right?
I live by Canada. I'm like right across the bridge from Canada, so I used to go there a lot, but then things got tight, you know what I mean, where it's a little bit more of a hassle.
Yeah, now you need ID, right? Because I remember when you didn't need ID.
You always needed like just a driver's license, but then the 9/11 they made you have a passport or what's called enhanced ID. Enhanced ID.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Chip. There's like a chip. So I think maybe you can go to Mexico and Canada. I'm not sure about Mexico, but maybe because I'm not sure.
There's something called the Treaty of John Jay. Look that up. You're allowed to if you're like a Native American of the descent of one of the Indians that are part of that treaty, you can go into Canada without a passport and back and forth all you want. Yeah, it's called the Treaty of John Jay. It's like a little loophole. It's a treaty that was signed between the U.S. and Canada and the natives. And it's somewhere up around your way. I think it's in Michigan or maybe it's South Dakota or something, or North Dakota.
Probably. There's a lot of Indian tribes in Michigan. So there's probably... in the Upper Peninsula, too, it's like connected and you could go through Minnesota. So that's actually part of Michigan, even though we're connected only by a bridge. The UP, the Upers, they have that funny accent. They sound like Canadians.
Yeah, hold on. I'm reading it. Yeah, you can freely pass and repass by land or inland navigation into the respective territories and countries of the two parties on the continent of America.
What about the tolls? Do you pay a toll to cross the bridge?
Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. Because that's like a private bridge and shit, right?
Well, it was a private bridge, but they wanted to get rid of it. There was a guy, Manny Maru, he owned the bridge to Canada. And they wanted the what is it called, the NAFTA? They don't want any privately owned bridges or tunnels, so they wanted to build their own or get him out of the game for the NAFTA. They want a NAFTA superhighway from Mexico all the way to Canada, and they're already building it. Like Rick Perry was building part of it in Texas. He was building hey, what are they doing? Building these 6-lane highways? What's going on? Oh no, we're just improving the infrastructure, but they were really building it section by section. So he's doing it in his state, and then the next state, and the next state, and then they'll just link them all together.
Yeah, and the thing with NAFTA is, if you were a Mexican truck driver, you didn't need any type of, whatever laws in Mexico, motor vehicle laws, that was good enough, and you could drive around the United States, which are Mexico license plate on this highway. Because I remember when they were doing the NAFTA thing, that was one of the complaints, is that Mexican truck drivers are going to end up flooding the United States and displacing all the American truck drivers working, because they're going to be able to go from Mexico to Canada basically unimpeded.
Pretty much. Yeah. I think they're going to do it anyway. It's just a matter of time.
Well, I mean, we're going to be Mexico pretty soon. So, like,
we are, yeah. Certain states are, like Texas and all the southern border states are already turning into Mexico.
Is it going to be North? We're just going to call it North Mexico or something?
I don't know. That's, you know, the funny thing is, if you've seen in Mexico, they have like this ancient Tartarian, like aqueducts and stuff, and it was all one society at one point, but I don't know how it got different. Like all of our history is just fabrication. I believe nothing. So all the stuff they're telling us, like, oh, this was founded. You go look at some of the evidence; it contradicts their history, their official story. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, they settled the Wild West. Well, guess what? There's buildings there older than that Wild West narrative. Like San Francisco, they said it was a ghost town, and they just went there, the 49ers, because they discovered gold. There was a huge metropolis already built out. The whole city, the all of it, undergrounds, everything. So, like, I don't know, man. There's like a whole hidden history that I'm just piecing together. Not just me, but there's a lot of people who are piecing this together that makes you question. It should make you question everything.
Yeah, the hard part is actually like, so we have all these like ancient, we'll call them ancient ruins, you know, ruins from all different, like, it's hard to date the time, like the chronological order that they were built in. You know what I mean? That's the hard part. Like with these stories, like, so we have the so-called mainstream story, and then, but woven within that mainstream story is like people finding this stuff, right? As some original, quote unquote, finding it. It was already there, right? It's almost like, yes, we discovered America, but there was already people there. What, you didn't discover shit. There was already, yeah. Like what did you discover? They discovered you. Like, what are you talking about?
And they use the word founded. Founded, they found it. Literally, they call it found. This building was founded or established. It doesn't say it was built. A lot of times, it doesn't say built in this era. So they're kind of being a little duplicitous. Like they'll tell you up front, but it's duplicitous. They don't straight up tell you that they didn't build it.
All they're doing really is when they say things like that, they're just like incorporating it to the legal system, right? They're like, yeah, we made a register of deeds, and now we're going to register this property. It was already there. Because think about how, like, if there's some unbuilt up land and I want to build a building on it, I have to like go register the land and then take a building permit and then the engineering drawings and like all the stuff you have to do. And now, like, that's a registered building in the register of the deeds. What do you do with buildings that already existed when you incorporated a town? How do you get those in the register of deeds? Think about it. Right? They're already there. Someone like, they're not in the so-called legal system. There's no like official record of their existence because they existed before the place that keeps record was built. So you have to incorporate it somewhere. So you just throw like a cornerstone on it, chisel in a freaking number and say, yeah, this is when it was built. But really that's just like the time it was registered in the legal records. Not when it was actually built, right? You know, so the history is like woven this way, right? So we have these like, I don't know what you would call it, like misidentifications, misinformation, like whatever you want to call it. Like, so it's hard to kind of like sift through all that stuff and figure out like what the truth is. That's really the that's really the problem.
Like, you got a cover story. You got
a yeah, exactly. There's lots of them though. So there's actually, I've actually seen like cover stories of cover stories, right? So you'll have like some cover story from like the 1700s, and then another cover story in the 1800s, and another cover story in the 1900s. Like they keep rewriting the history of some particular structure, right? They keep rewriting it over and over again. Like the people in the 1700s had their narrative, and the people in 1800s had their narrative. You know, right? And it's hard to figure out like where the truth is in all of that.
Impossible.
Yeah.
All you can do is prove they're lying. You can prove that what the official story is false, but it's like, well, when was it actually built? Or we don't. Who knows? Like
I mean, if you go to the official source, they're going to tell you a lie. So it's like, who do you trust?
And then you can't go to the natives either, right? The people that were there before all the the European stuff. Go to the natives,
gone?
Yeah, exactly. They're all dead, and the ones that kept talking, they got killed first, right? This is what I always say: when people colonized, when the Western world colonizes the world, the first thing they do is kill the people that hold knowledge. The people that hold control. Yeah, exactly. Because once you can separate people from their history, you can rewrite their history. Right? So you kill all the old people, you kill all the with diseases, whatever. You kill the knowledge keepers, the shaman, the medicine men, the chiefs. Right? You kill the knowledge people. Boom! You destroy their records, you destroy their books, you destroy any record they have, any connection they have with the past. Now they're like an island alone in the ocean. Right? No connection to the past. No reason to fight the white man because you have no history anymore. Right? Why not just become part of this new society because your society and the memory of it is gone?
See, I don't even buy that story. Oh, the evil white man thing. These cultures were all interacting like that.
I didn't say white man. I just said Western society, the so-called Western civilization as we know it, right? The Enlightenment, the Renaissance, that whole chronological narrative, Copernicus, Galileo, Aristotle, Plato, that narrative that we have of Western civilization. Started with the Greeks, Roman Empire, yada, you know what I'm talking about, yada, yada, that whole narrative, right? Up until the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, the Age of Enlightenment, and then, the Age of Sailing, and then now, right? So,
Mexico had aqueducts, just like you would see in Rome or in parts of Italy, aqueducts. It's like, huh? And they're made of stone. And they have cathedral churches and stuff that are the same architecture, columns, arches. It's like, it was one common, I don't know, it was the old world order. And you wonder why they're called the New World Order, like the people running shit today, because they replaced it.
It's something that's in Japan. It's in Japan and South America or something. Oh, I can't remember what it was. I saw it a couple weeks ago.
Was it like a capital?
The polygonal walls.
I don't know if that was it. I think it was some statue or some relief in the the drawing looked exactly like it. The carving looked exactly identical. It had certain features that looked identical to how they look in might have been Egypt. I can't remember. I saw it a couple weeks ago. But it was like Japan, which is separated by thousands of miles. You know what I mean? It's but the things the motif was identical, looked identical, the way they.
It's how did that get here? That doesn't fit.
Yeah, exactly. Have you seen the thing with the little bag that Graham Hancock has been talking about? All these ancient carvings and for some reason they're all over the world. They're carrying looks like a purse basically.
Yeah, I've seen that thing. Yeah, it looks like a stone purse. It's got a handle and then it's like a little suitcase.
Yeah.
Like a lunchbox. Remember the old lunchbox?
Yeah, they're cross-dressing in ancient times too. What the hell?
I think it's called a Ankh or something like that. Ankh?
The Ankh is the cross. It's the cross with the circle on top. Yeah. So it looks like they're carrying a little handbag. But the thing is, it's found in the oldest, what was it? The oldest depiction of Quetzalcoatl, which is the feathered serpent god. That they thought supposedly, whatever the narrative is, they thought Cortez was this big serpent, whatever. But they've also found it in Tepe in Egypt, stone carvings of some dude carrying or somebody in the picture carrying a bag. It looks like a little purse or something like that, or a lunch pail, or it's really weird, dude.
It's ancient tech. If they depicted us
so
today,
out of place. If it was anything else, you'd be there's nothing to that. But it's dude, why are they carrying? There he goes. Timbo's got it. Yeah, that little bag there, dude. They're cross-dressing purse carriers.
But if they depicted people today, everyone's carrying a cell phone, right? Pretty much, even kids have a cell phone. And what is that? What is that thing in their hand? right?
Fox tricorder, man. What the fuck? Yeah, man. That's just weird, man. Because there's no, like, as far as I know, there's like no like bags like that, like archaeologically found, right? Like little purses or anything weird like that.
It resembles that, but I don't think it could be. Maybe it wasn't that, right? It appears to be that.
Could be a bucket, right? Could be a barrel or a bucket or a piece of
By the way,
pottery
if you guys aren't following the live stream voice text, Timbo just posted.
Yeah, I'm
what you're
looking at
talking about.
Well, what about the? You see, I don't think it's a bracelet, but it almost looks like a watch, as well. So there's that.
Dude, man.
I mean, modern times, it's like, oh, men don't carry a purse. They would call it a merce, right? It's like a man purse, right?
Like
this is like in modern times we call it a briefcase, right? This is where our shit is, right? It's like freaking try to take it away from me. I got all my shit in here in this briefcase.
Oh, he's got 2 watches, man. 2 Rolexes. He was loaded back in the day.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys are talking about the purse, but also the watch as well. Like, what is that all about?
Yeah.
He looks like he's
why are they wearing watches? I mean, I don't. I'm just assuming they didn't have watches back then.
Maybe they had a sundial on his wrist.
Is that feathers behind him? It looks like wings, like angel wings or something.
Yeah. This is from this one is from what do you call it? I think this is like from the Epic of Gilgamesh or something like that. That does look like a watch too if you zoom in
Those
on
big
it.
boom boxes are worth a lot of money now. If you can come across one.
Yeah. That's trippy.
You mean the
No, but yeah, seriously, what do you guys think? Do you think that's a watch or a sundial?
Like a big old school boombox, it's worth thousands of dollars, or at least $1,000 if it's in good shape.
Yeah, my friend had one, probably cost $1,000 back then. It had an alarm on it, bro. It had a motion sensor alarm on it. And
tape deck.
He's got a car battery in it. It was so
4
big.
cassettes, dude. I think it took like 16D batteries or something.
Oh my god.
16D batteries.
You know what that would cost today to buy that many batteries?
Yeah, no doubt. But it had 4 cassettes, dude. You could do the you know we used to tape cassettes, right? So we just copy cassettes. You could
he had 4 tape decks in it.
Yeah, you could copy 2 at a time in like each corner of it. Because you're supposed to like bring it to the beach or whatever, and like people are thieves, so basically you had like a motion detector. If anybody tried to pick it up and like steal it on you, the alarm would go off.
Did you have one where you could like record live radio?
I had that.
Yeah, I had one where you could like record live radio shows. You could.
It was an MP3 player. And it was
it wasn't an MP3 player, but I could hit record on that tape player and use a blank cassette and record freaking live FM radio broadcast.
Yeah, I'd call up a radio station if I needed to get a song on tape. They'd play it and I'd tape it.
Yeah, I did that.
So like, and if you couldn't like afford a cassette, like you'd tape over some shitty commercial cassette by putting tape over the holes.
Yeah, on the end. Yeah.
I used to tape over my brother's music all the time. I got beat up so many times.
By your brother?
The blanks were cheaper. Like they were much cheaper than one with already had music on it.
Yo, he was into hair bands I didn't like, so I was like, I'm taping over a rat, dude.
It's funny how the formats changed. They went from like vinyl records to cassette tapes, or no, 8-track tapes, then cassette tapes, then CDs, and then all digital. Like the what was that thing before the iPhone? What was that thing? The iTunes thing.
Oh, but it's all digital now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then it was just like rare to find a cassette.
Actually,
or a cassette player. You know?
Guess what?
8-track, bro.
8-track. That's what. Yeah, 8-track format. That was for a while.
Yeah, but that wasn't. You couldn't edit 8-track tapes.
Dude, 8-track actually sounded good. I thought 8-track sounded awesome.
It sounded pretty good, and it does sound good because it was designed that way. But with the cassette tapes, after 8-track, you could actually record. You could just pull the tab off and record over.
You put tape on it.
You could listen to a tape and be like, I don't like that. I'm going to record over this shit. You can record an FM radio station, or anything you want to record. They had a microphone built into the boombox or whatever. It has a little pinhole microphone. That was the beginning of the pinhole microphone.
I actually remember before that when you used to have to take the tape recorder and put it up to the radio.
Yeah, you could plug a little microphone on the side. Yeah.
No, you remember the old tape recorders, the square ones? They were just tape recorders. This is before the radio / cassette player. This is just when they were just solo tape recorders and radios. You take the tape recorder, hit record, you hold it up to the radio speaker. That's how we used to.
Yeah, that was great quality.
Right, but it was still a pinhole microphone, right? You had to put play and record at the same time.
Yeah, you could get an external mic though.
I mean, but you could use an external mic as well that you could plug in the side. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to explain to my 11-year-old what it used to take to get a photograph, and he was looking at me like this shit's crazy because he knows nowadays, right? You just push the button, right, and boom, you got a photograph on your camera or your phone or whatever. Not back in the day. You got to take a photo, bring it to the developer. He'll explain how you develop film and then print it, and then right, you took all these photos, all these snapshots, and then you pay $24 back in the early 80s to get 30 photos, and only 2 of them are even usable.
Yeah, see Platter, with the image that Platter just put up, that GIF, see to the left of that play button. That was the record button. If you push both of them at the same time, you can record, and it wouldn't let you record unless you broke the tab on top of that tape.
No, when you break the tab, it doesn't record.
Yeah, you got to put tape. But
you got
to.
My bad. Yeah, you have to put a piece of tape over the top of it to record over it. Yeah, my bad. I remember now. Yeah.
Or you could just break the little thing that's inside the cassette and just record on everything. That not in the cassette player, in the recorder. They have a little thing that feels for whether there's a hole there. You can just snap that off, and
you could clip that off too. Yeah, it just depends. You can just break it off.
Look at that.
It was just like a little hook that came down and said, is this copyrighted material?
I was a cassette tape hacker, man. The only times I had to fix a cassette tape that got eaten with freaking Scotch tape.
Wait, did you sell bootleg freaking shit on the street in Boston?
Oh man, no. Well, I didn't live in Boston back then, but I did sell bootleg everything.
That's the same play button YouTube has.
Remember they had you could buy the double cassettes that were a duplication that would record them. It would record it. The other tape it 2 times.
Oh yeah, I had a whole stereo system where I could just record it while I'm listening to it, and then just recreate the.
Well, they had ones that would do it faster than normal play speed. They would do it at 2 times play.
Yeah, speed. I had that too. Yeah,
dubbing. Yeah, the dubbing. You could put it in the
dubbing. Yeah, I had that. Yeah, you could just hit 2 times, boom, speed through it, flip it over. Second side.
But that was your first piracy when people were pirating music, the copyrighted music, before file sharing.
And they used to whine back then. How do you feel now?
Yeah, remember Metallica? It's going after people.
Remember Napster?
Yeah, Metallica was going after.
I was all about Napster when it first came out, bro. I just freaking, I was on dial-up when Napster came out. I would start a freaking download before I went to work, and then come home and be like, "Oh God,
I had high speed.
Hours and hours worth of music." You know,
I had thousands of songs. I downloaded everything.
It's like I'd start the download before I went.
I remember back in the day when they first made like cassettes that could record the radio. They used to complain then, and then when they made the double cassette players, they complained then about copyright and all that. They just complained. Like I said, well, how do they feel now? Because like almost everything that people listen to is bootleg. Like no one's buying this stuff anymore.
Yeah,
I haven't bought music in I don't know how long.
Well, I mean, do you remember being pissed off at Metallica for bitching about it in front of Congress?
I'm pissed off at Metallica for other reasons.
Yeah, I mean, every reason, but it's just like, it's like, bro, you already knew this was coming. Why the fuck are you going to?
I've been pissed since Dave Mustaine.
Hey, dude, I listened to the first one, Kill 'Em All. I was just listening to that now that you mention it. When they had Cliff Burton. Cliff Burton was like the best bass player you have ever heard, man. He was playing a bass like it was a guitar. He's doing this crazy vibrato, and I'm like, holy shit! I remember
listening to Kill 'Em All. I had the vinyl, and for my graduation present, my mom.
Oh my God, I'd love to hear that on vinyl right now. That would
say that Kill 'Em All vinyl was freaking shit. I just would lay in front of the speakers as loud as possible, listen to Kill 'Em All day.
Yeah, Miggy's got a flat Earth question for us.
I got a question.
Yeah.
It's awesome, man. The stuff in the '80s. But the guy that was in here earlier, the Roll My Boulder guy, was he talking about something specific, or did he need to speak to you, Indio, specifically?
No, he was just. I think he was just. Did he lose his account or something? I don't know. Yeah, all I got was he was in VC check-in, and that's the only thing I got.
Yeah, we know
been missing.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it looks like he's on a new account. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say that you've been missing some spicy content, man. Lately, I guess with the past couple of days, there's been some real knuckleheads coming in here. No, not that guy. Just randos. Been some randos that come in here and just like, earlier today.
I listen on the live stream somewhere, a lot of times, even if I'm not in here. So I've heard some stupidity. Who was the idiot the other day?
You heard the guy that he said that if you balance an egg on a nail at the equator, that proves that the Earth is a globe.
No, I did not hear that.
I got a small little 38-second clip if you'd like to hear him say that. Actually,
I do want to hear that.
Yeah, just give me a moment. I'm gonna cue that thing up. You're gonna be like, the hell?
So first of all, you can balance an egg on a nail on a spinning ball, right? You can get that kind of balance on something rotating 1,000 miles per hour, right? By his logic.
No problem. Just trust the science, man.
You can't even balance a fucking tire on a car that good. You know when they put weights on a tire, when they balance your tire, it ain't spinning nowhere near that fast.
I know. I've balanced tires before. I used to do that. Like when I was a kid, I worked in a part-time in a garage. That was my job, was balancing tires.
And by the way, if Rolling My Boulder, who we've talked to before many times, if he wants to come in here and say the same stuff again, we're not opposed to it. But
all right, I got the clip queued up. I'm gonna go ahead and play it.
Go ahead, brother.
30 seconds.
Rock and roll.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay, I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator, and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
Bro. That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't expect that.
No, he said it was science.
Yikes, man. Did he ever say how that? Did he ever say how balancing an egg on a nail proves a globe?
Yeah, the rotation of the Earth, because that can only be done if the Earth is in motion, because that can only happen on the equator. It's science, according to him.
What? So if the Earth is stationary, that don't happen?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Oh, wow. Yeah. There was somebody in here, Smedley Butler. I wasn't in here, but, man, that person was...
Oh, yeah, that guy was right for the pickings, man, for you, actually.
I mean, I was going to jump in, but his microphone was so bad, I didn't even want to deal with that. Yeah, he was robotic.
Yeah, no, it was garbage. It was really garbage, but, like, he said he had 187 IQ. This guy. That was Smedley Butler. Yeah, I kept using it. Every time he would say something and I would rebut him, I would always say, so this is coming from a person that has 187 IQ. And I would always say that because he was saying that we know the Earth is in motion because relative to the Earth, cats walk on the Earth, cars drive on it, and we know that because those things are in motion, the Earth is in motion. I am not kidding you. And he was
that
like...
doesn't surprise me at all, Miggy, to be honest. People that are pompous and think they're smarter than everybody, they just make wild statements that make no sense.
No, he was like LARPing. Like he was just a run-of-the-mill anti-flat earther, that was trying to hide his identity, basically.
That's the vibes I got from this character.
The guy from last night, Miggy?
He was in today, too. I don't know about
that. Yeah, I know who he's talking about. Yeah,
no, this guy was Smedley Butler. The other guy was Irish Wrathstone. Irish Wrathstone was he was one of those agreeable types that he likes to agree with everything that we say in here just to get along the conversation. No, you're right. You're correct. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's great. And so I hate that, man, because it's like no one's that agreeable to everything. It's just not possible. At some point, you'd be like, oh, well, that's all right. I'm not going to say that's, what I would agree with. Like if somebody's just like doing that, there's something I can just I know there's something not right. So I started to listen to him, keep continuing to agree with him. I was like, dude, just you don't have to. I mean, because he started to say well, it's off the. He said something about it's a checklist that you have to go through to make sure that I don't say nothing incorrect. I'm like, checklist, dude. What are you talking about, man? Then he started to analyze the conversation, like what we were saying, and he's like, well, I just don't want to say the wrong things. You guys get upset, and he started to use the term "you guys," and so there's a lot of little clues to his demeanor that I was starting to pick up on. And as the conversation proceeded, I was like, yeah, this guy, he's all you gotta do is start picking at his Mr. Nice Guy kind of facade, and then the mask will slide off, which I was really good at doing with that guy. Because then he's he got really upset. Is this what you want? Is this what you wanted to hear? I was like, yes, that's what I want. I want you to be real in the conversation.
That's beautiful. I love that. Yeah. You get them so frustrated when you answer all their dumb questions or just expose. Just you expose me.
Yeah, we don't want to talk to persona, dude. We don't want to talk to the actor.
No, we want to talk to real people, man. That's what we're about.
That's it.
We want to talk to the demon that's inside the body.
Yeah, exactly. I want to speak to, and then as soon as that happened, and he was like, "Well, I cussed and everything." I was like, "Yeah, okay," but I mean, still, you didn't present any evidence. I was random because I'm not doing it just for the sake of doing it. I'm actually doing it with a purpose because I want him to actually get to the point where he's frustrated and say, "Okay, this is what I think of you guys, and this is what I think evidence is," and stand on all 10 toes and just say it with his chest. Because instead of it being well, you guys would just say that you don't want to hear this if I say it. I'm like, so just say it.
God, I hate that shit.
Yeah.
I'd give you the evidence, but you would just ignore it.
You would just ignore it, yeah.
That annoys me. I shouldn't say that because now people are going to come in here and do it.
Well, sure, but if they do that, you can tell right off the bat that they're not going to be serious with you.
It tells me they don't have any evidence. That's what it tells me.
Just I would say this, but you just ignore my facts. It's just well, okay, then fuck off.
Yeah, Irish Stone Wrath yesterday was basically, I guess, coming from an academic standpoint as well. He's like, you know, you could hear the snarkiness in his tone, almost as if like he was chuckling like behind, like, oh, yeah, we know that the Earth is, you know, it's a globe, you know, and he's like this little chuckle at the end of like what he's saying, and I hate that smugness, you know, like that snarky, like you just know that they're thumbing their nose up at you, like this is so beneath me, kind of like discussion. And then I was asking him too. I was like, "Well, present the evidence that the Earth is a globe." He's like, "Well, we do specific calculations on fuel for our vehicle if we're going to put fuel in it to know exactly how much we're going to travel off on a great circle course." I'm like, "Cool story, bro." But the secondhand information that you receive from somebody else telling you that the Earth you live on is now a globe, and then you're taking that information and using a mathematical model to then say that, okay, so this model tells me that if I travel on a great circle course, I will need this much fuel if I'm going to start putting, you know, whatever vehicle that I'm going to put fuel in. And then therefore it works that I know exactly how much fuel I'm going to consume. Then the equation turns out to be correct. Therefore the premise of where the information came from is also correct, because how can it be false if it's you know, telling me that I am working off a you know, a model, let's say. And so it's like I was trying to explain to him. I was like, how can you verify that the great circle course that you're talking about happening on a globe is actually the Earth that you're working on? I told him you're superimposing that Earth on the reality of the Earth that you're actually traveling over. So you're thinking you're traveling over a great circle course on a globe, when in reality the equations you have for your fuel that you're putting into your vehicle is just working off a flat and stationary Earth. There's nothing is leading you to the fact that you're traveling over a globe. He's like, yes, it is. And I'm like, he started getting into like defending a point that he doesn't have any information. I was like, well, then just present how you know the Earth's a globe. That's simple. Just why do I have to?
Yeah. So check this out, Miggy. First of all, no one. If you were going to fly somewhere, are you going to put just enough fuel to get there into your airplane? Or are you going to put in maybe a little extra?
Yeah, of course.
You're going to put in just enough. Like, oh, we're going to calculate this great circle route. It says 100 gallons. I'm putting in exactly 100 gallons. If there's a little bit of headwind, I'll just fall out of the sky. Who cares? Like, it's like that claim is so dumb. It's like nobody puts in just enough fuel to get there. They guesstimate how much fuel, and then they're like, okay, let's put in 30% more than that. Right?
Or no fuel at all. The modern planes.
So Mr. Roland, my boulder, is back in the BC if y'all'd like to speak with him.
Oh God. Are you serious?
For sure. Does he have his mic? Roland, my boulder, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, so we are discussing in this server anyway the shape of the Earth conversation. What is your position on that? Do you believe that the Earth is a globe with evidence to back that up, or are you on the fence?
Oh, you don't remember him, Miggy? Roland my old boulder's been here forever, right?
Oh, is he?
Same dude?
I'm not sure.
Are you the same dude? Roland my boulder?
Under a different name?
I don't know about forever. I came about a year ago.
Yeah. Well, I mean, long enough.
I remember that name.
You're not new.
No,
you're not like
not new.
You didn't get here today.
No, not today.
So your position is globe Earth then, if I'm correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay. What was your evidence for the claim of the shape of the Earth being a globe?
You mean what convinced me ever, or what would I offer to you?
What would you offer for the convincing point that the Earth is a globe? What evidence empirically can we test, measure?
Everything together.
Well, so that's like a super
star trails, ships over horizon, fraction, perspective. Take it all together.
Just everything and not one single thing? I can't just say ship.
No, definitely no. No one single thing should convince you of anything. You should demand multiple. You shouldn't be convinced by any one thing.
Two of your things contradict the globe. Two of your statements, the star trails and the perspective, contradict the globe Earth.
Did we lose Roland?
No, I'm here.
Okay. Did you want to rebut that? How he said two things contradict? No. Okay. And why don't you think that what he's saying holds any merit for you to kind of give a rebuttal to it? Because what if it does, and you just like are not looking at that? Is it because you just want to hold on to a belief, or can you stand up and say like, I know why that's incorrect?
I don't know. All he said was two things are like he made a statement, and I assumed he would back it up with something.
Well, no, you gave those as
I'm not
globe
just gonna
evidence.
he can throw things out. I'm not gonna.
No, but you presented it as globe evidence. I say those contradict the globe.
I assume you would point out why.
No, I want. Look, well, I could tell you why, but I'd rather hear why. Why do you think that they prove the Earth is a globe? Because those are distinctive flat Earth proofs. Like perspective, the ship isn't disappearing; it's only disappearing to your perspective. It's not actually going over a curve.
I see. The word perspective is your refuge. I don't know, dude. You will not define the word perspective. I assure you, you won't define it in a way that I can use it in any other context. You're gonna. I don't know. Whatever you do with it. I use perspective the way Michelangelo or whomever artist you like uses it.
That's the same way your eye sees. They slant the angles inward.
I use it. I use perspective.
That's
that
exactly
way
how your eye works.
Only. Yes, I agree. But that's it. That's what perspective is.
The point is something is not disappearing. It's only the perspective of your eye. Is if you look down a roadway, it appears to be narrowing at the horizon, and it comes to a point, like a long hallway or a road, and then you see like the electrical poles. They appear to get shorter and shorter, and everything will converge at the horizon line. That's called your vanishing point. That's where everything converges into one point.
That is exactly what I mean by perspective.
Right. So if you get something that sees beyond that, like a telescope or a camera with a zoom, you'll see that it hasn't actually disappeared. It only disappeared to the perspective of your naked eye, your unaided eye. You can extend it. See, if it was actually curving, you couldn't extend that point. You can't extend it beyond a solid barrier, right? You cannot look over a solid object. So if there was a physical hard horizon, any additional zoom wouldn't help you. You'd still be looking at a physical line.
And it doesn't.
It doesn't. You can see beyond what your naked eye can.
No, you can't.
Of course you can.
Yes. Whoa. Yes, you can see beyond what your naked eye says. And yes,
but if it was a physical barrier,
of the horizon blocks your view. Yes.
But they say over the horizon is a term used, right? If something went over a physical horizon line, there is no zooming past that. You can't zoom around solid objects.
That's why there are no YouTube videos of that happening.
Of course there is. There's
not.
There's videos of people that zoom in on ships that are when the camera's at neutral, and then they can zoom in on it on a ship that's not visible.
Right, of course. I'm very familiar with these videos.
Debunking your claim. You say ships going over the horizon.
Nothing. A good debunk of my claim would be already zoomed in on a ship that was half hidden. It would be already zoomed in. We could see half the ship, and then it would zoom in further, and we would see the whole ship.
But you're missing the point altogether. If something went over, like say if I have a truck and I drive it over a sand dune, right, and we're both in the sand dunes, right?
Right.
Once my truck goes over the top of the hill, there is no zooming in. You could have a 1,000,000 times zoom.
Exactly.
Too bad. I went over the hump. So if the Earth was making that same curve as a sand dune, if it was curving the same way a sand dune does, as a ship went over that curve, there'd be no bringing it back with 1,000,000 times zoom.
Exactly what happens.
But you don't need 1,000,000 times zoom. A ship that has disappeared to your eye only needs more magnification to make it reappear, proving that it didn't go over something.
Who cares about your eye?
All right, dude, you're lost. I can't deal with you.
How am I lost? You're talking about your your truck.
Because
You're talking about your truck going over.
You made a claim.
Then you're talking about the ship going over the.
You made a claim that ships disappearing, right?
You're making this third thing about my eye.
It's perspective. The perspective of your naked eye, right? It appears to disappear to your naked eye.
So,
and then when you add additional magnification, it's there.
Is there a way we could control for my naked eye in both your truck and the ship? Is there a way that
one is a physical barrier and one is not?
Not just for your point of view.
My point I was making.
For both.
Let me tie it together. I made an analogy. I mean, you know what an analogy is, right? If there was a physical curve to the horizon, this is my analogy,
and that you hope will exemplify.
If there was a curve to the horizon. Once something has went over said curve, it is gone forever. There's no zooming in on it.
Much like the dune, right? Much like
that was my analogy, right? Something solid, physical. So if it was, there is no bringing it back. It's impossible. It's gone. So we've already done that to prove that it's not gone. It's just
whether it has or hasn't gone over the quote horizon is not a test that your
there's
eye
no such thing as over the horizon. That's a misnomer. There's no such thing as that.
Your eyeball is not the discerner of whether it has or hasn't.
That was your claim that ships disappear over the horizon, but they can. You said that was one of your proofs that the Earth is a ball. That was one of your 4 proofs. You gave 4. You gave 4 proofs.
And you are misrepresenting it because my eye had nothing to do with it.
Well, how else are you going to observe something without your eyes?
Camera.
Okay, but to see through a camera, you need eyeballs, don't you? You're going to clip it to your brain? Are you going to bypass your eyeballs?
I don't need eyeballs to see through a camera.
You're going to bypass your eyeballs to see something.
What are you, some sort of cyborg?
he's looking through his third eye. Yeah,
I don't have to look through anything. The camera can take a picture whether I'm looking through the camera or not.
How do you see what the camera is seeing?
It renders it. I mean, do you know how JPEGs, PNG?
Right. How do you see anything without your eyeballs? How does it register? If you don't have eyeballs to observe your camera,
so really, this is your point. Your point is like this is
my point is I made a point and then I don't know.
Your point was if
you can't wrap your head around a simple analogy. I made a very simple analogy.
I like your point. A truck and a ship.
No, a sand dune, a physical curve.
The truck goes over a sand dune. The ship
versus an imaginary curve.
Can you just shh? You made a very good point. Truck, sand dune, ship, water. Right. And they work exactly the same way. They work exactly the same way for exactly the same reasons.
Okay.
I like your analogy. It's perfect. And both things
once a ship has disappeared, it should be physically impossible to make it reappear by just adding more magnification. It should be impossible because we can't do it with any other thing. If you drive over a hill with your car, over a sand dune, over anything,
just let's not be tricky. Let's not be tricky. Don't go using.
What do you mean tricky? I'm just saying.
I'm going to clarify.
It was the same.
I'm going to tell you what I mean by tricky. Don't say I could see it with my eye, and then we zoomed in with this camera, and therefore.
On water, right? You can do it. On land, you can't.
Let's just use the camera for everything and leave my eye out of it. That's all. Use the camera, use the exact same camera for the truck sand dune and the water ship. And leave my eye out of it.
You don't understand the difference.
I agree with you.
You don't understand it.
If you can do the same observation in both scenarios, and I agree with you.
Okay.
You are correct.
Well, there's a problem with the one over water. There's a problem because things that appear to disappear they can be brought back into view by just
only when they appeared to disappear with your eye, and then you brought
even
them
to your camera. Say it disappears to my 10x camera. If I take a 20x camera, then I can see it. Like all it does, you increase the angular size of it.
Okay. I could do all these same things with your with your truck on the sand dune.
I could add 1000x zoom. Once it goes over the top of that hill, it's gone for good. You do not see it. All you see is the hill.
Once the ship
you don't see what's on the other side of the hill ever.
And
Never.
Same with the ship. Exactly the same with the ship.
The ship is not doing the same thing.
Yes, it is. Once it's
you can go down the Suez Canal. It's 100 miles long, and you can keep filming the ship driving away.
No, you can't.
Flat.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. You haven't done it.
Maybe not to 100 miles range, but
no, you can't.
Can see.
You could get a telescope. You can
well
zoom
beyond.
as much as you want. You could get a telescope and zoom as much as you want. Once it's gone, it's gone.
No, that's not what. No. Once it's gone
happens.
to a certain zoom level, like your eyeball is at, let's say, 0 zoom, right? It's 1 times or whatever. If you want to see beyond
what
that,
you're saying is not true, and you have no evidence to support it.
dude, there's thousands of videos of people doing this. Thousands.
No,
that's why these cameras became popular.
One in the chat. I'll post it again.
Well, what's your distance to the horizon then, buddy?
How high am I?
Let's call it a foot, 6 foot, whatever. Go with 6.
6 foot. Let's call it 3 miles.
Yep. So can you see this boat goes past 3 miles? Can you still see it after 3 miles? How many miles after?
Can we call it a 1 foot boat?
You're saying it disappears over a horizon and then we can zoom back in on it? That's fucking weird, isn't it?
No, I think once it's over the horizon, it's gone for good. No matter what.
How far does it have to be over the horizon?
It depends a little on how tall the ship is.
Well, we already spoke about that. How tall the ship? Let's call it 40 foot then.
A 40-foot ship. So can we put it at 10 miles? The ship is 10 miles away?
10 miles is 66 feet.
I don't know. I'm saying I'm standing at the water's edge. I'm 6 feet tall.
Yep.
Ship is, you said 40 feet tall?
Yep.
So let's go 20 miles. Let's put the ship 20 miles away.
Yeah, and then you definitely can't see it on your curve, but you can zoom back in on it.
No, you can't.
Have you got any proof of this?
You have any proof that you can?
Yeah, it's in the voice text.
Of that scenario.
In the voice text.
40-foot ship, 20 miles out. Camera
It's got a mast.
6 feet above the water.
Got a mast.
Got a mast?
Yep, you can zoom straight back in on it. You see the bottom of the boat. See the bottom of the boat.
So you're saying that you can. I want that. I want the camera 6 feet above the surface. Ship 40 feet tall, 20 miles out.
Are you looking at the voice text?
It's like a 24-foot
I will
sailboat.
be looking at it.
I will be.
I'm scrolling. Text. The boat zoom 2.
By the way, Indio, I think there was a guy named, not Ron Shekelson, who we have in here right now, but another guy named Ron. The one who was talking about the stars, the blurry star images. Hang on, Rolling. I'm just going to tell Indio something real quick. Yeah, he was also Panto. They were talking about concentric circles with the star trails. And I was talking about how the evidence doesn't support the case that a star starting from its starting position goes back all the way around visually, like in a time-lapse footage. I haven't seen one anyway. And there's a claim that was made by Ron that's saying that, yes, there is. That there's some parts of the world that are 24 hours in darkness that are able to capture this. And I think he said that there is such a video that sees the star go from its original position all the way back around in a circle to its original position once again. It's like, making a complete circle.
Did he prove
I don't know. No, I didn't see one in the live stream voice text, but
the longest I've ever found was like 14 hours.
And right. It could only be north too, yeah?
Yeah,
it was north. It was Finland or something.
But that's kind of what I'm saying, though. If that was ever... I think they mentioned Alaska. I think he was mentioning Alaska and this kind of like scenario of the claim. And I was like, I wanted
Alaska. You'd have to be in like Barrow or something.
Yeah, so I was just asking for the evidence, and I don't think it was produced. But I'm like, if I've seen it, like the time-lapse footage that took you to a place where you saw a star making its complete circular path, then that would be the visual that you would need, for that claim. But I haven't seen something like that yet. And then there was another thing being saying that there's hundreds of videos. There's so many videos. I'm like, I haven't seen one. So I don't know if you guys have something that I haven't seen. But anyway, I guess to the point, if it does get produced, then obviously somebody's talking about it going from its position where you see it at night all the way back around in the time-lapse footage, making concentric circles.
I don't think anybody's ever done that. I looked, and when we were on the old server, I looked for quite a while for one. And the longest I found was 14 hours. And I don't even know if it was 14 hours. I just went by because a 24-hour clock would be a complete circle, right? So it was like little more than half, right? So it was a little more than half a thing. And you can tell because of Polaris, right? Because Polaris is slightly off-center. So Polaris makes it like a semicircle. So that semicircle was like a little bit more than half. I'm guessing 14 hours somewhere in there.
I didn't disagree with that, but then there was the claim, and it sounded a bit more like that. They have some kind of evidence for it. But anyway, I didn't want to jump in because before I forget, and I want to let you know that there is, I guess, according to them, the claim that was made. There is video out there that can support a 24-hour concentric circle of a star making its complete rotational, path in the sky. So.
Well, we have the sun. You could watch the sun do a complete 360 circuit at the far north regions.
Yeah, but it doesn't do that. It's not a circular path like the stars do. What it does, and if you could see it more like in the camera, I guess if you were stationary, you'd be able to say that it doesn't make a circle. It maybe looks a little bit oval, but it's not what we would consider a circle, and so maybe the path is different.
If you got far enough north, you would see, like on the solstice, you would see it at the same relative height. If you were in the north, if you're in the center, in theory, it should work that way.
Right, but then the evidence would need to be verified. So that hasn't been.
We're not going to the North Pole,
as far as the stars go. So, and that's the thing that's laid on the table at the moment with flat earthers saying that this is the case. I'm challenging that. I'm like, if you're saying that this is the case, then produce the evidence to verify that. And then we're all good. I'm not going to be one to be like, oh, I see the video. Now I'm going to be like, still stark against it. I'm like, no, as long as we have evidence to back up the claim, then we are solid. But if there is no evidence, then you can't make a claim like that. You just can't do it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so let me go. Yeah, let me go back to Romy. He posted in the vid. The sailboat hasn't gone over the horizon yet. Yeah. Okay, so the point of this video is that when you're halfway zoomed out, when you're zoomed out, it looks like it's over the horizon, but when you're zoomed in, you can see that the boat is not over the horizon. So that's the point of the video. So let me tell you something. At 20 miles. You should not even see a 40-foot boat. At 20 miles, the boat should be 192 feet. Should be hidden of whatever it is at 20 miles from 6-foot elevation. And the horizon should be 3.2. Yeah, 3 miles away, according to this. Something changed. Hold on, that can't be right. Yeah, 3 miles. Anyway. Still on here rolling my boulder?
Yep. 266.
Yeah. So, you can't just go with looks like, right? You have to take the model and make predictions with it. Right? So you have to go, horizon should be here, boat's here, we should see this much of the boat. Because we know for a fact that there's observations, and I've also made my own personal observation. So there's observations of the horizon being way too far. 10 times too far. You've been in here, I'm sure you've seen the black swan, right? So horizon is 10 times too far away. Supposed to be a mile and 1.2 miles away. It's 10 miles away at least. So you have that. Like, say you saw a ship go over that horizon. The one that's 10 miles away. That's 10 times too far. What would you say then? That the Earth's a globe of 315,000 miles radius? Has a circumference of 1.6 million miles? Is that what the conclusion you would have to draw from that observation? I myself have personally observed the ship go from 6 miles away from me in Boston Harbor and sail out to 30 miles. I watched it the entire time, 3.5 hours, tracked with marinetraffic.com, which uses radar, and the boat never disappeared, ever. This is my personal observation. That first time, go to the ocean. I'm going to see if this Earth is flat. First time, go do observation. I didn't observe no ship over the horizon. So the ship over horizon thing, 99.9% of you people that come into the chat have never went and tried to observe this in reality. You just saw a couple videos on YouTube that show something cut off and you're like, yep, ship over the horizon. But we can demonstrate that on a flat surface.
Well, I would be betting money, but I don't know. I could be proven wrong with this. But dollars to donuts, he hasn't done it.
Yeah, probably not. Just heard about it.
Am I correct, Rolling? You haven't done this? I mean, you're being honest.
I grew up by the ocean. So before I ever thought about flat Earth, globe Earth, or whatever, I was laying there on the sand watching the frigates, and I mean,
that's great. That wasn't.
That's great, and you think you observed that every single time? That every time you went to the beach, you observed the exact same thing every time?
No, but the question was, did you actually do the distance measurement test with this boat that you saw leaving the distance from where you're?
No, when I was growing up on the beach, no, I never.
Yeah, and not just talking about your pure observation. I meant like exactly what Indio did. There was a bit of like measurement to what he's done. Like he's actually taking a look at like
readings, distance, all that stuff, right? So I got the coordinates of the boat.
Yeah, I feel like me and Indio could sort of settle it like gentlemen. Pushing the boundaries, so to speak. Like if it was
what kind of pistols, man?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a. I guess you pick the Beretta, and I'll pick the.
How about this? We'll play Russian roulette with an automatic, and you can go first.
That's gonna be bad for me. Yeah, you win. Case closed.
Yeah. Anyway, serious. I want to play a piece of audio though, because I find your argument humorous, and not because of you. Just listen. I'm only gonna play this for a second.
But we don't claim that the horizon that you see is the geometric horizon.
Now that it's been dismantled, you don't claim that.
Well, we've never claimed that.
You hear that? You gotta get with your Glober friends, because he said you guys have never claimed boats have gone over the horizon.
Damn.
Because the new hotness is the horizon's not physical. It's not the edge of a ball. It's an apparent horizon. So so ships are going over an optical illusion now.
Is that true, Rolling My Boulder? Because when you were talking to Ron Sheckelson just a while ago, you said that it's exactly like the dune that you drive over with your truck. Same thing. No difference. I was listening. So.
Yeah.
It would appear to us in the conversation you sound like you speak against this gentleman that in the audio clip we just heard.
Yeah, because there's these observations where the horizon is way too far, right? It's way too far. So the globe Earth excuse for that is the horizon is being loomed up in that we never see the geometric horizon. We only see an an apparent horizon. That's their word, apparent horizon, which is purely an optical projection of the true horizon, lifted up, refracted, whatever you want to call it.
Is that true, Rolling My Boulder?
I don't know if that's true. Who said about the sand dunes truck? Who was that?
That was Ron. Wolfgang Flat is his name in here.
Wolfgang Flat.
Oh,
okay.
Wolfgang.
I think that was a fantastic analogy. I'd even call it a metaphor. And, you know, there are heat waves over the sand. Heat waves over the roof of a car. So, you know, optical does matter, optical effects or whatever. But once that truck is really, really gone over the sand dune, it's gone. And
the same with the water.
Same thing for the ship. Once the ship is really, really gone over the horizon, it's gone. And all this optical stuff, and let's put a camera 1 foot over the water and let refraction and blah, blah, blah. That's cool. You can do that. But once the ship is really, really gone, it's really, really gone.
Right.
When you're saying really gone, you're just like, you mean you can't see it anymore?
No,
that's what you mean,
not
right?
what I'm saying. Nope.
No, that's not what you're saying. Then when it's
so
really
what do you
gone,
mean by really gone?
Yeah.
What I'm saying by really gone is what I said: 20 miles, 40 miles, something like that. Let's put the ship.
But I just told you
that's my answer.
30 miles away. So I just told you I watched the ship go 30 miles away.
How high were you, and how tall is the ship?
I was at 15 feet above sea level.
Okay, and how tall was the ship?
Probably about 60 feet.
And how?
What's the drop? 420 feet.
And
that's the drop
is that using any refraction, standard refraction, magic refraction? What?
Fucking, I'll just. That's not using any refraction.
Okay.
Okay, so.
But if it's, I'm kind of confused though, Rolling My Boulder. If you were behind the curve, then you said no amount of zoom could bring that back over. Right. So how can anyone ever see that thing again when it's that far away? It wouldn't be able to be seen.
Yeah, good.
That's the
good
issue,
question.
right?
Yeah, good question.
Okay.
So it depends on how tall you are. Like if you're on the water's edge versus on a mountaintop, you'll see farther. That's how the globe is. That's not how flat.
That's how everything is. Yes, it is.
How is that how flat is?
You ever have you ever stood on your tiptoes in a crowd so you can see farther? Why do you do that? Why do you climb a tree to see farther?
Because of globe?
Because of curvature.
Yeah.
Good.
Not because of curvature, Indio. Come on, I'm not that dumb.
Okay,
but
so
the
you know that when we go higher, we can see farther, dude. That's like, it's obvious.
The same geometric reasons.
Yeah, but that's flat, whatever. Okay, let's think about this.
You can't just say
you're lying on your stomach, you're on a basketball court. And you're 2 years old, and you took your toys and you threw them all over the place. They're all over the basketball court. There's a special toy that you can't see it because you're on your stomach. Then you stand up. Now you can see the other end of the basketball court, and that's where your toy is, 90 feet away, sitting under the basketball hoop. Why couldn't you see it before from your stomach?
You could.
No, you couldn't.
Yes, you could.
No, he's.
I mean, it's funny, and we can all laugh and ha ha ha, but
it's funny because you're not.
No, you have misconceptions about how.
Have you done this? Have you put a camera on the basketball court? And
anyone can do this.
We've done these tests, dude. Anyone can do this. Have been done on flat surfaces. They've even been done on small lakes.
No, lakes and basketball courts aren't the same thing because at the lake the water's curved.
Oh, it is.
The basketball court, presumably the floor.
How much curvature is at 1,000 feet?
Not much.
Wait, he just said
there's none, dude. There's no curvature in 1,000 feet. It's like 0.02 millimeters or something, right?
Right, but that's not no. That's not zero.
It's immeasurable. Let's how about that?
Depends on the measurement, right?
Okay.
Come on.
So listen.
Be fair. Zero and not zero is
okay. I'll just do the calculation real quick. What it is?
Okay.
Millimeters.
And what does it mean? So suppose you come up with 1 to the -8 millimeters. Then what?
You're saying on the globe?
I'm just supposed to accept that that's zero because you wish it?
That's a fifth of a mile. It'd be like 2 inches.
I don't know.
There's
I don't even know what the point is. We're talking about toddlers laying on basketball courts
even a toddler knows.
Toys.
Because even a toddler knows that you see farther by being higher.
Toddlers lay on basketball courts having lost toys all the time.
Okay, no. The analogy is because even a toddler knows that if they stand up, they can see more. That's the point.
It's not because
they don't need a calculation. They just know it instinctively. When you get from a higher vantage point.
My counterpoint, Indio, is that when I drop a thing, I have to lay down on the floor, put my eye there, and kind of look to find it. Because from the bird's eye view, the little tiny part I dropped, it's hard to find. But if I lay down flush with the floor, then sometimes I can find it. And I think a lot of us have felt that.
Yeah, but in proximity, you're closer to the item that you lost in proximity.
So sometimes
if it's far away, rolling, that example doesn't work because if that item was let's say...
Maybe none of these examples work. Maybe we shouldn't use analogies.
Rolling. If it was farther away from your proximity, you would not be able to see the thing even if you got down to eye level. It would be harder for you to see. So if it was closer to your proximity and you lower to the ground, you would be able to see it because of how close it is to you. But not if it's far. If it rolled away and it's far away from you, you wouldn't be able to see it. It would be harder for you to see. So that analogy, it doesn't fit because it's just like what he was saying about the basketball court. If a bunch of toys spilled everywhere and one got to the end of the court and you put your eye down to the basketball court, down on the ground, you would not be able to see the toy at the end of that basketball court. And just like you admitted, you said, we're not talking about the flat basketball court like we're talking about curving lake water. So
maybe we push these analogies as far as we can.
Okay, I want to go back to the lake, though. Okay. So the so-called drop on a 1,000-foot lake is 7 millimeters.
Which is not much. That's
okay. How far away is the horizon? Right. So how far away is the horizon from 2 inches above the lake?
I have no idea. Not much.
It's 2,600 feet.
Why are you doing one thing in feet and okay?
Hold on. No, listen, because this is a smaller scale, right?
Yeah,
so
I'm
the reason we're using a 1,000-foot lake is because it can't be hidden by the horizon because the horizon's 2,600 feet away. So if the lake is 1,000 feet long, nothing should ever be obstructed because you're not at the horizon yet.
Wait, that's
right?
Not...
Right? So how can the horizon block something if the lake isn't long enough to even have a horizon? Like, does your bathtub have a horizon?
That's not...
No, think about it. So we're going to use a body of water that should be curving because of gravity, right? That gravity forms things.
A glass of water.
We're not using a glass of water. We're using a body of water.
Okay, a bathtub. Glass of water, bathtub, lake, ocean.
Lake. So this is a lake. It's probably more appropriately called a pond. It's 1,000 feet long.
Okay, that's a pretty big pond. Okay,
so big pond, small lake, tomato, right? Potato. So there should be no horizon on this lake. From 2 inches.
That's not true. Oh, from 2 inches.
Yes, it's 2,600 feet according to the Gold
That's not true either. That's not
okay, so I'm going to post the math in the freaking channel, and you can argue with the mathematics. I'm not going to argue with you about it. Okay, all the formulas are here. All the everything's here.
Hey, I don't dispute it. I just concede everything you post.
Okay. You don't have to concede it. You can tell me where the math is wrong. I'm
already telling you it's not wrong.
Okay. So this says
okay, look.
So from 2 inches, right?
Let me just
2,000 900, and I even added refraction, which I shouldn't have did. So even with the refraction, it's 2,967 feet. If I get rid of refraction, it's let me see.
You
I already know what it is. It's 2,600.
You don't have to.
No, listen.
You're not going to win on technicalities.
It's not about technicalities.
Well, then stop futzing with the calculator.
Okay, so 2,639 feet away from the camera should be the horizon, but the lake is 1,000 feet wrong. So there's no horizon for a ship to go over or anything to go over. There should be no horizon at all.
That's not true. That's not
if
even
the horizon is 2,000
the steel man. What you're saying isn't the steel man of
what
the
are you
globe.
talking about it? This is the globe prediction.
No, it's not.
I just posted the math in the chat. Screenshot.
I see the screenshot.
See where it says horizon?
Okay, maybe that's somebody else's prediction. That's not mine.
So you have a different radius value?
No.
It's the settled radius value for the case of like the metrics of the globe rolling. It's not that you agree with it or disagree with it. That's just what it is. So you either are on the side that the Earth is a globe the size of those metrics, or it's not. Like you'd have to disagree with the size of the Earth being what they're telling us it is, with the radius, diameter, and circumference. Then you would dispute the metrics of the globe itself. You're not disputing with us anymore. You're saying, nah, I'm just not going to accept that. On the merit of what? On what you're saying right now because you don't like it and it doesn't agree with you? Or are you going to dispute the figures that Indio's showing you in a way that you're going to show him that he's doing it wrong? So he's actually showing you from the metrics that this is the way it works out. And
if my horizon distance is wrong, what is the correct horizon distance? And how did you get it?
I guess when you say horizon distance
from an elevation of 2 inches.
Yeah, so these are very, for me, weird observation heights. Like who looks 2 inches above whatever. That's fine.
Well, Steve, we're trying to eliminate a variable.
Let me talk for a second. Fine. We can use sort of weird things, but I guess I need a little like sketch or something because at these sort of unusual distances, like 2 inches above, I want to make sure that I exactly understand what you're saying. I don't want there to be any misunderstanding because 2 inches is very small. And if I'm misunderstanding you in any way, and that could be everything. So maybe draw me a sketch or post one. I'm sure you have one.
A sketch, okay.
Something. What is this? 2 inches and then horizon and 1,000 foot and everything? Just help me make sure.
I got you, dude.
I understand you 100%. Because it would be silly for me to
I posted a diagram.
All right.
So do you understand this diagram?
I've pulled it up. So camera, viewer height.
Yeah, better put your bib on, dude. You're gonna get spoon fed. So here we go.
Okay, I don't mind.
It's fine, dude.
Look, if I'm getting spoon fed, I'm learning. So. Okay, so viewer height is 2 inches.
This is just a diagram.
Yeah. In this diagram, viewer height is 2 inches.
If the viewer height is 2 inches, this is just a general diagram of making an observation on a ball.
A hypothetical ball?
A hypothetical ball. This is how the math works out, right? So you take your eye height, right? And you calculate the horizon distance.
Horizon distance.
Okay. So if we take it we can calculate the horizon from a viewer height of 2 inches, where the horizon should be. Now the purpose we're ignoring
refraction, right?
Refraction doesn't matter because that's not the point of this.
Yeah,
you're trying to anticipate what my point is in anticipation, but you're like doing it wrong because you're not gonna. Because the cause doesn't matter. Because the causal mechanism doesn't matter. You understand that?
No,
the causal. So a boat. Listen. Observations have been made on a 1,000-foot lake, which is no horizon, which I already established. So you see this diagram, right? The observation is happening before the horizon. It can't be over this curve, the other side of the horizon, because it hasn't reached it yet. But the observation shows a radio-controlled boat, and these have been done multiple times. This has been replicated. A radio-controlled boat cut off with half of it gone. By what it looks like a horizon. I'll show it to you. This one. So here's a video. This is just one example. There's many more. I got many more videos of this. So, not this exact same thing with different boats, lights, you name it. It's all been done. It's on a 1,000-foot lake. So you see how that boat's cut off like that, right?
Are you talking about like the?
Yeah, this is like a little RC boat. This is a radio-controlled boat.
Yeah. Dude, look.
But this optical effect.
I'm trying to trap you.
No, listen. This optical effect is on a known flat surface. We know that this can't be part of the curve blocking it because the horizon is freaking twice the length of this lake. This happened at 700 feet. This didn't even happen at 1,000 feet. So this visual effect, you think this can't happen on a flat. The point is, you think this can't happen on a flat surface, and it's been demonstrated that it can. So your hypothesis that the only reason that this is if you watch this whole video, the whole boat disappears. If you want to get to that too, it isn't just half the boat.
I'm just trying to understand what you're saying, dude. Just breathe.
Listen, what I'm trying to say, and I'll make it really clear to you. That the observed phenomenon of seeing a boat sail off into the distance and appear to be cut off bottom first, then more, then the top, then disappearing completely is not an exclusively. It's been demonstrated to happen on a known flat surface. So the hypothesis that this can only be observed on a ball is incorrect, and it's been proven incorrect by demonstration, not theory. Not concepts, demonstration.
Okay, let me see if I get your data here. Let me just see if I understand what you're trying to say. The the lake, your picture and the video don't work well together, so it's hard to reference. It's hard to reference the graphic and the video, but point is that over 2 inches.
The camera's 2 inches above. The camera's 2 inches above the lake level.
Yeah, I got that. Okay. I got that. So the intersection, the green X in your graphic, should be beyond the farthern shore of the lake. Is that a fair statement? Your graphic has a eye camera, a green X marked horizon, and the green X, in the context of the videos below, green X should be beyond the farthern shore.
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to say. I don't know. I think what he's trying to say is that the boat disappears even though it's not supposed to, like, even though the horizon's beyond it.
Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was muted. I was talking to you, but I didn't realize I was muted. So the boat is in between. Sorry. The boat is, so you got the horizon and the camera. The boat is somewhere between there. It's not beyond the horizon. It's in front of it.
So the green X in your graphic is like past the farthern shore, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
actually the lake would only be about halfway to that. It wouldn't even be halfway. It would be like a little more than a third of the way. The entire distance of the lake would be a third of the way to the horizon.
Right. Third of the way. Yeah. Okay. I got you.
Roughly.
Yeah.
Maybe more than a half. No, a third. Something like that. I don't know. Yeah, a third.
So, as a glober, which I am, I would say that the RC boat is obscured by a combination of earth curve. I mean, 2 inches is very, very close to the water. So I'd say it's a combination of earth curve and refraction.
Yeah.
But you say the earth is flat, and here the boat is obscured on the flat earth. Why?
This boat is obscured on, this boat is obscured on a globe. If you think it's a globe, it's obscured on a globe when it shouldn't be.
I'm saying that I live on a globe, and a combination of globe geometry and refraction are causing this.
Well, then you're a tiny earther.
Okay, but you say it's a flat Earth, right? The Earth is flat, or you don't say that?
Actually, I
thought you were a flat earther.
Yeah, it's a flat Earth, dude.
Okay, so why is the boat obscured?
Well, I mean, probably because combination of angular resolution and something called total internal reflection.
How does angular resolution enter into it on such small scale?
Why would scale matter?
That's what angular resolution is.
It makes things look smaller. It doesn't obstruct angular resolution.
Yeah. Okay. Brandon. Okay, so if I have 2 headlights and I have a car that's far away, can I see 2 headlights? Or do I see 1 light?
How about if you have 2 apples far away?
Yeah, that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter because apple, you see a reflected light.
Those 2 apples. Yeah,
that's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Whether it's apples, pears, bananas, frickin' name a fruit, name a frickin' object. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Okay, as long as it's reflecting and not a source.
No. So technically, no, it doesn't matter if it's a source. It's the angular separation of 2 things. Doesn't matter if it's light. Typically, the ray light criterion is done with point sources of light, but an apple is millions of point sources of light, right? So each individual atom, if you believe in the Bohr model of the atom, where frickin' each individual atom absorbs and reflects or re-emits a photon, right?
Are we still talking about the RC?
Hold on, dude. Let me finish, right? So the apple is composed of millions of little point sources of light that you perceive as a whole apple, right? Because you can't see the atoms and you can't see the molecules. And you can, if you're far enough away, you can't even really see the surface of the skin, right? So why is that? Why can't you make out the details? Because the resolving power is not powerful enough. Now, if I take 2 apples and place them right next to each other, and I go far away, those apples are going to appear to merge as if they're 1 apple. But when I was close, see, the better way to think about this is take 1 apple and put one above the other instead of horizontally. Put them vertically, because that's how we're looking at this, right? We're judging the boat vertically, whether it's up or down relative to the horizon. We're not judging it horizontally, right? So if I take 2 apples and I put one above the other and I go far away, they're going to appear like they merged into one another. But what you're seeing is where'd that other apple go? That apple must have went over the horizon. The Earth must be a ball because I only see 1 apple now. And it's the same thing with the light. If you take 2 lights, and they're vertically spaced, and you send them far away, they're going to appear to get closer because when things get far away, the angle gets smaller, right? So the angle separating these lights are going to get smaller. The top one is going to appear to come down into the bottom one. The top one's going to appear to come down into the bottom one, And eventually, you're not going to be able to distinguish the top one from the bottom one, and you're going to go, what happened to that bottom one? Must have went over the curve. That's that's what it will visually look like.
So you posted a video at 45 past the hour, which I haven't clicked on. But there's a point of this. Yes, but it's at 4:24 past the start of the video.
Okay.
And the RC boat is over something. It's got I can't see half of it or more.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
But this is flat.
My point is from that moment in the video, without watching before or after, which I have not, from that moment, from 4:24, there is no way that you could zoom in and see the rest of the boat. Period. End of story. You can't.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Haven't done it. It can't happen. It won't ever happen.
He's talking about magnification. So magnification.
Right. So all this bullshit about Raleigh criterion.
Well, hang on, dude.
Look, Roll my bull. You're trying to conflate two things. Magnification.
424 in that video.
No, rolling. You gotta zoom in. Rolling. Relax, dude. Go ahead, Indio.
Yeah, magnification and angular resolution aren't the same thing, and the ability to zoom in on something doesn't cure it. They're different formulas. They work completely different. Magnification is about the focal length. But angular resolution is about...
We all agree that you could zoom from 424 in that video. You could zoom in, and you'll never see the bottom of the boat.
Look, you can't zoom in on things that are beyond the resolving power of the optic. It's not possible.
Or the horizon.
What are you talking
No, that's just your assumption. That's your assumption. It's
Dude.
not or. It's only. It's not or. It's only.
Look, the point of this.
The resolving power of the eye or the optic that you're using, which in this case is a camera. There's a resolving power that it has that it can't resolve once it goes past that. And it also, you have to there's a few variables that are taking place here. So, and that's what India was talking to you about, but it seems like you just want to negate that and say it's only the thing that you're talking about. And then when he introduced this specific thing, you're like, or it's the thing that we're talking about. It's not or, it's only.
Well, I mean, he's technically rolling my boat. You're arguing against the globe model, and you don't even realize it. Or maybe you do realize it, and you just can't cope with the fact that this boat should be completely visible if the only reason boats are cut off is because of the curvature of the Earth. This boat should be completely visible because it can't be cut off by a horizon it can't be at yet. And if the horizon peers closer... right? It doesn't matter what it appears like. The only point is that here's an optical effect. Here's what we see. A boat is cut off. We know this lake is flat. We know it can't be the curvature of a ball that's 3,959 mile radius, and that this is the physical horizon that this little RC boat is sailing over, that this has to be an optical effect. And the fact that it exists at all disproves that claim that the only reason we see boats do that is because the Earth is a ball. You know this, okay? It's just pure logic. It has nothing to do with anything else. There is an alternative hypothesis. And an alternative hypothesis, I played an audio, that all the Globers agree with, that the horizon is apparent and it's not even a physical location. That's true on on the ball Earth. We don't claim that the horizon is the edge of anything. We've always claimed that the horizon is an optical effect and it isn't apparent, and that what we see depends on the conditions of the air. We've always claimed that. We've never claimed that anything looks any particular way because, magic or whatever it is you guys claim, or because it's a ball, because the horizon's a physical location and shit's going over it. We've never claimed that. We've always claimed the horizon is an optical effect created by numerous things. Partially the angular resolution of the eye, partially the condition of the air, which means refraction, turbulence, heat, you name it, right? Anything that causes an optical effect. And we know this. It's been experimentally demonstrated. There's published papers on it. There's this stuff. There's all these demonstrations by this channel. We know that this visual appearance, right, this observed phenomenon, can happen on not a ball. And it's also been demonstrated on tennis courts and a bunch of other stuff, on freaking driveways and freaking you name it.
What's worse, Indio, is that when you think about like how the Globers even cling to like fairy fog or Fata Morgana, they claim that there is optical phenomena that takes place at a distance that skews the the observer's view at what they see in the far distance.
What's funny, man, like ships go over the horizon, but when they don't, it's a fucking optical illusion. But we can't see the horizon that the ships go over. And like it's just all over the map, right? What they're really saying is, I think it's a ball. Any observation which goes with my preconceived motion makes it a ball. And just like this, you're like, oh, look, the boat's cut off. I can't conceive of any other way a boat can be cut off other than it's a ball. So even if it falsifies my ball of 3,959 mile radius, I love balls so much it's just a smaller ball. I'll take any ball.
You must really like balls, man.
Yeah. It's in the chin nuts, too.
We're gonna go to insults now?
Yeah.
Sad.
Target acquired.
Very sad.
You're the new target in about 2 seconds.
You don't want to be next, Brandon.
My goodness.
You can't be first, but you can be next.
My goodness, rolling my boulder. It must have been months. It's been almost a year since we've spoken, I'll bet.
Yeah, see, I knew he'd been here for a while.
Hi, God Rockin'. And Indio, I never made any bones about it. It's almost exactly a year ago when I showed up.
You got a timer?
No, I
It's
just...
a rotational thing. It's his turn. It's his turn tonight. He got caught up in he signed up for this, and now here he is. Well, congratulations, Mr. Bowler.
Yeah, you said you claim the horizon is physical, so we can measure the size of the ball by measuring the horizon, right?
Roughly, I guess. Sure. Why not?
So we have on a ball of 315,000 mile radius, right? And with a circumference of 1.6 or 1.4 million miles. Well, did the Black Swan in that horizon?
4 million miles. What?
That's the circumference of the Earth.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, it has to be because the horizon's 10 miles away from 1 foot elevation.
Sure.
Well, I mean, if the horizon's physical, that has to be the conclusion. That's the geometry.
Okay.
See, I mean, it's never looks like is never going to be good enough. It's always going to have to be. They claim a specific radius, and it has to match it. And if it doesn't, if you're going to just jump off the specific radius, you know what? Do you know what we
jump
hear?
Off. I don't care about numbers. Go for it.
Yeah, but they have to be. The radius has to be 3,959 miles. Has to be. Can't be any other radius.
Why?
Every single distance calculated off that radius. Every single long distance, between continents, airplanes, the estimated distance between two places on Earth are calculated by using latitude and longitude and calculated radius.
Wait.
Not only that, Indio, their entire solar system depends on.
Let me keep going. I was going to keep going.
But wait, this is how you compute those things? Or
This is how it's computed in navigation.
How do you do it?
I don't. Why would I do that?
Yeah, nobody here pretends that the Earth is a certain distance from the sun.
Yeah,
I don't
want to
care
get
about
to that.
that.
Though.
I was just asking, how do you compute the whatevers that he was Indio?
Look, if I want to go somewhere, right? I get in a car, I fill fucking gas in the tank, and then I start driving. Like, I don't go, oh shit, it's 500 miles now. I'm not going. Like, oh man, I only put enough gas in. Like I got 10 miles short. Oh my god, I'm just stopping because my calculation was wrong. Maybe rolling my boulder was right. Maybe it is a bigger radius.
I mean, that was Christopher Columbus's problem, right?
Christopher Columbus was lost, and his astrolabe has been tested since then. And he was off by 50. He would have been off by 15 miles a day if he used that astrolabe. He was lost. He got found. He didn't discover shit. He got discovered to be lost. By
He never even landed in North America. He landed in the freaking in the islands out.
I can't believe he just brought up Columbus like kindergarten.
Fucking hack, man.
It matters how much gas you put in your tank. You don't want to be like Christopher Columbus, right?
Yeah.
He was using the wind. You're not going to.
Yeah, but does it have anything to do with our distance on Earth from the sun? No,
Yeah, so
of course not.
No, of course.
So okay, so just to go back, right? So they need the radius to calculate the size of an orbit. They need it to calculate the distance to the moon. They need it to calculate the size of the moon. They need it to calculate the distance to the sun, the size of the sun, the distance and orbits of all the planets, the Earth's orbit, the moon's orbit. Then all the stars, all those distances are based upon the radius. Expansion of the universe, yada, yada, yada. The whole story, the entire story, the entire cosmology is based upon
the numbers about Jupiter depend on the radius of Earth.
Yes, they do. I don't think it. I know for a fact.
Yeah, I mean, how could it not be?
I know for a fact, dude.
The light years to Alpha Centauri,
yes,
or whatever, depend on the radius of the Earth.
Yes,
yes,
and the fuel that I put in my car to get to Denver from Miami depends on the radius.
That's a non sequitur.
Oh, I mean, not really because not really because there's topography.
Size of Jupiter, distance to Denver. All of it depends on.
No. Listen, not the distance you actually drive, but the distance that you're going to estimate that you drive. So you'll go, okay, from where I am to Denver is 500 miles.
When you're driving
I'm going to estimate that it's going to take me X amount of hours to get there. If it takes you 3 extra hours or 3 hours, you're not going to call the fucking U.S. Geological Survey to say, hey, it took me 3 hours. Like, you're not going to complain, right?
You guys
how much gas you use depends on your tire inflation, how many hills you drive, the speed you drive, right? Did you wash your car? Like, I mean, there's so many factors that determine gas mileage. How new are your spark plugs? Like, you're not going to complain, oh my God, I freaking used 3 more gallons than I calculated. Holy shit, man. Call NASA. Okay. They're lying.
So how does the number of moons around Jupiter depend on Earth radius?
Around Jupiter.
It really has nothing to do with it. That's a pretend idea. Listen, do you understand about anything about cosmology and calendars and how they're built? Of course, the moons of Jupiter have something to do with the moons of Jupiter have something to do with Jupiter, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's more spiritual. It's more spiritual than it is physical, because you might think, through your math magic idea that it's has something to do with gravity. I mean, it always comes down to gravity, always, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, gravity holds everything together, right?
All right, so
no.
Well, the strong forces can do that.
If that's the case, then show us gravity. Show me the gravity that you.
I have a cup of water. What's holding the water together?
Gravity.
Oh, it's not the electrostatic bonds in the atoms and molecules. It's gravity.
It's gravity.
Wow.
And so you could say,
wow,
you guys
dude,
deny gravity.
They're
going to discount everything that we say, India. He's going to discount everything we say, but saying he can tell everybody, oh, don't even fuck with those guys. They don't believe in gravity.
So atoms and molecules are held together by gravity.
Before I ever, come on.
Atoms and molecules are held together by gravity.
No. All right. See. Now we're getting somewhere.
Nuclear force.
Well, technically, the protons and neutrons are held together by nuclear forces, but the atoms and molecules are held together by electrostatic forces, chemical bonds.
How does that disprove gravity, though? That's just something else.
It's just proving that everything is held together by gravity. Gravity doesn't have to be disproven. It hasn't been proven. So it doesn't have to be disproven.
Well, like, there's a theory of gravity where two masses attract each other, right?
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, but that's been tested in universities.
Oh, it has.
That's been yeah.
Yeah, when was it tested?
Oh, I don't know. If you get like a if you got like an engineering education, it's one of the labs that you do.
Oh yeah, cool.
We've done it at my school.
At my school, there's a lab on how many angels fit on the head of the pin. I did a calculation. It's approximately 2,048.
Angels?
Yeah, angels that fit on the head of a pin. Yeah.
Wow.
I did a calculation, man. I did it in angel engineering school. So yeah, it's true.
Well,
that's how stupid you sound, man.
I'm gonna.
No, it's done in labs. Like everyone can see what's going on.
What's done in labs? Since
the two masses attract each other.
You're convinced by this, Roland.
So you did a calculation, and that proves two masses calculate each other. What did you calculate in the labs?
Yeah, what's done in labs?
Yeah. So okay. So you calculated something, and what did you experimentally test to verify that calculation was accurate?
In the lab.
Well. What did you say?
Would you experimentally test to verify your calculation was accurate?
Well, the what's it called? The force that we calculate between the two masses is what we can use it.
Let's calculate how many times.
Let him finish, Yo-Yo. Let him finish because he's about to shove his foot in his mouth.
All right.
Yeah.
We can get the gravitational constant.
Yeah.
Right. I'm assuming Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me all about the Cavendish experiment because that's where you're going to go with it, right? The Cavendish experiment.
The Cavendish.
You can go into the Schehelian experiment.
I'll just make sure it's in the laboratory.
Brandon, back away from your mic, bro.
Yeah, dude, stop eating your mic.
Sorry.
Put hot sauce on it or something.
Don't steal my.
It tastes good though.
Yeah, don't steal my shine.
We're getting into the Cavendish or whatever.
I mean, this is just like boring, but whatever.
Argument, but I mean, we might as well go through it again.
So you claim we calculate the big G, the gravitational constant, from your calculation. Where did that come from?
No, we get the force between the two, and then we can get G.
Yeah, how? Describe it to me.
Describe what?
Describe it to me. Describe what you did.
Dude, what are you talking about?
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's trying to.
No, he's going to say we. He's going to say we did it. We did it.
No. I'm asking him what he's talking about because 1 second after he finished saying what he said, he doesn't even know what he just said. He's like, "What do you mean? What?"
Yeah, he doesn't.
No, I don't know what he's trying to get at. I don't know why he's asking.
You said that you can calculate G from calculating the force. I'm asking you how you did that.
The Cavendish
experiment. Yeah. Oh, the Cavendish experiment. What is observed in the Cavendish experiment exactly? Tell me.
Force between two masses.
Yeah. How is that force measured?
Anything, bro. I don't know.
You don't know
anything that calculates force between two, or anything that measures force.
Do you don't even know what the Cavendish experiment is? Like, do you know anything about it?
I know it roughly. I don't really.
Roughly.
Haven't studied it.
Do you know what dowsing rods are? Dowsing rods. So it's like they take two bent pieces of metal and they walk around to try and find water. And when the dowsing rods come together, they say they find water. Is that gravity too?
I don't know.
The rods come together because of the attraction of the masses of the dowsing rods.
That's
just how stupid fucking Cavendish is.
That actually kind of works. I've seen some videos where that.
Yeah, I know it works. Maybe it's the masses of the water or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but the torsion bar. I mean, that's what I thought you were going to say about something about the torsion bar.
No. I just like trolling with the dowsing rods because that's how like stupid Cavendish is, man. Because seriously, because you can set up a Cavendish. And you basically flip a coin on whether it'll work or not. And I'm sorry to tell you that, Fada, that the so-called experiment is so unreliable as to be humorous.
That's fine if it's unreliable to you guys.
No, it's unreliable to mainstream science. It's not me. You want a video?
Okay, do you have a citation for that?
Yeah, I got a physicist, PhD, university professor showing how they. What do you mean? No, I don't.
Oh, my fault, bro. I thought you had the PhD. Hey, go on.
The Cavendish experiment is unreliable in every situation. That you can't make it work. That's what I want to say.
I didn't say that. Unreliable as I mean you get spurious results.
Here's what I think about
inconsistent. It's unreliable.
They use it in high schools and lower collegiate observation. Like, let's do a mini.
It's not lower collegiate.
In a classroom. There's just like, oh, well, haven't you all done this before? You know, and when you're doing a science experiment.
I just think it's funny when they cite Cavendish. They don't even know what.
Is it unreliable or does it
a mini Cavendish experiment
no,
right
it's
here
unreliable.
in the classroom?
No, that's not what we do. It's not where we do it.
Really? Well, then how the fuck do you do it?
Well, you know, like 90% of the science. You know, like most of the science comes out of universities, right? Like
So what does that mean?
That's where the labs come from, right?
Well, most of the science comes from the academia.
No, like most of the research comes out of schools.
That's awesome because that's awesome, Father. Because you know what I just posted? Did you see what I just posted? So this guy,
the video.
He teaches, this Cavendish experiment. This guy, this is at a university. It's at Cambridge in England. This guy is a physicist. He teaches physics at the university. He has a scientific grade Cavendish apparatus, and they can't get it to work. And they get so pissed at it, they saw it in fucking half. Okay? So a physicist at a university with a scientific grade, not a chop shop freaking Cavendish experiment, one they bought for like $1,400. And it don't work. Why don't it work? This isn't the only one. I got Christmas bulbs.
Probably because you didn't go to Fauda school. At Fauda school, they do it right. Right, Fauda?
School, like every school, as long as you
Canadian.
Here's another one where it don't work. I mean, I can do this all day, man.
Yeah, but it's just like if you add school upon school, you'll be more understood because you're a scholastic.
Here's another one where they just change the orientation of their so-called masses and then get different results. They don't change the masses, they just change the way they're oriented. So, Brandon, this is what I mean by unreliable.
Here's
four different examples of Cavendish setups. 4 different ones using the same principle. They all get failures, or some like the Christmas bulbs. It shouldn't happen at all.
Yeah, because they're not solid.
Yeah, but that video that you sent, 17 minutes after the hour, it's working.
Wait, are Christmas bulbs solid?
That's the point. It shouldn't work. No, Christmas bulbs are not because they're not heavy enough, dude. Because they don't have enough mass to work. They're Christmas bulbs are hollow glass. You don't get it, dude.
No, I'm not talking about the Christmas bulb. I'm not talking about the Christmas bulb.
Wait, is that something working laterally? I don't even. I'm trying to understand this. Are you talking about
Brandon? Your microphone is getting bad, dude.
Yeah, in the second one, Cavendish experiment time lapse, read the description. It says, due to environmental problems, air conditioning turning on and off, and vent blowing in the apparatus, results from the experiment are compromised.
Yeah, this is not.
Then you got the next one, tilt washer Cavendish experiment. They change the orientation of the washers and get a different result. So the point is that
it says here's a revised, improved version.
Still has nothing to do with gravity.
Yeah, listen, dude. Do you know what cherry picking is?
Yeah.
So you have something you want, right? A result you want, and you keep testing until you get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the whole white swan, black swan bullshit.
No, it's not the what. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what you guys cherry pick.
You think that? Are you serious?
But anyway,
cherry pick from what?
Yeah, that's what he was looking for the entire time. You see what?
What's the sample size? You just fucked up. You just seriously fucked up. Out of how many samples is the black swan cherry picked out of?
I don't know. But
So
there's some times where you can see, sometimes where you can't see, but you guys cherry pick where you can see.
No, once.
No, it's
There's
once it's documented.
Yeah, and there's 13 times. And there's 13 times where it's just like the black swan. And once, so you're the one cherry picking.
Okay, but that still disproves
so once
if it works once.
Once they're hidden.
Well, it's
13 times they're not hidden. Who's cherry picking?
So then you can't use it then if it's
why
because at some point it disproves you, right?
If it's only once,
it's called an anomalous result.
You can't use it either.
He's begging at this point.
No. Listen, now you're trying to move the goalposts. Now we can't use it. Are we cherry picking or not? You're cherry picking.
Okay, we're cherry picking, bro.
No, you're cherry picking. There's no we.
That's what I said.
Dude?
You have 12
points,
and the 13th one kind of destroys it. Anyway, that's so stupid, man.
It's actually more than 13. I just have 13.
Yeah, I mean, there's 113, but he makes himself look like a fool.
I'm talking about the oil rigs. I'm just talking about the oil rigs taken with that guy from that camera from that location. There's 13 videos. There's that one video where it's cut off. Half of that video is one thing, half of it's the other. In all the other videos, every single one, all the observations in all those other videos, which is actually more than 13, show the horizon is too far.
Dude, I bet every single one of us, we could go to that shore and we could actually recreate the same exact video every day.
On top of that, there's Pablo's dog who goes and takes video from the same location or that same harbor in Santa Barbara from the University of California, Santa Barbara's parking lot. He's been doing videos like 2 or 3 a week for about 6 months.
Yeah.
He's taken not just those 2 oil rigs, but 7 others, doing a horizontal pan. All of them should be hidden, and none of them are. That's about frickin', 40 videos. So who the hell's cherry picking?
What globe? What globe? Where's this globe? It only exists in math.
I mean, you just got a lot of balls saying we're cherry picking, especially that. Like, that's just...
It's freaking stupid. Like I was saying, I was just like, when I saw Rolling My Boulder coming in here, bro, hey, man, you're coming in a tough room. Bring your strength.
Well, I mean, he resorted to tiny globe or something. That's not the horizon. This is a new horizon. It's about freaking 600 feet away. I can actually probably change the radius and find out what a 600 foot away horizon, how big that ball is. Well, it's...
You still up in here, Rolling My Boulder?
So, for the horizon to be 700 feet away, the ball would have to have a radius of 300 miles. Thank you. Have a nice day.
300 miles.
Yeah. 300 miles.
Yeah, it took like 30 minutes trying to get pull out a GIF from BLMSB's video, and I actually failed, to try. I downloaded the video, but I just failed for the GIF, but I'll work it out. I'm going to make a really good GIF for one of his videos. It's going to be good. But I was under pressure. Listening to you assholes talk about this, it was just like, I just wanted to scream at this stupid asshole. But yeah, so anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to stay calmer. I don't know.
No, but it's just like, how many times have we banned Rolling My Boulder before? He's You remember this asshole?
Yeah, I
mean,
know.
He's been on. Yeah, I mean, it's just like.
I think he's banned. He's probably on the perma ban list, bro. I know.
He might be, but it seems like I'm a reasonable guy, and it's just like everything he says doesn't make sense at all. So it's just like confusion on top of confusion. Really doesn't even have to do with a lot of things that he says has nothing to do with flat or globe. And so why?
Yeah, man. Moon to Jupiter, prove Earth's a ball, man.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. But a lot of people give me shit. It was just like, shut up, Helio. I was just like, dude, he's saying the moons of Jupiter prove something about the solar system.
So check this out. I was thinking about this morning. No one ever has ever in the history of mankind, nor is there any fake video showing it, has ever seen the complete orbit of one body and around another body. Not even a fake one.
Yes. I'm going to give you an amen on that one. Yes. Dude, I think about that all the time.
So whenever they bring up moons of Jupiter, I'm like, no one's ever seen the moons of Jupiter orbit Jupiter, right? They only see them like go across one
cycle. Some of them disappear. They move back and forth.
Well, for all we know, they're going like a big looping circle right in front of it.
Could be. We don't know.
Ew, that's gross.
Yeah, I mean, Jupiter is, dude. How about you consider this, India? Jupiter, that's a god. I mean, just looking, in the ancient culture, that's a god. But then I don't know how they would have seen the moons of Jupiter, right? But Jupiter was a god to a lot of people, right? I'm not saying you should consider it that
Who
way.
are you talking? Weren't you telling that to somebody and they were like, I don't care what the names are or something?
I know. I mean, shit, I talk about it all the time. So
yeah, like that's not important, right? Like, no, someone was trying to like hand wave dismiss you or something. I think I was listening on YouTube and you brought that up and they were like, I don't care what the other people used to call it. Like, they just didn't care.
I think it's very important, though.
I do too.
Especially when it comes to the moons of Jupiter. Now, in ancient cultures, maybe they didn't have the telescope. They couldn't see the moons, right? And sometimes if you watch the moons of Jupiter, they do disappear and they reappear. Just like our moon, during the new moon phase, completely disappears during the lunar eclipse, right? And if what they claim about the moon being physical, wouldn't you see it approaching the sun? I mean, you definitely would. You definitely would be able to. If it was a physical object, you definitely see that moon approaching the sun during a lunar eclipse. I mean, during a solar eclipse. I'm back. Anyway. But either way, you're going to see both objects. It's a cycle. I mean, even with Jupiter, with the moons, if you're paying attention to what Jupiter has going on, there are several moons there. They move in different positions. Sometimes you see some of them. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird. It's like Jupiter has something to do with us, doesn't it? I mean, is Jupiter a god? One of the gods? Maybe.
But what would like the logical reasoning behind one of Jupiter's moons disappearing be, and then reappearing after a certain amount of time?
I have an idea.
I mean, you have Titan. Titan is one of Jupiter's moons, right? And
I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's different names for Jupiter's.
You think orbits is a logical reason?
And it makes you kind of wonder, like, if they didn't have these telescopes, back in the day, how did they already name the moons of Jupiter?
So let me get this right. Orbits have never been observed. But orbits are a lot.
These ancient cultures already had names of Jupiter's moons.
But that still doesn't explain why the moons disappear and then reappear.
So your reason is orbits, right? That's the reason. Orbits. That's never been observed. Yeah. What if I say something else that's never been observed, and I just fill in my story?
Yeah.
For the orbits.
It's gonna be logical,
I'll just say no, that is logic. It's the same logic, dude. That's what I'm trying to point out. That orbits have never actually been observed in reality.
Why do we see the sun? Why do we see the sun move across the sky?
We do see the sun move across
the
sky every single day.
Because it feels like
why?
That's a metaphysical question. Why?
It's the reason you see the sun move across the sky every day is because it does.
It's because it does. Just because.
Because you're like a child, dude.
That's not an answer.
What do you mean why? That's what a child asks.
Yeah, but because it does is also an answer.
It's the cause.
That's the answer. Because it does is the answer I'd give a child.
Yeah.
What's the cause of it?
Why? Because the sun doesn't have it.
And I feel
the sun doesn't have a motive.
Sitting in a recliner, I'm like, I watch the sun move across the sky every day. I'm like, hell yeah, that sun is a badass motherfucker.
Okay, what's the cause?
What is the cause of it?
Okay, I have a better idea. What experiment can we do to determine the cause of it? Yeah. Thank you very much.
You're not answering that question.
We want to know what causes the sun to move across the sky. I'm going to do an experiment to figure out that cause. How do I do it?
What's the cause? You have to answer. You're not answering
I'm
the
asking
question.
you what experiment I can do.
Well, you don't know.
Well, I'm assuming, like, if you think it's something else, then you must have done that experiment, right? So what's that experiment?
Yeah, if you
you're talking like you have so much.
We're gonna make up stories in our fucking head.
Sure, if you're sitting in a chair and you're just watching the sun rise and sunset, and you have an idea about why you saw the sun rise from the west or from the east and then set in the west. I mean, what? No, I mean, if you had a philosophy
obviously
or an idea about it, let's start from the beginning. Do we have to start from the beginning, India? I don't know.
It's Apollo dragging the sun across the sky. That's what it is.
Well, you're speaking with so much authority that you know. Well, what's the cause of it?
I didn't say I know that. I'm saying there's no experiment that can tell you the cause of that. And because there's no experiment, there's no objective claim.
So we can't use a gyroscope?
Hey, you're just smart. You're as smart as me.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, you're as smart as me, and you're as smart as everyone else in here. When you see the sun move across the sky from the east to the west, if you say, why is the sun moving from the east to the west? You know, that's where we begin. This is babysitter, like freaking original level shit. Now, someone can like come up to you and say, well, the reason that you see this is because you're living on a globe and you're spinning around and you'd be like, God dang, that sounds weird. All right, so I'm living on a globe, and the only reason that I see the sun moving across the sky is I'm moving towards it to the east, and then I'm falling around the globe, and then I see it rise in the east again the next day because I'm still sitting in the same place.
Are you only accounting for one movement, or two, or how many movements are there?
I don't know, if we traced like a path for like Helios' body through space over a week period, it would be all squiggly, swirly, spiraling. Dude, imagine that, dude. Someone like, you know how you've seen like the solar system GIF, right? With them spiraling. Now imagine if they had a person, right? You on there, right? And they just traced your path, spinning ball through.
Yeah, I mean, and that give with the the sun traversing the Milky Way galaxy with the Earth and the sun, moon, and stars, like traveling around, and the solar system traveling around, through the Milky Way galaxy. It's just like, hey, but hey, I'm standing still. I'm here.
The rotations of a tilted Earth with that, dude. It'd be fucking all over the place.
Bro, I mean, don't even get me started on the 23.3.
Yeah, here we go again. I mean, Brandon, like, I understand that you like the heliocentric story, man, but, the facts are the facts. The facts are the stories. Even Copernicus admitted that there's no way to attain the true causes of whatever the celestial bodies are doing.
Well, at the time, there wasn't.
But why is it so hard to believe that?
Why is it different from
a giant fire?
What do we have that Copernicus didn't have?
Spaceships, technology, computers, everything. We have what you're speaking on right now. Are you serious?
Oh my God!
Computers, light bulbs, lights, gas.
Maybe we have this. Maybe we have
telescopes.
I'm talking about.
May I go on? Soda cans.
Great, dude. Great. Yeah, but that's not what I meant, dude. What I meant was for determining the true causes of the celestial phenomena. What do we have now that he didn't have?
Gyroscopes, telescopes.
Oh, a gyroscope. So I can determine the cause of the sun's motion with a gyroscope.
Well, there's no
yes. Actually, Flat Earther did that.
Pardon? Say that again? I didn't hear you.
Flat Earther, Bob Nodell?
Oh, jeez. God, you're not that.
What is he about?
Yeah, that sucks for Flat Earth.
No, you're just a fucking retard, dude.
Oh, God.
No, hold on, dude. So, Brandon, tell me, how do you measure 15 degrees per hour with a single axis gyro?
So, was that a single axis gyro Bob had?
Single axis fiber optic gyro. So, how did he measure 15 degrees per hour with a single axis gyro?
Actually, there's a video of him showing.
I don't hear what he said.
I think it was Nathan Thompson that it was measuring on 3 axes.
Hey, would you be interested if I could show you a video where Bob explained what happened on that Netflix interview? Would you be interested in listening to that? It's about 15 minutes long. Do you want to listen to it?
I'm interested in seeing it. Yeah, can you send me the video?
15 degrees per hour. Is that the sum of the 3 axes?
That measured? Yeah. That measured the 15 degrees, yeah.
I'll post it here, but,
you're just making things up.
You're going to have to watch it. I don't think he'll actually watch it and take it.
Brandon don't care about the fucking truth at all. He'd care less.
I have the video saved, and I share it all the time, just like we all do. Bob's been here several times, explained what happened with the Netflix interview. It doesn't matter what.
So when they put the fiber optic gyro in the vacuum chamber, and it read something like I think it was 6 degrees per hour rotation, did the Earth stop spinning?
They explained that. I think the explanation was it was the ether that did that.
Well, why? What is the Golb explanation? If your hypothesis is gyro measures rotation because the Earth is spinning, if that rotation changes, that means the Earth's rotation had to change, right?
Well, go ahead and post that video. I will definitely watch it.
That's what I thought.
Hey, right? I think you should take time to watch it. I'm posting it in the live stream voice text right now.
Okay, 24. Okay.
All right. So, Bob, if you had the opportunity to talk to Bob, which we have many times about this, what would you ask him? And he's come into this room, same way that you have, and explained it. And I recorded it. So you can listen to that video and get his explanation for it.
Yeah. And the reason Bob says the ether is because, do you know what a fiber optic gyro actually measures?
Motion?
No, it actually measures, well, secondarily, measures a phase shift of light. That's what it measures. It doesn't measure motion per se. But there's all sorts of phenomena that cause phase shift. One being it's called the Aharonov-Bohm effect, where if you put a photon or an electron past what's called a vector potential of electromagnetic field, it'll cause a phase shift. And it doesn't even have to be an inside. So you have an electrical solenoid, which is basically a coil of wire. And outside that coil, there's no magnetic field. Technically, there's no magnetic field. There is mathematically. It's something they said was non-physical called the vector potential. And Aharonov proved that this vector potential can cause the change of phase of light and electrons. Right? And this is exactly what a fiber optic gyro measures. Measures a phase shift from going in one direction to the other. So his claim about the ether is not actually far-fetched. Because the Earth has a moving magnetic field, I hate to tell you. And it's a possibility that could be rotating. So when the field line crosses the direction of the gyro, the light is going in two different directions. So if it's going east to west, would look like it's measuring a rotation, but it's really just the phase of the light's being shifted from being against a moving magnetic field. So what most people don't realize is that a change in a magnetic field creates an electrical current, and a change in electrical current causes a magnetic field. It's the change that causes it. It's not the actual. It's the change or motion.
That doesn't mean it has to be rotating, though, does it? India, it could just be moving.
So yeah, it just has to be moving. And the only reason it's detecting, but all you're doing is you're measuring a phase, like, okay, the light has an optical path which are supposed to be the same length, right? But they're going in counter directions. So one's going clockwise and the other one's going counterclockwise. If you have a magnetic field move across this, you're going to get a phase shift, and it's going to be a phase shift because one's going in one direction. It's moving one way against the magnetic field, and it's moving the other way against the magnetic field because magnetic fields have poles. So one is going to phase shift it in one direction, and one's going to phase shift it in the other direction because of the north and south, right? The magnetic field lines actually have a direction. So you can do this like to do this experimentally. Actually, use like if you have a magnet, right? You can change it by shooting it off one side of the magnet versus the other. Like if I shoot it on the right, it'll get spin up, and if I shoot it on the left, it'll get spin down. It'll change the direction of the magnetic field. Is different depending on which way it's orientated. And I know all this sounds super technical because I'm just describing it, but it's actually super fucking simple. Have you ever seen the diagram of like the field lines of a magnet, right? You'll see them flow out the southern pole into the north pole.
Yeah, the two numpties deafen themselves so they don't have to listen to the nitty gritty.
Yeah. Fuck, dude. What, my space picks? That's really what they want. Just look at this picture. I see curvature from this balloon with this garlic bread. Good enough for me. Earth's the globe.
That guy, M.I. Try, was running around a couple weeks ago pretending he was my sock account. I don't know what his. I was hoping to get him in here to ask him, why would you do that?
That's their tactics.
Like, who are you?
They don't have anything else. Like, what else they got?
Yep.
Yeah, he was paired up. You remember that guy, Mr. Giggles, like the big Fokker?
Yes.
Yeah, he was teamed up with him to go on Geo server, and they were arguing back and forth with each other. And then that guy confessed, yeah, I'm Crit or something along those lines. And I'm like, wow, how cringe are you guys? That is your only proof of the globe. You have nothing left to even discuss. You got a LARP, play action.
So he fake being a flat earther and like fake losing a debate to you, and they like recorded it or something, something like that.
Yeah, he pretended to be me debating Mr. Giggles, which I call him Mr. Giggles because he acts like he's a NASA astronaut or was shortlisted to be a NASA astronaut, and all he would do was open his mic and giggle when flat earthers were talking. So I know he uses lots of names, which is kind of my pet name for him. He was debating Mr. Giggles on GeoServer, then lost the debate, confessed the Earth is a globe, and then identified himself as me.
And he was on voice.
No, text. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got a very distinct voice, Chris.
Yeah, there's no way I could, someone could play me off. They'd have to be a really good voice actor to get it right.
Yeah.
Do you remember one of the first?
I promise to God nobody can fake his voice. I promise.
Well, we know nobody can fake your voice. You're way beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, Crit's voice. I mean, if you could fake Crit's voice, oh my God, now you're a brilliant actor.
Yeah, you wouldn't be in here LARPing as a flat earther. You'd be out there making millions of dollars and voice acting.
I guess it goes for a lot of us here too. I mean, and even why would you spend the money? Let's give him $10,000 to fake Helio's voice or Indio's voice or someone else's voice.
Yeah, I'm gonna find like a random sports Discord, find the team they hate the most, and then I'm gonna pretend to be like on that team. Or no, I'm gonna pretend to be on the Red Sox. I'm really gonna be a Yankees fan. They're like, yeah, I'm really a Yankees fan. I fooled you guys.
I follow you guys.
Yeah, me too.
I can fake an accent. I can fake an accent, but you can't. You're not going to be able to recreate my voice, my original voice. And it's the same thing goes for Indio and all the other members here. Nobody can fake being that person. Weird.
Oh, I get impersonated all the time. So.
Oh yeah. Well, as a matter of fact, don't tell anybody. I recreate God Rockin's persona, and I go to different servers and I act like God Rockin. Don't tell him.
I'm gonna join a knitting server and just bitch about how much I hate it.
Oh. Now remember to spend 18 hours a day there. Don't forget.
Yeah, and make a sock account, and I convinced other
bring back their secrets. Bring back their secret diagrams of the knitting circles.
So, Brandon, did you watch the video then?
I just got through a quarter of it now, and I'm at the part where it says light propagates as a wave, and that's not necessarily true. Sometimes it looks like a particle, sometimes it looks like a wave.
Well, it doesn't matter what light looks like. We only perceive light with our eyes, right?
And sometimes we perceive it as a wave, and sometimes we perceive it as particles.
No, you can't perceive it any other way than you perceive it. Now,
light is light.
Describe it to the double slit experiment did.
All right, go ahead. So with your own eyes, you only perceive it one way.
It's like see-through. It's like glass. You can see through it. You can't see it.
All right, cool. But hold on. Can we agree that light is only perceived with your natural eyes one way? You just see.
It's been seen as a particle, and other times it's been seen.
You don't see it as a particle or a wave. You just see what you see.
No, you see reality. Because of light. You don't see it. You see because of it.
You don't see light. Right. Of course, yeah, you perceive light. I'm just talking about when you the reason you can see is because there is light.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
This is a bit of a red herring, to be honest. The relevant
not a
part
red
of the
herring.
video from Brandon, the relevant part we wanted him to understand from the video was that the gyroscope gave varied readings so far as the rotational rate of a spinning globe.
He says it was the ether that did it, but
yeah, you claimed it as evidence, though. Flat Earther proved rotation.
Wait, what is the name of the ether? I can't find it online. I don't know.
Luminous. I can't remember. I can't say that word. Luminous. EITHER. I think it's spelled. I'm not sure. Ether.
It's AETHER.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with what does that have to do with visual perception?
No, I just want to. I've never heard of it before. I just want to read about it.
I've heard about it quite a bit, but I'm just not understanding where light is involved in ether. I do, but I'm just. I want to see where you guys are going with this, because as far as visual light, what you can see, if you're not blind, which a lot of people are. I mean, there's not very many people. Most of the population of Earth can see with their own eyes. Some are, can't see everything all the time. Dude, I actually have presbyopia. You know what that is? Presbyopia. I'm going to be 50 years old in June, and so I have to wear reading glasses to read something up close. But for the most part, my vision is pretty good. So tell me about this. What you guys are talking about? We're getting into the ether now, right?
No, I just want to know what it's called. I can't.
Well, it's AETHER. I mean, I think he just spelled it out for you.
Well, no, that's just the ether. But what is the ether? Like, it says something luminous. Something.
You tell me. Go ahead.
No, that's what I'm trying to. What is it called? What's the name of it?
I think it is.
Can you give me the full name of the ether? Like, I just want to do research on it. I don't even know what it is. It's my first time I'm hearing it.
Yeah, I've heard about it before. I'm just wondering if someone else wants to talk about it. I can expound on it, but I won't.
Wait, so what is it called? What is it called? What is it called?
The fabric. I would call it the fabric of the universe, but I'm not going to expound on it. I want you guys to freaking talk about it.
No, I don't think you understand my question. Like, I'm just trying to get the name of the ether. Luminous something ether? Is that what it's called?
Luminiferous.
Yeah.
That's what some people call it. No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you guys talk about it. I want to hear more. You guys talk about it.
Luminiferous ether.
I don't know what it is either, so I would like to know exactly what it is.
Luminiferous means to emit light, so they're saying luminiferous ether. That means ether emitting light.
Well, no, I just never heard about it. I just wanted to know the name of it so I could read about it.
Oh, well, I can send some links while you guys expound on the luminiferous ether. Witsit jumped in for didn't he jump in for 2 minutes? He's like, I'm here and now I'm gone. Which is cool, but he got a new baby and him and Kai. That was so cool that Kai jumped in. I didn't even know it was her. That was so freaking fun.
Yeah, I verified her.
Yeah, I was like, oh God. And then she came in, talked and then she started talking about, the medical stuff. No, you can't talk about it. And then I realized it was her. But still can't talk about it in here. But anyway, but Kai's set up on her new account here. Congratulations on your new baby.
I feel bad because She had the name KYS, the limit, and I was like, sus name.
Oh, it's sky's the limit. That's why I didn't recognize. After I realized it, I recognized her voice. And I was like, "Oh my god, I should have known."
At first, it was KYS in the chat, and I said sus name, and then she goes, "Oh," and she changed it. She changed it to SKI.
She did that shit on purpose, though. She was.
I know. I didn't realize. I thought it was a trolley name.
Yeah, me too. She did that shit on purpose to fuck with us. It's okay. It's okay. Once I figured it out, I was just like, oh, okay, you're kind. All right, let's hook her. And it was right when Indio came in, and after we'd been talking to her for a little bit, I was like, oh, damn, it's you, Kai? All right, well, Indio, can you hook her up with the rolls? And so yeah, sky's the limit. I mean, she might change it here, in the near future, but yeah, Kai's brand new mother and Witsit brand new daddy. Congratulations. Good stuff. Where were we?
I think ether was the subject.
Oh, ether. Yeah. I mean, would it be ETHER or AETHER? Which one? Is there a difference? I think there is, but
I think one is the drink from Mexico. Yeah, but it's spelled differently. I think, or I thought that's what you meant.
Yeah. Ether is more ethereal, right?
Yeah, ether hasn't been proven, to be fair.
Well, it also can't be proven because it's more like on a spiritual dynamic, which it can be proven by spiritual people through the aspect of existing as humans, right? Humans can experience ether and know that we are.
Well, it's the kind of thing where, can't measure it from within it.
Yeah.
Because if the ether exists, we're inside of it. So, how do you measure the ether from within inside the ether? You probably got to be outside of it. Right? You have to be in a place where ether doesn't exist to distinguish it from... Because they're trying to distinguish it from all other things, right? There's this thing, it's called ether. It's different than everything else. But if everything has penetrated by it, then how do you distinguish it? Because you're going to find it in everything.
So like that dude last night was just like, all right.
It's like trying to find the water within water. You know what I mean?
And the dude last night was like, hey, how do you know this exists? I was like, well, I don't necessarily know everything, but I know God did it, or he's like, how do you explain creation? I was like, well, God, And he was like, oh, see, that's what I'm saying. He's like, you guys believe in God? And I was like, well, I don't have to believe in God. It's right there in front of your face,
Amazing how offended people get nowadays by the idea of God, dude. How it's like an insult to him. It's so weird for me. It's just weird.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Isn't it?
It's just
nowadays, dude, it's just weird. How people are revolted by the idea of a creator. They're just revolted by it.
I know,
it's associated with
and then it was a simple, a few minutes. It's like I knew you were going to say that. I was like, well, where did you come from? Is your Big Bang idea your creation story? Where did that come from? It's just like, what the fuck? It's the same fucking... It's the same idea. I mean, it's like, well, at least I have an absence of God in my creation story. It's like, okay, well, good luck with that.
Yeah. Just give me one free miracle. I can explain the universe with one free miracle.
One free miracle. It's like a fucking game show.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's going to take more than one.
Yeah, especially when we have all the evidence of creation on our side.
Yeah, I mean, good heavens. One free miracle is not going to be near enough.
Yeah, you're right. It's more than one. You're going to need a few.
Isn't that the ultimate irony, though, that these people are so revolted by religion, are the most religious generation ever?
It's not even religion, though. It's just the idea of a creator. They're offended by deism, period. It's fucking... I could, like I said, if you're like, hey, I don't like the Catholic Church, I don't like the Episcopalians, I don't like the Jews, the Muslims, like, I don't like those religions, fine. But, like, when you just, like, generically say, yeah, the universe was created, they're just offended by that. Like, without even making a claim about the nature of God or anything, or the nature of the creator, or anything about it. They just don't even like that idea. But if you said it was like a teenager alien and we're in a simulation, there's no problem with that. Or if the universe came from, what came before the Big Bang? Well, that was the multiverse. And they'll spew on and channeling their inner Rick and Morty, right? Saying, like, it's the multiverse.
Nailed that fucking Rick and Morty mentality.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it's weird. It's just weird to me. I don't know.
I'm with you on that. It is weird. I mean, why would... What?
Dude, well, like, just all of human experience is like, the cause and effect thing, that everything always created from something, it came from something else, but they're like, not that. Like, not everything.
Right.
Just everything after that.
I mean, on that point, I mean, they'll say, well, they'll agree with the scientists up to a certain point, but guess what? The quote unquote scientists are creationists. And so they make up their own idea about creation, and they'll, but the bubble scientists are creationists ultimately, but the bubble goes back down into the colleges or whatever. It's like, I don't want creation to be true. It's like, wait, which idea of creation do you think is real? I mean, it's like, obviously we didn't come from anywhere, just like accident. We're not happening here on accident. We're conscious human beings here. We didn't happen on accident. So this is it's so stupid.
Funny thing I heard a rabbi say that he tells atheists was, he says, that God that you don't believe in? I don't believe in him either.
Yeah, me too. Hashtag me too on that one.
Because their idea of an atheist idea, they have their own idea of what God isn't, right? Like what they think you think God is. Like, no, I don't believe in him either, man.
Holy moly, this is getting
that's what
my God is completely different than the God you don't believe
last night. I was just like, he's like, well, what do you think? I said, well, God did it, and he's like, oh, see, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, well, how do you think it happened? And he's just like, so just like upset. I was like, bro, you have consciousness, don't you? I'm like, which God are you talking about? I mean, where did this when did it happen, or where, or how did this come about, where we can actually speak to each other and have an open dialogue? I'm just like, bro, you're maybe you're under or overthinking it. You know what I mean?
Just tell them evolution created a human belief in God. They'll just spiral right out of there.
The white room in the show Matrix, where they show up and they're just standing in the white room. There's nothing around them, no floor, no ceiling, no nothing. Is that when there's no God?
Yeah.
because that's the only that's the only result of no God is this white nothingness. I mean, or it could all be black, I guess.
Yeah, your choice, white or black. Well, I mean, they act like the scientists that they believe in, right? That kind of like, because they believe like in science, like, science over God. Well, all the people that came up with the so-called science, they all believed in God. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, they had some crazy nut job ideas too, didn't they, about God and stuff? Like, Newton was a bit of a nutcase, really.
Newton would be like the religious right? They'd be burning him alive right now. Like,
didn't he ingest mercury or something?
Yeah, that was good for you.
I mean, can you imagine what kind of a brain the guy had, how well it was functioning with this, electrical connecting fluid flowing through his brain? I mean, there must have been wires crossing every which way all the time. You see, his brain must have been like a ball, like a sparkler in there going on. Who knows what's going on? Holy shit.
He died young, right? Because he needed like a heat sink to cool off his head because he had too much stuff going on in there.
Probably.
What if mercury made you temporarily like a super genius before it killed you? You think people would eat it?
Nah, probably. Probably.
Yeah, probably. Freaking people eat Tide Pods for no reason, so.
You could give people a lesser reason to ingest mercury and they would do it, so.
Yeah, they would just do it to be internet famous.
Yeah. Mercury challenge.
A mercury challenge, yeah, I was about to say that.
Better stop.
Oh, I'm almost tempted to open a TikTok account and start it.
Oh, shit.
Oh, that's insidious.
Oh, that might catch on. Be careful.
How to get rid of Globers.
They're already getting some mercury.
That's true. Average human is like a walking chemical stockpile at this point.
Newton also played with dolls and he had a massive doll collection. He never got married. Supposedly never had any romantic relationship with anyone.
Died a virgin.
He's the incel.
And a hypochondriac. She lived during the plague. Newton was a hypochondriac. He locked himself.
Oh boy. What else? He was everything, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was just someone that, people, we all know that, some people with mental disorders have, they're geniuses, but they,
Yeah, in their own minds.
But, his claim to fame is a load of shit anyway, so why are we marrying him as a genius?
Well, because he made his claim to fame, but he also denounced it, so,
Yeah, he was embarrassed by it.
That's true, yeah.
Don't describe this to me. Anybody in their right mind that thinks a body can act with another body at a great distance has got to be out of their freaking mind. He said something like that, I think. Didn't he?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
That's a good paraphrase.
Yeah, through a vacuum. He thought that there needed to be some sort of medium, right?
To transfer the energy for us, whatever you want to call it.
Well, that's kind of holds true to some degree, doesn't it?
He didn't believe in invisible rubber bands. Because of philosophical reasons, just because he knew that was because he was trained in natural philosophy. He did he was pre modern science, where he kind of invented to a degree the mathematical physics, right? So he invented that, but that's mathematical physics is philosophically empty because it's just a mathematical model to describe reality. It's not really an explanation. I mean, now they claim there's explanations, but that's because they're like making little stories to explain the variables, right? X is this blah blah blah, and Y is this blah blah blah, and they make a little story. Getting annoying, the DMs I'm getting about you.
Yes, you and me talked like a little while ago.
Yeah, and
apparently, if any Glober talks to you, then that person should be DM'd with the thoughts of every other Glober ever.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
And what is what are those thoughts?
I'm sure.
Who's in your DMs?
And what are those thoughts, Rolling Boulder? What kind of thoughts are you talking about?
Shut that bitch up. Why are you agreeing with anything he said? The Earth is a fucking globe.
Must be the YouTube crowd.
Yeah.
Continue. I'm enjoying this.
I didn't sign up for that.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's your people, buddy.
You sort of did. They're your buddies and pals now.
They're not my buddies.
Oh yeah, they are. They're in the YouTube chat every day, all year round, man.
Well, are we your buddies, then, Boulder? Do you consider us your buddies?
Not really, no.
Like so, like in a prison, right?
You're pretty.
You have so
in a prison. In a prison, I get Indio. I want Indio.
Yeah,
that's it. Done.
You'll do good, man. We'll be pimping the bitches. No, so check this out. In a prison, right, you have the guards that are there, but they got to change shifts. So they change shifts in the prison. There's a shift change. If they do it in the prison, they don't like all the guards don't leave and then the new guards show up, right? So the new guards show up first and then they change shifts in the prison and the guards that were there leave. So that's what they do in the YouTube chat, the crazy Globers that like haunt the YouTube chat. They literally change shifts in the YouTube chat. It's scary, dude. Like you probably think I'm making it up, but I've seen I've seen it. You've seen it? Like a new crew of Globers comes in and they all say bye and they like change shifts, dude. It's like the weirdest thing, man.
Yeah, but it's like it could be deep in whatever bullshit they're spouting, and then they call out a name of one of their fucking colleagues, and they show up. You know,
at this point,
and then that person, the original person, disappears. It's ridiculous, man.
At this point, I could believe it was all AI. I mean, it's fucking weird. This day is a strange day.
I mean, but I've seen like there'll be Globers in there, like 3 or 4 of them. They'll be in there for 8 hours, and after 8 hours, like 3 more will show up and be like, "Hey, man, haven't seen you in a long time. Yeah, I'm getting off. Blah 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 blah." Like, and they're all saying they're changing shifts, man. Like literally. And then the 3 new ones sit there and troll the stream for another 8 hours. Then when they're done, another shift change.
Wow, this is all of a sudden making sense.
Oh, yeah. You never saw that, Gold Rocker.
What's that?
It's in the YouTube chat. It happens. It's
well, all right. That's all fine.
This magical phenomenon.
But like, if a Glober comes and talks to Indio, that does not mean that a Glober wants to be DM'd for everybody that's scared to talk to Indio.
Well, I mean, people DMing you might be banned, so that's
to the YouTube folks and everyone else. Just because I'm talking to Indio doesn't mean I want to
talk to them too.
Yeah. If you've got something to say to Indio, why don't you tell Indio?
They might be banned. I mean, I ban a lot of people. Well, not in a while. I used to ban a lot of people. It's a lot less now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, don't go through me. If you've got something to say to him, be brave. He's not that scary. Jesus.
If it is them guys, they'll never be in here.
I was actually nice to you, Roll My Boulder. I probably could be scary.
Isn't that something to think that all the Globers think Indio's scary? Oh my gosh, they're never going to come in now.
Fucking Indio's terrifying, bro. Man, if you're a Glober.
Yeah. I'm a meanie.
Okay, well, look. Whether Indio's a meanie or not, I am not the champion of every disenfranchised Glober out there. So fuck off. Not to you, Indio.
We know what you meant.
Look, in their eyes, the more you talk to Indio, the higher the chance you're going to fall out of their cult, and they can't be having that. They're not going to come in here and prove the globe. There is no proofs of the globe. It doesn't exist. But they're just going to dissuade minds from interacting with the people that's going to demonstrate the globe doesn't exist.
I mean, I've already proved the globe, so...
Yeah, you proved, what was it, a 300-kilometer Earth radius or a 300-mile Earth radius?
Yeah, something like that.
What? Where? When? I mean, in my mind...
When I showed... what
This conversation...
Oh, is this tiny Earth?
Yeah, it's a tiny Earth, man, because...
When you break it down, it's very simple. Very simple. Go ahead. Indeed.
Was it mathematical proof? Was it just numbers on papers, or was it?
No, he said that little RC boat was getting blocked by the horizon because the Earth is curved, and that the only way the horizon could be 700 feet away is if the Earth was a globe of 300-mile radius.
Sure, we can do this in 5 minutes if you actually were
really.
I don't like any of those
real information. If you're conducive and subjected to real information, we can make this very simple, very fast.
Are you really certain that what blocks the RC boat is a physical horizon?
Probably.
Oh, that's on you, Indio. He's asking you about the RC boat. That's you.
No, I'm asking Boulder.
No, he's asking me, and yeah, probably.
Physical Earth curvature.
Yeah.
It has to be.
I'm not. I don't.
Was it
this whole like
900
this whole
feet
the
away or
horizons
something?
and optical thing and
700.
physical thing. That's not me.
700.
I think the horizon's physical.
All the time.
That's impressive.
The horizon is physical by definition, or by your own personal definition?
By simple, logical, common sense.
All right.
So how much curvature?
I don't actually.
Definition of horizon.
You know how ironic that statement you just made is? Since a field of common sense is a logical fallacy, that's hilarious.
From way back when I first saw the Netflix documentary and became aware that flat Earth was a thing, I've actually never, up until right now, I've never understood this. Is the horizon physical or optical thing?
Really? So it's taking you.
That's the new hotness.
Actually, consider it.
I've both sides, whatever side, globe, flat, whatever. I've never understood the.
How about we start over then? How about you ask us some genuine questions about it, and then we can move forward from there. Since now you understand that the horizon, by definition, is not physical by any standard.
Wait, what?
So what do you think about the GIF in the chat?
In the chat. Oh, I've seen that many times. That was a favorite of oh, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, is the horizon physical here?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's happening? There's a water level changing?
So a thing can be both. I mean, let me just, before you laugh, and give me one chance. Give me one chance.
Go for it.
I'm trying to hold it back.
A nice sunny summer day. I look over the hood of the car, and it's all wavy.
That's not physical.
Just listen. Shh. You said you'd give me a chance.
Oh my God!
Sorry, so sorry.
To me, the hood of the car is physical, and the wavy stuff that I see is I guess optical, physical, whatever. They're both. Like the hood of the car is real, and the effects of light traveling is also real. They're both real. So I don't get it. To me, the horizon is the same thing. You've got the hood of the car, and you've got other stuff. You've got both.
But
Never
can you
understood
touch that other stuff? Can you actually touch it and put it in a bag, like you can the roof, like you can the hood of the car?
So like in the hood of the car example, can I touch the heat coming off of it? No, I can't.
So check this out. If there's something behind that wavy stuff, and the wavy stuff is in front of it, will you see the thing behind it, or will it appear to be cut off?
There's something.
Can you see the wave through the wavy stuff?
Sort of. It's wavy.
Well, it looks like to me that horizon or that blue line.
That's the whole point. Like the hood of the car is physical.
You can't see
whether I can see over the hood of the car or not depends on the wavy shit. Just depends. Yeah. Yes. No. Maybe. The hood of the car is physical.
Well, yeah. The question. That other stuff
doesn't matter that there are optical things happening in addition. Like the hood of the car is physical, whether or not.
Are you under the impression
extremely pedantic
that there could be optical phenomena near the horizon?
Well, okay. Humor me. What is the globe?
I'm not going to fucking humor you. What is the horizon? What is it?
I've never understood the Glober claim about this optical horizon shit. What is
their technical term is apparent horizon.
What does that mean? I've never understood what the Globers are saying about that.
It's apparent. It's where the horizon appears to be, but that's not where it physically is, like in the geometric sense.
So like in the hot day summer car hood, wavy air above it, which we all know, the Globers are saying a car is optical?
The HUD that you're looking at probably isn't the exact location of the hood.
So the Globers agree that the hood is real.
Oh.
Yeah, the hood is real, but if we took like something like a measuring tape from your eye where it appeared to be, wouldn't be the like location of it.
Okay, and then the flat Earth people are saying that the hood is not real.
Hold on, I mean, it depends.
No, we're saying your hood is flat, not curved.
Say you're in the Rocky Mountains. And when you see the horizon, there is no. You just see the top edge of the mountain. You know, maybe you're on a flat part of Colorado or whatever, but you see the mountains in the distance. So that's the horizon. That's as far as you can see, and the top of the mountains. And you see the sun set to the west over the mountains, right? So that's the horizon. But that's land. But if you're say you're standing in Santa Barbara, you know, where the black swan image or whatever, what the oil is, whatever, or doesn't matter. Which part of the west or east coast. I mean, you can, if you're on the east coast, you can watch.
Let's go with black swan. Black swan.
The horizon over the ocean is a different type of horizon, right? Now, of course, you're going to
why
different. Well, if you're landlocked and you can see the horizon, you can't see the horizon over land the same way you do when you're standing on the shoreline of the ocean.
Why not?
Because it's claimed that the horizon is the physical limitation to your view due to Earth curvature.
Yeah, but why does water, dirt make any difference?
I'm not really sure where Helio was going with that.
You shouldn't even be in this conversation.
You said, Helio. You said if I'm in
it, but if you don't think there's a difference between you standing in Colorado and watching the sunset over the Rocky Mountains, and the difference between you standing on the and watching the sunset while you're in Southern California, I don't think we can help you with that.
Okay, but forget about what I think. Why do you think those are different?
I don't have to think about it. I know the difference.
No, I don't agree with Helio there. There is no
really
different horizon.
Different.
It's an optical phenomenon based on the conditions.
Sure, because the horizon is
your
not
location and whatever's in it, and
sure.
That's
the horizon is defined by.
Changing.
Yeah,
is talking about a geographical horizon.
I mean, if you're standing,
he's talking about physical obstruction. Oh, okay.
If you're standing in the east and watching the sun go over a mountain range, that's totally different than seeing it, disappear, or the sunset over the ocean. That's fucking totally different.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I get what
you all you want, but there's a big difference.
Yeah, you're talking about physical obstruction.
Which actually absolutely proves that the sun is not 93 million miles away. It's over there. Over there. Over there. Send the word over there. The Yanks are coming. The Yanks are coming.
Oh, wonderful.
I don't even understand why that's a big deal. Why people say it would be different. Why it's not different. It's like if you're in the Colorado mountain range, you see the sunset over mountains, and then you see the sunset from the ocean in Southern California. What's different? There's land in the way. That's why you see the sunset, right? But when you're watching the sunset in California, what's in the way?
Okay, I got a question for you, Boulder. Answer this for me, please. That photo, that gift they just showed you, where the water was going up and down, up and down, up and down, and so we're at different times of day or whatever. It's like time-lapse photography or whatever it was. So let's say you put someone on the beach behind them, the beach that's getting obscured and then not obscured, then obscured, then not obscured. You put someone on that beach with a telescope, and you shine it, and you focus it in on a boat that's on that water that's going up and going down and going up and down throughout these different times, where 1 minute it's up here, the next minute it's down there. Do you think that the person on the other behind you on the beach that you're looking at is focused in? It's got crosshairs like a shot, like a gun. You got your crosshairs right on that boat. Do you think that boat is going to go up and down in those crosshairs? Well, as those different things, as the water goes up and down from the other side, as you're viewing it in a completely 180 degrees different direction, and the direction it's being filmed, say there's a boat on that water and you're watching it go up and down, up and down, up and down with the water. Do you think the guy on the beach on the other side, he's got his crosshairs right on that boat? Do you think that boat's going to be going up and down, on the crosshairs, off the crosshairs, above the crosshairs, below the crosshairs, wherever, up and down, up and down, up and down, like the water was doing? Or do you think it's going to be relatively still? It's going to stay in the crosshairs? Hello?
Hey, God Rocker, you're referring to the gift that obviously be posted there. Because there's two lines there. Yeah, that's Skunk Bay, I think is what they call it. Skunk Bay footage. Yeah. So the top line there, the white line at the top, that's where the horizon is.
Yeah, well, you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, if you're looking at it from the beach over there, you got a telescope with crosshairs on it, and you're looking at a boat that's sitting on that water, and from the other side, they're filming this whatever's going on with the water going up and down, up and down, up and down, because of the optical, effects that are going on. Do you think the boat is?
I'm going to tell you what's happening.
I know what's happening. I want to know what Boulder. I want to know if Boulder thinks that boat is going to be going up and down from the other side, zoomed in with the crosshairs.
Hey, I'm going to give you a secret. I'm going to give you a secret. God Rugged, it's the R word.
That's I want to know if the boat's going to be moving up and down inside of from a scope on the other
So
side.
that's
reminds me of, like, my
that's
favorite video.
refraction. That's refraction.
I don't think the boat would move. I don't think you could zoom in with your crosshairs, and it might move with the tides a little bit up and a little bit down. But the difference that we were seeing from the other side, with whatever was going on with the optical, effects of the atmosphere, I think that I don't think you'd see the boat move. The crosshairs would be zoomed in right on that boat. It isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, the boat would get distorted. That's all it would. Like,
100%. 100%.
It might get compressed or something, or it might appear cut off or something like that. But it ain't gonna move up and down.
No, not like that.
So one of my favorite videos is, you ever seen the video that Flat Earth Navy by Taboo Conspiracy? We're like, it's a mirage, don't shoot that one. Yeah, it's hilarious, dude. It's like him looking through a periscope at like a bunch of naval ships. He's like, don't shoot, it's a mirage. That ship is over the horizon.
Well, it's over the horizon. Go ahead and shoot. You ain't gonna hit me.
Well, yeah, they're looking at, let's supposed to go right from a sub point of view, so they're looking through the periscope, and there's a bunch of boats right on the water. You're like, don't shoot, it's just a mirage. It's not a real boat. It's just a mirage of a boat.
I was warning.
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna waste a missile if you.
Yeah,
shoot.
you're gonna wait exactly because it's not really there.
Oh, God damn.
Which said no one ever. Like dude, I watch like Ukraine war. I don't know what's wrong with me, but Ukraine war.
Oh God, why
Russian video? Well, I watch them on Telegram. I don't watch like the news or whatever.
Yeah.
So they're like raw video and stuff. But I like watch these like people. They set up their artillery, right? They're not accounting for refraction. They're like they have like
So you're thinking about this while you're watching this?
Yeah, dude, whenever I see someone like use an optic to measure something, so they're using the optic to like measure, like, they like all these artillery pieces. They have basically a theodolite, a telescope on the side of them, right? Because they have to know like which way the gun is pointed, right? So they'll use something in the environment and be like, okay, that's that far away. This is that far away. Okay, so we know where we are on this map. We know the gun is pointed there. Okay, we want to aim the gun up this much, and we'll do the calculation to make the shell land where we want it to land.
You can download an Android app that'll help you figure that shit out too.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they don't go like, oh man, we got to count for refraction, like,
or curvature of Earth,
or curvature. They're not doing any of that stuff. They're not doing any of that.
Or Coriolis.
No, they're not doing any of that stuff. They're shooting shells like 26 kilometers.
Hey, guess what?
I don't know.
In warfare, no one else has ever considered that either.
Yeah.
Ever.
They'd be doing math the whole time.
Well, I mean, like, what level are you trained to in the military to operate artillery? Are you quite specialized, or is it still just kind of grunts,
Yeah,
I mean,
grunts.
Well,
but it's
shit. I mean, how hard is it to determine trajectory? I mean, it's it's just
in the Russian
simple
military,
trigonometry, right? I mean, it's simple math.
In the Russian military is not. They do have technological capabilities, but like some of their basic stuff, like artillery, that's still pretty old fashioned. They don't have computers hooked up to it to calculate shit. They're still just doing that like the old fashioned.
So it can't be inbuilt.
The Russians don't like. I mean, they have some technologically advanced stuff, but it's not like they're not all technological. They're not like the United States where everything has to cost $1 million, right? They're not like that. Like they have some stuff that costs a lot of money, but other stuff is just like the old fashioned way. We're gonna just make a shitload of it. If it fucking breaks, we'll throw it away. We have 20 more to fill it. You know what I mean? It's made for war. It's not made for It's made to be like durable and not fragile. Doesn't need like constant maintenance.
India, do you think there's going to be? I mean, we're already in World War III. It's psychological war. But do you feel like there's going to be like a physical thing in the future?
I don't think so either.
Is there even enough manly men left in the world to fight
No,
World
there
War?
isn't. That's the problem. We don't like Russia's demilitarized.
If you're a manly
NATO.
man,
dude, Russia's westernized for the most part, I think. And as far as their president, Putin,
Well, they're Christian, so they're Orthodox Christian.
yeah. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. They're westernized
but
for the most part, and they love America, as much as we do, And
look, the West deindustrialized. We all know that. The U.S. deindustrialized.
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 Because it exported everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Or outsourced.
Yeah, we outsource. Like everything's made in China now, or Indonesia, or some other place. We deindustrialized. So all the gigantic factories that used to make artillery shells and used to. Let's put it this way: in 1974, there was 30 shipbuilding yards, and now there's 2 or 4.
Why do they give this Russian threat? Trump is colluding with the Russians.
The point is, Russia didn't deindustrialize.
I'm not saying Russia's not a threat, but they're not a threat.
No, they're not. They're not coming here. They're not a threat to us, but we're not going there either because we don't have all our weapons are not produced in volume. We so-called produce quality instead of quantity, right?
All right, so
to be more effective.
What's going on in Ukraine? I mean, why is America a lot of mostly it's what they call liberals. They're just like, I support Ukraine. It's just like that is a weird situation. It's a weird situation politically for them. It's just like I think a lot of Ukrainians are like, shut the fuck up. We got this.
I think this whole thing's like one big wag the dog situation to get away from COVID.
I think most of Ukrainians are like, no, we got this, man. Shut the fuck up, America.
Okay, no, it's a defense industry fleecing. Basically, they're giving away all their old shit, and now they need new shit. And we're not giving. But hold on, there's another thing. No, Ukraine isn't being given anything; it's being lent to them. So, like the $50 billion or $100 billion, those are loans. It's not just being given to them. Some of it's being given to them. I think like the humanitarian aid parts. But like the Lend-Lease stuff, that's all they have to pay us back. Right? And that's part of the problem, right? We're like doubling down in like sunk cost fallacy.
Right.
We gave them stuff, right? And we want to get that stuff back. Right? We want to get the money back. So this is what the EU is doing. Well, let me tell you what the EU is doing, right? So the EU has told all EU countries, whatever you give Ukraine, you have to when you replace it, we're going to pay 83% of the cost of your new item. So you have
we're not going to fight against Russia for you, even though we're giving you relief.
It's logistically impossible.
It's just freaking
It's logistically impossible. Disgusting. How are we going to ship an army from the United States to Russia? Do you know how much that would cost? Do you know how much equipment you would need? Russia's burning through like 20,000.
That's what I'm saying. I think half the Ukrainians are like, shut the fuck up.
The United States.
We're good to go.
Listen, dude, the United States produces 90,000 artillery shells per year. 155 millimeter artillery shells per year. Russia's burning 20,000 a day.
Yeah, we could send that many instead of soldiers. We don't need to send people. Send cruise missiles and whatever other artillery, instead of people. We could send a million of those over. We don't need to send any people.
We don't even have shit to send them.
That's what I'm saying. And the people in Ukraine can speak for themselves, and guess what they're saying? Shut the fuck up, America.
Well, I mean, you say the people of Ukraine. Let's not forget, Ukraine was taken over in a fucking coup. It's not like those people represent the people of Ukraine. They represent whatever corrupt figures happen to take over their government at the time, as opposed to the corrupt government. Ukraine's one of the third most corrupt country in the world. It doesn't matter who's in charge there. There's going to be corruption. It's like their way of life. I mean, like it's just the way they operate there. It's normal.
Yeah, I mean they're right in. They're in a position.
I didn't mean send them these missiles and these bombs in the mail. Like here, use these. I meant send them in the air on their way down to explode. That's what we need. Instead of soldiers, send 1 million of those. How do you like that?
Yeah. Well, I mean. Listen, from what my information is
this one of the
when Russia
let me ask you, India, before we continue on this, is this another taboo thing that we shouldn't talk about on live stream?
I mean, Slava Ukraine.
I don't know. I mean, it's just like
people say we support Ukraine, we can say
it's whatever. Like people in America don't know shit about it, and they're just putting Ukrainian flags on their freaking Facebook page and shit. You know, they don't know shit about it either. You know, it's just like,
look, I mean, the situation is complicated. It's hard to simplify. So you have like neocons in Washington that just want war everywhere, and the reason they want all the other countries to be unstable. Because if you're a stable country and all the other countries are unstable, you have an advantage, right? So that is like the neocons. There's a history here. I'll get into their little hat religion because most of them are little hats.
The small
the neocons, the little hats, little religion. A lot of them, the majority of them, came from what's called the Leo Straussian school. They came out of the Chicago, University of Chicago.
Hey, God Rockin', if you're not talking, can you mute when you're not talking, please? Because there's a lot. I mean, when you want to talk, unmute your mic.
I will.
Then talk.
Chill out.
We're getting.
I know. Shut up, Leo.
Do you know how to click the button where it says mute and unmute? Do you know how to do that, God Rockin'?
Shut the fuck up for a minute. Yes, I do.
Okay, well then fucking
There's no noise whatsoever in my room. I am alone. No one is speaking. I don't have anything running. I don't know where it's coming from. I'm sorry. I will.
No, just like if you want to say something, unmute your microphone, then talk, and then.
Shut up.
Yo, Helio, you're hot micing like fuck, man.
I'm not hot mic. I'm doing this on purpose because someone in the YouTube chat was asking, in the live stream was asking me, is God Rockin' hot micing? And I was just like, no, he's just making a lot of noise in the background. And so anyway, when you want to talk, God Rockin', just fucking unmute your mic and then talk, and then you mute again. Very simple. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so these neocons and this Leo Straussian guy, they're all disciples of Leon Trotsky. I don't know if you know who that is. So when the Soviet Union and Stalin took over, Trotsky was part of one of the revolutionaries, but they turned on him because he had a different idea of what communism should be. So his view was to put the world in a constant state of turmoil. Is that to always have the revolution must never stop. Let's put it that way. So it has to be a constant war going on all the time. Kind of like what we're doing now, right? The endless war of the United States. So that's their plan. Their plan isn't to win a war. The plan is to just be at war all the time. And these are the neocons. So they have their motivation, but then there's the other people with other aligned interests, right? To enrich themselves through the defense industry. So they have their motivations. Then there's the people that are running Ukraine as a frickin' slush fund, right? So all this money went into Ukraine, but Ukraine's kicking that money back through donating to they were frickin' washing the money through FTX, and then FTX was and Alameda were frickin' giving the money and donations to Democrats. So like, there's a lot more stuff going on, and we know Joe Biden's Ukraine corruption and like all that stuff. So there's
doesn't it make you wonder about the other half of the world, the East? It's like, we'll not say anything about it,
dude. Russia and now China are only going to do their transactions in yuan and dollars. So the dollar as a world reserve currency only has value if other people need it, right? So people were doing de facto dollar, they were doing transactions, even like say I was India and Japan, I would do my transactions in dollars. Why?
Yeah.
So they need dollars now to do their transactions. So like all the countries, most of the countries in the world are doing their transactions that way. They're not doing them in their native currencies. They're doing them in dollars. Well, a lot of countries, and it's a lot.
Well, that was established a long time ago through the World Bank.
Well, the way it was established was through the Bretton Woods Agreement, where Saudi Arabia basically agreed that they're only going to sell their oil in dollars. So now you need dollars to buy their. So you have like all the. So you got to think about it. If I'm in a foreign country, why do I need a dollar? Fundamentally, the dollar is only good to buy U.S. products, right? So I have dollars. The only way I can spend them is to buy something from the United States of America. The United States made a deal with Saudi Arabia that they're only going to sell their oil for U.S. dollars. So now, not only are my dollars good to buy products in the United States, I can buy them from Saudi Arabia. But also Japan did the same thing. So all these other countries, they de facto took the dollar. And before the euro, you could buy some stuff in the local currency, but a lot of international transactions were conducted in dollars. So people needed dollars. Where do you get dollars? Got to go to the Federal Reserve. How do they get dollars? They hit Control P on their computer, and there's a printer that goes brrr, and it spits out money.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it has to go through the world. Well, it has to go through the World Bank, which is based in Switzerland, I think.
It doesn't go through the
World. I don't know what's in Germany.
International Bank of Settlements. Yeah, and you were right.
Yeah,
the World Bank is in. Yeah.
I think
the World Bank is like the loan shark.
Yeah.
So the World Bank and the International Money Fund, those are like that's like the loan shark.
I mean, it's
the predatory lender, right? So
it's the hidden secret that's not a secret.
So the way the World Bank works is like the United States and like a bunch of other colluders will come in, and whatever your country is selling, they'll do something to crash your market so that your currency goes to shit. So whatever your primary export is, or they'll fucking game that shit. So now your currency is worthless because no one wants to buy your product, whatever it is. Say you're Ecuador and you're selling bananas. They'll make sure some other country's selling bananas, and they'll create rumors about your bananas, and they'll crash your currency. Now no one else needs your currency. Now you're defaulting on your debt, and here comes the World Bank and IMF. Like, oh, we're going to need some money. All you got to do is privatize your water and privatize your air and, like, sell us your citizens as slaves. And, like, yeah, as long as you pay back the debt, they're like, we won't make good on that collateral. And of course, then they make their economics even worse.
Well, they don't have to because you already borrowed from it. You're subject to them.
Exactly. But what they do is they give you a loan, but the collateral are basically whatever you had as a public industry, like a state industry. Now you have to agree to privatize that if you default on your loan. So, like, you have a country like Venezuela. Venezuela, they took an IMF loan and they agreed to privatize their oil industry. Because it was state run, right? The state owned all the oil and like used it to finance the government. And then they took an IMF loan. Then they defaulted and they had to privatize it. And Chevron was running it. And then Chavez came in and he was like, fuck you, I'm a communist. We're taking that shit back. And that's what they did. And that's why we hate Venezuela, because they didn't put up with the bullshit. And they've done the same thing to Argentina. They tried to take one of their freaking destroyers. And like, it's a whole thing. You basically victimize the country, right? You freaking say, hey, we'll give you some money. And basically everything we want in your country, we're going to make as collateral. And we're going to make sure you default. So what would happen is, so there's another factor that they add in too. So the other factor they add in, they make sure that the person that is in the country as the leader is corrupt as a motherfucker, so that they'll take the loan, and then when they take the loan, they're going to steal most of the money, so that, of course, they're going to default. So all that money that they thought when we get the loan, we're going to take that money and we're going to invest in our country, and the revenue from that investment is going to pay off, and then we'll pay back the loan. Nah. Take the loan. Here's the loan proceeds. I'm going to embezzle that. I'm going to create a secret police force. Anyone that tries to talk shit about me stealing the money, I'm going to kill them. And then, and then eventually the little people are going to find out, and they're going to run me out, and I'm going to frickin' buy condos in Miami and then just live in America for the rest of my life, a billionaire, right? And that's this pattern has repeated itself over and over again. So it's not like something I'm making up. And they were trying to do the same thing in Ukraine, but Russia wasn't having that shit. So it's pretty much as simple as that. They just weren't having it.
Well, it's even simpler than that. I mean, if you really look at the larger picture, but yeah. I mean, it's
because Russia is like one of the only self-sufficient countries in the world. A lot of people don't realize that they are literally self-sufficient. They are net exporters.
Well, it's just like Russia doesn't need us.
Well, think about it. They don't need anybody. They don't
need anybody. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They're net exporters.
Yeah.
That means when you calculate all the imports and exports, they export more than they import. That's not the United States, dude. We freaking import everything. Right? We've deindustrialized. That's the whole point of this, is that we've deindustrialized. There's no way. We don't have the equipment, the manpower, the money, or anything to sail across the Atlantic Ocean, set up camp, right? And frickin' go help Ukraine in Ukraine and fight Russia. That's not plausible. And even if we did do that, do you think they're just going to sit there and not drop a fucking bomb on NATO headquarters and fucking drop a bomb on Ramstein Air Force Base?
So dumb, man. What they're saying about everything is so dumb. It just doesn't make any sense.
This is the death throes of an empire. This is the death throes of the dollar. And what happens when nobody?
I'm picturing Putin laughing at our asses.
He is.
It's so dumb. Not that I mean, and Russia isn't communist anymore. Anyway, that way
they haven't been communist for a long time.
Yeah, so it's just like Putin going, all right, you're gonna freaking exploit your people, and I'm just watching you going, oh my god, I can't believe you're getting away with this shit. And he's just sitting back going,
they banned trans stuff, they banned GMOs, all the stuff you wish they did in this country, they've done, which is really weird.
Hey, Indu, I have a question for you. Do you think there's a lot of parallels between this modern situation and the World War II situation? And somebody that was hyper demonized for, industrializing his company and getting away from all the,
Yeah. I mean, are there similarities? System. Yeah, I guess. There's a lot of similarities to World War One, but there's a lot of differences too. I mean, it depends on which side you look at it from.
No, of course. I mean, there's more information, that's traveling back and forth. So just like I was saying, I mean, Putin's going, or people in Putin's cabinet or whatever, or even in Ukraine or in different areas across the world, and to be honest, why are we concentrating on Russia and Europe?
Yeah, it does.
I mean, look at Africa. Africa's friggin' probably pissed at everybody. He's like, what?
Oh, some countries are fucking sucking up to Russia because because we attach strings to shit, dude. Because the United States attaches strings to everything. We just don't just do trade. We have to attach strings to everything and fuck with people's domestic politics and do all sorts of weird shit, right?
But people get pissed at me when I'm like, I actually like Putin a lot better than fucking Biden. I like what he's saying, Because he talks real shit, most of the time.
The one thing I don't like about Russia
that's even a comparison.
But I'm not a Russian, but can I say I like what Putin's saying? Can I say that?
The one thing I don't like, they have a lot of things that are criminal, which I don't think should be criminalized. That are I guess in America, if you So they passed laws. I mean, maybe because it's wartime. I don't know. But they passed law like if you disparage a service member.
What is it? Wartime? And are we at war with Russia?
Not us. I'm talking about in Russia. They've passed laws like if you disparage a military member, a participant, right? You talk shit about them, slander them, whatever. That like it's jail time, and they've passed some really weird laws.
Sure, yeah, I mean,
it's also jail time if you promote LGBTQ, queer stuff, anything like that.
Yeah, that's pretty hard.
They aren't having any of that stuff. Like they're just like not doing it.
Well, both of them make complete sense to me.
Yeah,
you don't want to allow your citizenry to disparage your service members, you know. Because you got to keep them elevated in society, you know. They're there protecting us, you know. If it weren't for soldiers,
yeah.
It's like in America, you got this obsession with "thank you for your service." You know what I mean?
Yeah, but then they saw in Vietnam where they were spitting on soldiers and stuff. So, like, I mean,
I'm not saying to go about calling these people everything under the sun, but you know, I don't agree with going out of their way to praise them either. I just leave it neutral, honestly.
It's like men are men, women are women, and we all go through tough stuff, don't we? And we have to deal with these crazy ass governments. And we're trying to figure this shit out.
But yeah, the second one, the LGBTQ law. Well, we know why they do that. It's like they know that's the very thing that's causing the
that's more political
destruction of the American empire. You know,
they've also been promoting like a lot of family stuff, really family oriented. Like you get lower interest rate, discounts, like all sorts of stuff. Like there's parts of the country you can go to and basically you get the land for free because Russia's huge, right? So like if you promise to like farm the land for a certain period of time, like you get the land for free. They're really, really pro family. I mean, just like any society, they got good parts and bad parts. Like it's you know.
Well, it's just like I've read the China Communist Manifesto or whatever, Communist you can actually claim land in China and create your own freaking
jurisdiction there in China. The one thing I like about China is that they hold business people accountable for fucking up.
Yeah.
Here you get promoted. Like you're going to get like a higher.
You fuck it up, and all you have to do is borrow more, and then you're rich.
Oh, you bankrupted Chase Manhattan Bank. Let's make you the president of the Federal Reserve. That's what they do here.
You fucking fuckers.
Look, all the people that presided, I'll just give you an example. All the people that were in positions of power at the time of 9/11, they all got promoted. All of them. All the military people, everybody. Look at Giuliani. Look at freaking all of them, all the people. They elevated themselves off of fucking up. If you assume the official story is true. They all fucked up. But they all got elevated positions from fucking up. It makes no sense.
Yeah. Well, that's America, India. That's America.
Fail up, dude. That's how we roll.
It's a sensational population, right? Sensation creates predominance, which is the end of. I don't know. It's going to lead to our destruction, but we deserve it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of we don't produce anything anymore. Okay, so you think inflation is bad
content.
now?
We produce content, don't we?
Look, if you think inflation is bad now, if people start de-dollarizing, then you're going to have a lot of excess dollars in the world. Right? I don't want this dollars anymore. I want freaking yuan or rubles or whatever.
Are you talking about digital numbers?
I'm just talking. I'm just talking about physical dollar bills, man. Yeah, digital numbers too, if you want to include that. I'm just saying, if the world de-dollarizes, we're talking about billions, if not trillions, of excess dollars. Right? There's dollars out there, but like, what are they good for if nobody wants them? Okay, I have to spend them in the United States. Okay, what do we do? What do we do in the United States? What do we make? What are you going to buy? A McDonald's hamburger? Like, what the hell?
All of us in America are pompous assholes. And it's like, whoa, what is money? What is it good for?
Oh, let me buy a skin for my Fortnite gun with these American dollars. Yay.
India, you got all these kids, teenagers, hundreds of thousands of teenagers begging their parents, can you give me $10 to spend so I can go to another Fortnite or whatever video game they're playing? Like spending hundreds of dollars on virtual video games and shit. And I was like, all right, well, that's going to help us. That's really going to help us out a lot.
Dude, I've hated that for a long time, man, since our request. Spending real money for fake money. People would go on eBay to buy gold for a video game. Spend real money to buy in-game money. Like, you're spending real money for fake money. Like,
well, I use apps on my Android phone. I'll play games on there, but God forbid, I don't fucking spend. I will never give them a dime to play a free app. It's just like, all right, you ran out of coins. I was like, well, fuck, I ain't gonna play your fucking app anymore.
Well, I mean, the point is that because we've deindustrialized and we don't really sell products, and 80% of the U.S. economy is finance or frickin' the service sector, right? Which means the service sector, you have to be here to enjoy it, right? Like, we don't export materials, raw materials. We don't have an industrial base. We're not making machines or manufactured goods, or like, we are to a degree, but it's not at the level of the amount of dollars.
I disagree with that. I mean, I would disagree.
It's not at the level of the amount of dollars in circulation, is what I'm saying. The dollars in circulation, because we have a circulating currency for the whole world, dude.
Yeah.
Do you think that we can produce enough stuff that offsets that there's enough product available to make all the currency in the world at a reasonable price? No, we don't. We don't.
I think we're at an imbalance, and I think that's why a lot of people don't realize that we're in danger from
fucking serious danger
from Russia and China. They do have a balance of.
No, they're going to just ignore us. That's what you don't get. They'll just ignore us, and that will be the danger.
Yes, well, it already is. We're already done.
They don't have to invade shit. They just go. What if China just decides, "Fuck you, America"? I'm going to just sell the like trillions of dollars of U.S. treasuries that we have.
It's already done, man. It's already done.
It's a bit of a financial Cold War going on at the moment, I think.
Yeah.
Because
but I mean,
I've been
nobody knows about
articles.
it. Nobody knows about it.
I've been reading them
Some people know about
for the last 10 years saying Russia and China are going to de-dollar and all this and move to trading internationally in whatever currency, but they haven't yet, because it is a financial war.
No,
it's pretty much saying, okay, America, right, we're going to sweep your legs out from under you, and America's not going to go, he's just going to go down quietly, It will.
Hey guys, can I ask you guys something?
We're trying to go ahead.
Am I crazy?
I don't know.
Yeah, more than likely. I am crazy, but
I think I'm retarded and crazy, dude. I think that's like a hard thing for me to like accept.
Why?
Because I thought I wasn't, but then perhaps I was the whole time.
I don't know.
Based on, you're talking about what we were just talking about.
Hold on.
If I admit I'm retarded, does that mean I'm kind of smart?
No. So if you're retarded and crazy,
dumb then.
No, if you're retarded and crazy, then you aren't capable of evaluating yourself as retarded and crazy. You need an outside opinion.
Sometimes people think they're too broke to pay attention. That means you're able to pay attention. So,
I appreciate that. That makes me feel a little bit better because I think life is a little bit too insane.
You're most likely not.
Well, that means you're actually living. Welcome to life.
Well, that's the thing. Life is too much. You know what I'm saying? It's too much. It's not even just the right amount. It's too much. It's too fucking much. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. I used to think I knew what the fuck I was talking about, but perhaps I'm stupid.
No,
nobody's stupid.
You're not stupid, man.
You sound like a smart guy. Tell us what you're thinking. Go ahead.
Well, I thought the world wasn't as fucked up as it is, but it is.
Yeah, we'll continue.
Well, I mean, hold on. It is to its point, but it's not. So you have the life that surrounds you. You know, your actual life. Then you have like things like Russia, China's currency, blah blah blah. Right? Those things, for it has no practical effect on you at this point. The currency collapses, yes, that will have a practical effect. But right now, they're just like mental masturbations. They're not a good effect of whether you're going to take a piss in an hour or fucking what you're going to eat for dinner or, you know, how long it takes you to climb a flight of stairs or, you know, to some degree, it's part abstraction, right? So, like, you know, you have to learn to separate these things. Don't have too much anxiety about the fucking outside world.
Because tomorrow when you wake up, you're going to still be, you know, doing your job or whatever. You still have to live.
Yeah.
Just like all of us do.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like the thought of dying. It's a lot to carry.
Well,
like,
don't think about dying.
Well,
think about living, man. Come on.
Yeah, man. Dude. Thinking of dying.
Well, I'm doing the best I can, you know. It's weird. It's just like
we all have to live every single day. I mean, it's like when you wake up, it's just like, oh God, I got another day. Let's just live another day. But just think about that day.
You're abstracting dying, dude. Like, you know, there's people in like situations right now.
That's true, and that makes me. Yeah, I definitely should be a little bit more grateful. Yeah,
grateful for life. Just move on, live another day, bro. We're all in the same situation.
Fear means false evidence appearing real, man.
Yeah.
So, you know, people have lots of anxiety and fears about situations because, at least in the West, we're so sheltered and we so rarely get in actual dangerous situations, especially if in Chicago or something. So,
Chicago. Are you racist against Chicago?
Wait, hold on. Can I just say fuck you to Roland, bro? I mean, what the fuck?
Chirac. You mean Chirac? It's
like the fuck, bro. I wish Roland would walk in my shoes, dude. I don't think he could handle that shit. I want to be wrong about things.
You in Chicago, man?
No, I'm not in Chicago now.
All right, well then, why?
Although I've been. Well, no, it's just like I'm just tired of people throwing tomatoes all day. That's all it is people. That's all it is people being cunts all the time. It's never, ever, ever, ever. Hey, I wish you well. It's always, look at this guy. Look at this guy.
You know what would not happen? Nobody would throw tomatoes at you if you never came on the internet and talked to people. I don't know. Is there virtual tomatoes like being thrown at you?
Yeah, obviously I'm talking metaphorically, right? It's just constant. Like even here, like I thought this would be like good, and then I got Roland being a Roland cunt. It's just like, dude, it's just like fuck off, dude. It's just like I genuinely like hate.
Listen, Alana.
Fucking hate.
Bro, you've been here long enough to know that we're genuine people.
I know.
If I fuck with you, I do it on purpose because I like you.
Yeah, I know. I'm just having a
fucking give me shit about it then.
Don't let him live rent free in your head.
I know. I'm just genuinely mad, and I know it's a rare occasion. It's a very rare occasion. It's like when that shit, because like I genuinely work at it every day like a crack addict, and then it's just like then you get exhausted, and then it's just you get so mad at the retardation of everything. It's all so stupid. Even after reading the Bible and stuff, I'm just like, why bother? Like, I asked God, I said, why bother? Like, this is just, dude, all I know, Roland, is that you and I are both gonna die eventually. So you can like throw shade at me, but like you're gonna die eventually as well. So like, you know, I don't know what's gonna happen. Either you die young or you die when you're old. But either way, it sucks. So like, welcome to the world with me.
Wait, life and death doesn't suck. That's a cycle.
It is.
The circle of life. I mean, come on, man. It doesn't suck.
Well, I'm sure you're cool. I'm just kind of mad. I'm genuinely in a bad mood.
Stop being mad, bro. I mean,
I'm never mad. I'm never mad. This is like a once in a lifetime for me. Like, it's weird.
I doubt that.
But I retract what I said about you. You are not what I said. I was wrong.
Well, I appreciate it. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. It's just weird. I'm an open target. I get it.
You're way more angry than I thought.
Yeah, for sure, though, dude.
Are you the one that triggered him rolling my boulder?
Well, yeah. I walk in and I'm just like, hey, everybody.
Fuck him, bro. We're all here all day long.
No, I get it. I get it. It's my fault for being kind of soft a little bit. I'm just like, it's just.
You know who we are here.
Yeah, no, I do. I genuinely appreciate it. Like, it's like I can have leveled conversations, pun intended. And so it's just like I just don't know what to do sometimes. I used to think I was on the right track. I thought I knew what I was doing, and then I just look at my life and I look at things. I'm like, perhaps I was wrong.
And he found himself talking to Roland my boulder, and he was like, what have I done?
Well, yeah. No, I take being called. It's weird. I take being called.
To be honest, when I talk to Roland my boulder, I often get off track as well. So
yeah,
it's.
I just being called a Glober actually is insulting. Like I don't like. I take that as an insult. I genuinely do. I like that's why I genuinely
I'm trying to take the piss out of rolling my boulder.
Yeah, like I got salty. Like no one's called me a Glober in here before, so that pisses me off a lot. Like it's
check this out. Yeah. Listen, rolling my boulder has been a member of multiple servers and multiple channels where we've talked to him for multiple situations. For a very long time. He knows what we do here. Yeah. He doesn't trigger us. We know what he's about. Don't let him get to you.
Right. Well, yeah. And I know. I understand that. Regardless, it's just like I get it now. Now, like when I think about people, I never even want to like test them because I don't know what they're going through.
Yeah, I'm just talking about him.
Yeah,
he can get to you, but don't let him.
Oh,
I've talked to him for several times for several hours over several years. Don't let him get to you. He does this shit on purpose.
Several years.
Bitch, I know who you are.
1 year. I've only been
knows
here
where you live.
I know who you are.
No, I understand it's petty. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, don't let him get to you. Don't let him.
Well, no, I'm letting myself get to myself. It's not really Roland's fault. It's my fault.
Me too. Me too. That's what I'm saying. Don't.
It is my fault. It is my fault.
All right. So if you triggered him, it's your fucking fault.
I tagged him and I poked him on purpose.
Well, I was already mad to begin with.
Then fuck off. Just like I told you earlier. Didn't I tell him to fuck off 2 hours ago?
I guess what makes me an open target though? Like,
hey, can we get the back to flat Earth, dude? You guys want to hold here somewhere else? Get a room.
Well, I told Roland my boulder to fuck up. I think we've already banned him like 4 or 5 times from here. And now we welcome him back in, and then we have a new guy, and now he's fucking with some other guy in here. Rolling my boulder.
I'm sorry.
Hey, fuck off.
They both work for the federal. See, I was dropping the knowledge on the currency, and they both work for the Federal Reserve, and they're trying to derail the economy.
It was perfect timing.
Well, back to what Indio was saying. No, Indio's right though. Like, I mean, CBDC is probably going to be really awful, but they're going to present it as life saving.
I didn't say anything about CBDC.
Well, no, I was just rolling off what you're saying.
I don't think that's fucking. I don't think that's going to have any. That might be thrown out there as like a hope for somebody for something, but I don't think it's actually going to do anything. I just think it's another gimmick.
Yeah, you don't think it'll take Indio?
Well, they are talking about CBDC.
I think it's a good will backfire because there's going to be people like, yeah, this ain't worth shit, and then they're going to be like, hold on, this paper ain't worth shit either. You know what I mean?
But we know we're talking about the masses here. Yeah, fuckwits over the last 3 years. You know what I mean?
I know, but they don't.
You sell them in it.
But the physical object, right? And then they'll might question, like, why does this physical object have value, but that digital object don't? And then they'll be like, oh, like, what's the value of this? And then, hopefully, that snowballs. But, you might be right. Maybe they'll never wake up to it. That the dollar is worth fucking jack shit. And that the difference between $100 and $1 is some ink. And so we'll go, I'll add a couple of some ink and make these zeros after this one here. And that's the difference between $1 and $100. There's no different added value. You're not going to redeem that and get $100 worth of gold and $1 of gold for the other one. Right? It's just a con job. But I also, get back to the Russia thing. I didn't get to this. The point is to isolate Europe from the other people. The United States is consolidating. Do you understand? They're consolidating their allies. They're consolidating power and trying to insulate themselves from the rest of the world in a way. And the rest of the world is insulating themselves from us. But, I don't think they know what they're doing. I think they're trying to, I'd call it we're taking an economically defensive posture, right? We're trying to not be hurt and cause as much damage at the same time, right? It's kind of crawling into the castle. You can't take other people's land or do offense, but you can protect yourself, right? Anybody tries to siege your castle, you can shoot arrows off the freaking side of the wall. But but there's a limited amount.
I'll tell you one thing. You were talking earlier about Russia's the net exporter, and you saw what happened to Europe just for this bullshit, just from sanctions, and Russia holding their gas supply from Europe, and it fucking
that's one way to put it.
The whole
Didn't
continent.
they embargo it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no.
And it's
Didn't Europe sanction their shit so that they couldn't import it?
It was something along them lines, but it caused for chaos here with the pricing. And so if we went a full blown world war situation, I mean, Europe's out of the game before it even begins. We're so dependent,
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, shit gets destroyed. So, not only do you need, we have an army and it's this big. Well, you're not going to have an army that big. And, after a couple months of war, your army's going to be a lot smaller. That means you got to keep making the stuff. So, can you keep up wartime production while the stuff's being destroyed, right? At an industrial scale. Europe can't do that. The United States can't do that anymore. We'd have to build the factories to build this stuff. Right? And we need, the United States, when World War II kicked off, we had already had the factories built because we were making armaments and selling them to Russia and Europe, right? To Britain and,
for World War One.
Yeah, for World War II too. It's not like Pearl Harbor happened and then we industrialized. We were already industrialized making war stuff. And then when the Pearl Harbor happened, then we ramped it up. Right, we made it go. We ramped up production, so it's one of those things where we knew we were getting in World War II. It's hey, we have all this industrial capacity to make freaking bombs. Might as well use them. How you doing, guys?
But do you remember what I said just before Laffy intervened with his old crazy question? I was saying it's like a financial stalemate, a bit of a cold war going on because if the Eastern Bloc de-dollarizes, that pretty much cripples America and it puts them on the absolute downward spiral. Well, and America's not going to go out quietly, so I mean, you got this kind of highly militarized superpower.
It's a net good.
And you're going to financially cripple them. What are they going to do? They're going to lash out, of course.
It's a net good, though. In my opinion, it's like something that has to be done because the United States have been living delusionally for about 50 years. We need to break out of our delusion of like borrowing money, right? The number of people that are like household debt in this country is like fucking ridiculous. We make things that like we have, like the Mexican beer germ was a perfect example of, oh my God, nobody can go to work, everybody stay home, and nothing happened, right? No, the country didn't fall apart, nobody starved to death, like nothing happened. That means these people's jobs are useless. They don't actually do anything for productive society, right? Their jobs aren't necessary. So millions of people are in America that are doing jobs that are not exactly. They're not necessary for human survival, and they don't make anybody's life better. They're just bullshit make work jobs, right? Maybe we'll get rid of those stupid jobs, right? The office jobs that like pencil push and do nothing. We'll actually start making shit. Build some high speed rails, make our highways better, like whatever, dude. Something. Our infrastructure. I don't know. You don't live in America, right?
No.
Okay, so you didn't sound like it, but I wasn't going to assume anything. Like our like bridges are like everything's falling apart here. Literally, it's like everything. Our infrastructure is shit. The interstate highway system was like made in the 50s. Like it's trash, dude. Everything here is trash. And it's because like it's like a couple different reasons, right?
No TLC for your own country.
I agree with what you're saying, by the way.
So there's a couple reasons why it's like this, and I hate to frickin' bring this up, but dude, women just like when I was growing up, chicks wanted blue collar workers. They didn't want pencil pushers. They wanted dudes that worked with their hands, did construction, shit like that. They didn't want no college nerds. Now girls want college nerds.
Opinions on this myself, yeah.
Yeah, so now girls want college nerds, right? They don't want, like, even if it's a fucking plumber making $300,000.
They don't even really want college nerds. They just want the resources.
Well, no.
They still want the manly man,
No.
On the side.
Listen, no girl wants to introduce her husband to her friends that got, like, college-educated boyfriends. Oh, this is my plumber boyfriend. Even though he makes $300,000 a year, right? Plumbers make fucking mad bank, especially if you're a master plumber. You're charging like $275 an hour, right? So like, you're making mad money, but you're a plumber, right? You work with shit, so like you're not getting any respect. So like they don't want nothing to do. They don't want like you're not going to get a what's it called I mean, you could get a high quality woman, but not a good looking high quality woman. So, like, those women want
high quality women tend not to be good looking.
Yeah, that's kind of weird about that too, because good looking women don't have to do anything.
They're dumb as fuck, man. They're
just, I don't.
Exactly. Their entire life, they learn nothing, develop nothing. And once that fades, hit the wall hard.
So do you guys know what hypergamy means?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
So wow. So not many guys can handle that kind of conversation. I kind of accepted that like romantic love is just lust, and lust is just not romantic. And
I would say 90% of most relationships are lust based. But I do believe in.
From what I understand is
deep connections you can form with other people.
Yeah. Like most people only from a lot of my guy friends that got married, they told me like a lot of horrific stories, and it freaks me out, to be honest.
Well, I mean, you got to look for people judge who they're going to have a relationship with poorly. They don't actually look at the things that are important in a relationship.
Yeah.
They think, oh man, she's hot. She got nice titties, nice ass, nice boobs.
Right. Yeah.
Suck dick, like blah blah blah. Like, yeah, that's great. But how much time do you actually spend in bed in a day? Just think about it. Even if you fuck like animals, dude. Fuck like rabbits. How much time are you gonna spend in bed a day? 3 hours. Okay, what are you gonna do with the other 21 hours? Where you gotta deal with a person, right?
Right.
Yeah. So sex can't be the primary motivating factor because that's such a small percentage of your time, even if you're a goddamn horn dog and just are going at it all the time. And that shit wears out anyway. Like, you can only have so much sex. Like, it's just...
Yeah, we're creatures of novelty. Anything gets boring. You know, if we repeat it enough, it just gets boring.
Yeah, like, oh, shit, man, we broke the chandelier last week. What's it this week? Like, eventually everything in the house will be broken. You'll fucked on every fucking surface. Like, I'm serious, dude. Like, that's what happened.
I can't say I've been swinging from the chandelier while doing it. That's something for you, man. I have to keep it in mind, though.
Yeah.
I think dating...
I don't have a chandelier, but I'm having one installed.
Hey, you just find yourself a lady that's loyal, precious, and will be a good mother.
Yeah, what she said. You got to think about like the stuff that the things that, like, if you're living with somebody in a relationship, there's so much more. You have to have like first of all, you got to have the same values to a degree, right? You have to have kind of like, I don't say like the same, the goal-oriented value thing is stupid. Like, oh, she's got to want to have a freaking Porsche, I got to want to have a Porsche, we got to have like...
You can't have someone that wants to have a homestead and then someone that wants to live in the city, you know? City life. It just, that's never going to work.
Well, what I'm saying is like, you got to have the same principles on how you like judge what's important, right? Like, if you don't don't think that if you both think, because I've seen relationships like this, two people, they were married since they were 15, and they're still together, but they're both scumbags. But the thing is, because they're both scumbags, right? Like, they get along great because they both believe in cheating to win. Like, if we have to steal to get what we want, we'll do that. If we have to rip people off, we'll do whatever, right? They're like, you know... But they get along because they both have the same principle. If one person's a thief and the other person's like, I don't believe in stealing, like, you're not going to get along. Now, you know, you got to have the same general principles on how to live your life. And then there's trust and all that stuff. So my only advice is find someone that has the principles, like things like violating your trust or lying to you is just against who they are as a person. Then you don't have to ever worry about being lied to or mistrusted. Because you know that person, that's a fundamental core value. And people don't usually break their principles, their fundamental core values. The thing is, sifting through the fakers, that's the hard part. Because there's a lot of chameleons out there. So you have to sift through those and go, this person's just faking it. Until you find someone that has, like, you know, this is what your gauge should be. If I go to prison for 10 years, am I going to get out of prison? She ain't going to be ran through by every guy. Or is she going to divorce me the moment I get in prison? Like, you know what I mean? A ride or die chick.
Is there such thing?
Yeah. Yeah, they exist. But they're not hard to find. Or they are hard to find. And you have to be, like, picky and shit, dude. It's like... The thing is, the girl you're going to find like that is going to be average looking. She isn't going to be gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
So,
see,
go ahead.
You know, people are always ragging on 1950s family setups and the oppression of women and you know, abusive husbands and all this type of stuff. But what they seem to forget is, yeah, there was a lot of that shit going on. But through it all, there was something that was core, and that's loyalty. And that's what's completely been lost. And I don't agree with someone being, you know, fucking loyal to someone that's destroying them, you know, psychologically, physically. But all said and done, these women stood by their men through thick and thin, you know. That's something that's totally been lost nowadays.
Yeah, agreed.
Not totally.
100%. Actually, it's amazing that's the truth, because it's like whenever there's like negative, mean people in this world, they're in the same exact world that I'm in. So, you know, it just makes me feel like it's all balanced.
I don't think spousal abuse was as bad as people say it was. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I wasn't trying to make it. It was like for every one, there was probably 10 decent marriages, you know. Or
well, the whole MGTOW thing is like another. So it's like, you know, flat Earth is one thing, but MGTOW is another thing, and you know, finding out politics is another thing. But yeah, like, I mean, perhaps the truth really is the most painful thing. Like perhaps it's all like a fantasy thinking.
No,
like
it's not.
It sounds like a fairy tale. Like, oh, we're
being surrounded by people that can't see the truth is the pain. I think the truth for me is not painful. It's liberating.
Yeah, the truth is amazing. I love it. I wish that I could spread it, but as soon as you're so excited to spread the good news, nobody seems to hear it.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't tell if my heart's too cold or if it's like, or if I'm on the right spot, because it's like, it's just a lot of wickedness. And
yeah, I see what you see too. I just also can see that like something greater. So I have a positive outlook on life myself. So
I did too. It kind of bit me a little bit, like being positive, encouraging, uplifting. It kind of attracted a lot of terribleness into my life.
Well, there's something you need to realize about people is that everybody does what they think is good. Now, it might not be good, but they think it's good. They think, if I do this, then this is good. This is good for me compared to my other choices. You have to look at kind of like, you have to some degree, look at the world through other people's eyes. Like, this person did this thing. Why do they think this is a good thing to do? Sometimes they're ignorant. Sometimes they're deluded. Sometimes it's self-preservation. So, you know, like, there's millions of reasons. But they didn't do that because they said, yes, this is bad for me. I'm going to do this anyway. No, like maybe their motivation, take drugs, for example. People know, oh, these drugs, I'm going to take them. It's bad for me. Well, that's one point of view. The other point of view is, yeah, I'm going to take these because they make me feel real good. Right? So, so from one point of view, it's good. From another point of view, it's bad. But you have to figure out what point of view did they have to see that action was good, a good thing to do. And a lot of times it'll tell you how broken that motherfucker is. That this person that you're like, this person's mean. They're more broken than you are. They need help. They need help, dude. They like that shit was a cry for help. That wasn't like, oh, I'm evil. That was like, I'm a mess.
Yeah, I just hate making that excuse for people because no matter how nasty things, it really. I don't.
Them not responsible. People. Listen, I'm not saying that makes them not responsible for their actions. They will certainly are responsible for their actions, but you have to understand your enemy, man. You can't just be like, oh, he's my fucking enemy. There's no excuse for what he did. I don't want to understand it. You have
to understand.
They would try to get into the minds of serial killers, right? They try to understand why is a serial killer killing these people, right? You have to understand your enemy, man.
Yeah, it's I think that's what Miyoto Musashi said. That like, and to know yourself, you have to know others. And
man. You got to look into the abyss, man. You got to look in there, and you're gonna see yourself staring back.
Well, all I understand, if that's deep. Yeah, I guess all I understand is that, like, I mean, like, even if I understood them, it's not going to change them. It's nothing I can do is going to change that person.
You
ever
can't change people. You can't
exactly. So like, even if you can understand them, but like, what good? I mean, sure, it's more knowledge in your brain, but like, it's not going to do anything for them or yourself, really. Like, I can understand why people are terrible.
Look, people change themselves, and all you can do is like.
I don't think people change.
Try to show them the way.
People never change. You just find out who they are. They never change.
Oh boy, that's
Well,
not
you
true.
got a very
That is not true at all.
Check this
man.
out. Hey, check this out. Everybody
I
knows
changed
this.
absolutely.
And everybody
He
knows.
used to be gay, man. He likes girls now. See, he changed. No.
Hey, everybody knows this about me. I'm an addict. And do you accept that?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then here we go. Let's move on.
You got to have some nuance to this because nothing is just, written in black and white for you to, I don't know. You've got to be able to use a bit of discernment with the folks.
I guess at the core of their heart, are they loyal? Are they good? Are they honest? Would they die by that sword? Or is there's everything?
What does that mean? What does that mean? Ultimately?
What does that mean? I guess it's just like
I guess you're stuck in a place where you're worrying far too much about what other people are up to.
Well, I mean, there's people everywhere, and like I used to assume the best in people, and I'm sure everyone else has done the same thing, and like that really doesn't. I don't know where that gets you. I mean, I just don't understand. I just think that like by nature humans are incredibly selfish. I think people don't really care about others as much as they think they do or say they do. Like how easy is it?
Yeah, that's not.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't think that's necessarily true.
Is the defense barrier of people? That's their shield. That's their facade. People like to pretend they can go through life with nobody and all this type of stuff, but it's not true.
Well, yeah.
Some proper 100% stoics, maybe they can manage, but
yeah,
it's a lot of effort.
Well, it's incredibly easy.
As India was saying, their behavior is some form of cry for help, one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of the world is an absolute quaking mess inside.
It is. It absolutely is. And you know how much it costs to be kind and encouraging? It's free. It's fucking free. And no one
it's
really
easy to destroy yourself.
Dude, when's the last time somebody I really mean this. Like, when's the last time somebody was like, yo, I really hope your dreams come true? When's the last time someone said that to you?
My dreams have already come true.
A long time ago? Right.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how fucking easy is it to just like give a shit for like a minute and just be like, I really want that person's life to be great. Like, is that crazy for me to think that that's easy? Like, I think
not
that's
easy.
I wish people well all the time, but it seems like it's a waste of effort of my life.
You can wish in one hand and shit in the other one. Which one's going to fill up faster?
That's hilarious, dude.
Niceties are meaningless.
I learned that from my second wife. She told me that one time. I was like, "Oh my god, that really is crazy."
Yeah, I guess I'm just managing it.
Well,
that's all.
How old are you? Generally, you don't have to give me exact age.
I'm old enough to realize that like I was stupid most of my life.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question, dude.
I'm old enough to have a drink.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what decade?
You should do that.
Well, I'm just going
to.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's the thing.
90s, 80s, 70s.
You're my
yes,
age.
I'm legal. Yes, I'm legal to have a drink. I mean,
no, you're about my age, Lo-Fi.
Yeah.
We're about the same age.
Yeah. I don't know. Perhaps this is like somebody was trying to cheer me up, saying, "Yo, this is like when you're going through a lot. It's just the sign that you're on the right path." And
Your
I guess
generation in the current like I'd say anybody that's fucking under 32 or something, maybe. Incredibly, you've grown up in an incredibly selfish, money-driven world where the highest social goal is to have a bunch of money. That just hasn't been always the case. It just is now, right?
Yeah.
So like when you don't have any like moral goals, and most people don't,
Right.
Like if you say, okay, so what am I going to do? What's the pinnacle of human achievement? Oh, to amass a bunch of money, be a billionaire. Right. Is that really the pinnacle of human achievement? Really?
That's
if you had all your choices, if you could just snap your fingers and have any one of your dreams come true, do you want to be like buried? Oh, I was a billionaire, or like some other choice?
Some other choice, honestly. I just peace. Honestly,
but people, I understand, but people have been conditioned, right? So, like for quite a while now, that money is the highest, is the most sensible, greatest goal that people should have in their lives. Like that should be like the meaning of their life, to amass money and then do whatever it is they want, as opposed to like spiritual goals, knowledge goals, art goals. You know, I'm not saying that those people don't exist. There are, but as the societal wide messages, get that bag, right? That's the societal message, and because they're getting rid of like the idea of God and Creator, right?
Yeah, they definitely are.
So like we have this secular viewpoint. So what's the highest possible achievement in a secular Catholic society? Get the bag. What's the highest possible achievement in a religious society? It's glory to God. So like you have this too. We're in a secular, Catholic society. So what are people going to do? They're going to try and get the bag. When everybody's trying to get the bag, Catholic societies are cutthroat. And yes, you have things like, so everybody hit on it a little bit, right? So you have the facade that people present, right, to the outside world, that I'm confident and I'm the man and like da-da-da-da-da. But they don't really feel like that on the inside. Inside, they feel inadequate. Inside, they have doubt. Inside, they have fear. And right, and like when they walk by a homeless person, they don't not give them money because they don't want to. They give them money because that person's beneath me. If I show the world that like I'm like, this homeless guy is robbing me, he's conning me out of my $2. Like people have these like this homeless person. Yeah, like it's like they don't want to be seen associating with a homeless person, but like people think about it from multiple perspectives. I don't want to be seen associating with a homeless person. Then there's the other perspective. I don't want to be seen like, oh, there's that dupe giving money to a homeless person. He's just going to go buy drugs with it anyway. You know what I mean? Like all these judgments, people try to like, oh, I want to just fit into society and I don't want any problems. Like,
it's a way to distance themselves.
It's such a humbling thing being homeless, though. I think if everybody experienced that, I think everyone would probably get along. I think if everyone suffered for real, like having their mom and dad abandon them,
people suffer. I mean,
like suffering. I think everyone should probably suffer to the point where it's just they don't want to suffer ever again. And like, I don't know. I think suffering is very.
Wait, are you under the impression that?
I think everyone's doing a lot better than I realize.
Don't suffer. I mean, even if you're rich, you suffer.
I don't think people really suffer at all. I think people are very strong.
Why do you think that?
Because I find myself like freaking out, and everyone else is just completely dandy. And
you're freaking out, so that's suffering.
Yeah. I'm absolutely like I admit it. I'm not gonna like I'm a fucking savage. I'm absolutely suffering. Absolutely.
Right, cool. Okay, cool. Well, hey, let's break it down. You don't have to tell us your whole story or anything like that. But yes,
you have anxiety or something.
Well, yeah. I don't know how anyone doesn't. I honestly,
you go to the gym.
They do.
Yeah, of course.
That's what we're trying to tell you.
No, like, do you go to the gym? Like, I don't mean go and like lift 20 pounds 50 times, dude.
No, I just do the nature thing. I just go on walks and I do like body workouts.
Go to the fucking gym until it fucking hurts, okay? And just keep doing that.
That is probably good advice, yeah. I'm probably
like really
stress relief. Right?
Yeah, like plus like you burn out cortisone, which is a stress hormone. So like you can like you're elevating your IGF, which is growth hormone, and testosterone from working out will moderate cortisol, which is a stress hormone.
Yeah. I think I have a lot of
that. Being tired, it's like if you really work your muscles to actual muscle fatigue, you're too tired to have anxiety. Anxiety takes too much fucking effort. Like
I know, it's just like anxiety just happens, right? It just happens.
No, you're right.
So you can't help anxiety.
No, I need this talk, dude. I need this talk. I'm definitely.
You have a MMA training, right? Like you know
Me?
Like, yeah.
No, I took martial arts when I was
No,
a kid.
lo-fi. No, lo-fi.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty happy with my workout routine. I do a full body workout.
Are you pushing yourself though?
I think that really is what it is, because like mentally and physically, I just had enough. I just feel like
what I'm asking you, are you pushing yourself in your workout? Are you pushing yourself?
Yeah. Well, no, maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe not to the point where
are you just going through the motions, or are you just like, I went to the gym today, I did my workout, I barely sweat, and then I went home, and then I'm gonna do it again in 2 days, like, you know, and just going through the motions? Are you going in like, I'm gonna fucking kill this workout, dude? I'm gonna go in there and fucking, when I leave here, I'm gonna feel sick to my goddamn stomach, right? Like that.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely need to have that mindset. I definitely need to like toughen up a little bit. I just keep feeling uneasy. That's all. I feel weak.
I'm a lazy fat ass that talks to you assholes all the time, and I don't work out at all.
We also don't have anxiety, so we don't give you shit.
That's bullshit. I do have anxiety.
Is it lo-fi or lofi? What you call it?
Lo-fi. Yeah. I mean, I just
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I assume like you look into stuff, like you know a few truths about this world, right?
Absolutely.
So how long ago was it that you kind of began that journey?
2016.
Okay, so it's not recent for you.
Yeah.
But like, what, do you still feel like you're in a kind of black pill phase with it all?
In a sense, yeah, because I went down to the core of everything, and like it's not. I mean, everything is like it's not just flat Earth. It's fucking everything. Everything is just it's all fucking evil. All of it. All entertainment. All of politicians. All sports. All of our favorite shows. All of our favorite bands. It's all demonic. It's all fucked up.
It's that shit
everywhere.
It's on TV and YouTube and shit like that, and TikTok. Yeah, like that's not the majority of the world.
It's just, I think you have to be crazy not to go crazy. Sorry.
But, you know, I do agree with you. That whole paradigm, that whole Matrix is exactly that. It's evil. It's all fucked.
But even the Matrix is demonic as fuck, too. Like, everything is just
but that is just, like, the most prevalent thing in our cultures. It's pushed in our face from every angle.
The fear is by design. And anxiety is by design. You're meant to feel that way. It's not like accidental,
right? And I'm grateful for that. Like I understand that it's all happening for a reason. It's overwhelming, dude. Everything is out to attack you.
Ever been to a haunted house like when you were a kid?
Yeah, of course.
And you were scared and you had like anxiety walking through it and all that.
Well, not really. I kind of had fun with it. Ironically, like I just because for one I knew it was like for show.
Yeah. The irony.
That's it right there.
You just answered your own question.
But the difference is
just a fucking show, bro. It's just fiction, man. Like, dude, like I don't know, you don't understand. The shit on TV ain't real. Dude,
right.
Listen, when the TV broadcast comes on in the morning, do they say everything you're about to see is 100% absolutely true? All of it's nonfiction. Everything we tell is the truth. We tell no lies. We don't make anything up. We don't exaggerate, and it's all true. Do they say that? No, they don't. It's all bullshit. They don't come on when the news stops. When the news starts, they go, this following section is nonfiction, and the previous section was fiction, and after this is going to be they don't differentiate. It's all bullshit.
I know.
All of it.
But that's what I'm saying is just like everything. It's just, I don't even know anymore.
The point I'm trying to make is they don't even claim it's true. Why would you ever think it's true?
Right.
They never said it was. The idiots around you said it was. The idiots around you aren't making the news broadcasts. How the hell would they know?
Yeah, I guess I just wish more people were understanding of this. It's just too much. I don't like.
It's not too much, dude. You're getting listen. You read a scary book and you're scared, dude. That's it. You fucking saw you saw a scary movie and you fucking internalized it and you think it's real, dude. Right. Jason ain't real. Neither's Jaws. Neither's Superman. Neither's the haunted house you walk through because you knew it was fake. The shit on the news on TV. Dude, listen. Have you ever watched something on the news And it actually affected you in real life?
No.
Okay, there you go. There's your fucking answer, dude. It's just a bullshit TV show.
Well, half the population fucking believes it, and then you have to deal with those people.
You just laugh at them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Why do you care what they think?
I don't. It's just so exhausting. You know what I'm saying? It really is to pretend.
Hey, it's exhausting to us. That's why we're here doing this.
Right.
Now.
Exactly. Literally, that out of anything I can do in this life, in this time, in this world, is just I want to be in this Discord and talk, because I genuinely I know, actually. Like, everyone's like, well, how could you be certain, you fucking crazy bastard? Well, I'd like to be wrong. I would, but like, there's just, everyone's fucking insane. Dude.
Hey, welcome to the club.
Everyone.
I would love to be wrong about this, but I just know I'm not. And so, here I am.
Yeah.
I've been doing this for over 4 years, 5 years. How long have we been doing this, India? 7 years. We've been talking about the same shit with not the same people. You know what? We've been talking about this for several years with different people. We actually invite people here to talk about this. So welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And prior engagements, if you want to, we've been doing this for several years.
Flat Earth is just like the shit you're talking about.
Well, absolutely.
We try to deal with reality, not the television set, not all those fantasies. Flat Earth is outside your house. It isn't in your TV. It's outside your door. It's at the ocean. It's at the beach. It's from the top of the mountain. That's what Flat Earth is. It's not. It's not a bunch of concepts. It's not in a book. It's not fucking something your friend told you from down the street.
I know.
It's your life, your experience. And the thing is, you have to think about what you actually experience in life versus what you're told your experience is. So you're told that be afraid. There's boogeymen. There's fucking boogeymen in turbans. There's boogeymen with little hats. There's boogeymen with freaking red flags. There's all these boogeymen. There's a boogeyman down the street with an AK-47. There's all these boogeymen, and now there's some boogie women, right?
Boogie
so like
boogie women,
yeah, boogie trannies, yeah.
I'll be my boogie woman.
That's right.
You'll be my boogie man. Now go hand in hand.
Oh, it's just like, I mean, it's simple as stepping right outside your front door, taking a deep breath, and experiencing Earth as it presents itself to you.
Yeah, do you know what scares me is that people get so lost in their head when they're in actual danger, they have no clue that they're in actual danger because they're so lost in their head. They're too busy thinking about, what about the Russians? They're going to invade me from Ukraine. Blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, they're getting run over by a car. Right? So like,
it's just like the most dangerous thing you can do is drive a car.
Yeah.
That's true.
And think about shit you saw on TV instead of paying attention to the road. Like, people are disconnected from reality, from media, from looking at screens all the time. They're just completely disconnected.
Not actually living life.
Yeah. They've forgotten what it even is. They've lost it from, like, you know, it's almost like it's beat out of you. Like, you're a kid and, like, you know, you live life and you're wild and free, and, like, the adults are like, cut that out. Until you go just like you're one of them.
Can it be Speculation Sunday for a second? Is it?
Yeah.
Sunday, so.
Yeah.
Technically, it is Sunday. That is true.
Okay, reality is the creator. The creator is reality. Like, but reality is also like what we're experiencing. So when you find something evil, there's something good in it because everything is created, even the evil. I mean, I hate to say it, but there's always something good in everything because the creator created everything.
Ooh. Yeah, evil does serve a purpose.
It does.
Because usually evil is counteracted by people doing good things that wouldn't have happened if that evil never happened.
And people are disconnected from reality, and
Sometimes the evil kind of like works for. I won't say it works for good, but it's just like people inadvertently try to perpetuate some things that end up working good for the people that are recipients of their.
So, Flats, are you saying just let go, let God? Should I just let Jesus take the wheel and stop fucking feeling like I have control of anything?
No, not necessarily.
You don't have control of anything. You never did.
I have no. I have no. Sorry.
I'm not gonna say to like completely let go of everything. You just have to find the good and hold on to that.
Yeah, I'm doing that for dear life.
What I said is you're not in control of anything, and you never were, and you never will be. Most of your bodily functions that keep you alive, you don't control. Right?
Yeah.
You don't control your heartbeat. You don't control your digestive system, your circulation, any of that stuff. You're not in control of any of that. You can drop dead in the next 3 seconds.
Right.
And all the like ideas you had about your life and your day and like what you ate and like what you're gonna do tomorrow are all for naught, right?
It sure seems so.
But if you call someone and say, I'm going to meet you,
stay in the moment, right.
If you call someone and say, I'm going to meet you there, then meet them there, do it. But everything else that's just you being you. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Once you make a commitment, then just follow through with it. The rest of it is a part of existence. We already are doing this.
Yeah, you got to find a balance between staying in the moment and perceiving reality that's directly in front of your face versus abstracting about the future versus regretting the past or thinking about the past or things you could have changed. You know, it's a fine line you have to walk between these three like different parts of thinking, right? The memory, the imagination, and the reality of it, right? So we got the imagination is the forward, the memory is the backward, and the now is the presence of consciousness.
Yeah, and regrets can tear you up if you think about it a lot.
Yeah, regrets are fucking useless, especially if they don't change anything.
I mean, we decide how much
you can learn from regrets, but just make sure that you don't dwell on them because you'll eventually, just dwell on regrets.
You drive yourself crazy.
If you're comfortable giving the past and any mistakes you may have made like a lot of merit, and that serves you, then go right ahead, But you don't need to.
Right. I always say, like, if you're going to give the past that much credit, please give the future a little bit of credit as well.
Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, I like that.
I try my best to. I genuinely do try my best to like make the most of this life, but sometimes it gets to me. That's all.
Well, I also tell people they shouldn't dwell in the past because it's not a door you can walk back through.
I mean, that's true.
It's really done, dude. Like, you can't go back there and change it. So just like accept it as it is, and if you can learn something from it, then learn from it. But if not, just forget it because it's just useless information.
Yeah. As soon as it's past, we write it. We don't actually have the objective past memory. We don't. We write
it's already written.
Oh, yeah,
it's already written. It's
based
solid.
on how we feel, whatever thing, all this stuff. So it's not even like what you think you remember. It's not even the accurate happening that took place.
Yeah, you got like a little PR guy in your head.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Isn't that the truth? I can't even deny that. I fucking hate that that's true.
Yeah, so I mean, like,
you're gonna have to own it.
It literally, oh fuck it! It 100% does not exist as soon as it's passed.
Yeah, it doesn't exist, dude. Like, it might as well have never happened.
In a sense, yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, people will say, "Hey, can you prove it?" It's just like I mean, other than pictures, but even then, because
you can't forget it.
You might have witnesses that can verify it. Yeah.
Period.
But have witnesses be like, yeah, I saw him do that shit.
I just want all of this to be worth it. I don't know what that means exactly, but like all of this needs to mean something. Like
no,
this
it does mean something, and know it. No, it does. Like it's not even about that. You hope it does.
It can mean something, but it doesn't need to mean anything.
Well, I mean, your life means something.
Yeah.
Everything is playing its part the way that it's going to play its part.
I have a feeling that's true, Flatsy. I do. I don't know if that's me being delusional or if that's true, but like it does feel like it's precise. It feels too precise to be fucking meaningless, but at the same time, it's just I don't even know.
At the end of the day, you are you. I am me. I mean, we're all, in our minds.
But we're all part of creation. So
that's where we are, is in our minds. We're not like in our.
We're talking about past. We're not talking about past, present, future. We're talking about present. And so, yes, we have a past. People know us. They know some things about our past. Some people do. Some people don't. We don't know a lot about you, Luffy, but you sound like a cool guy. Just freaking,
in our minds, we're free, though.
What you've done in your past.
You know that.
Appreciate that, dude. Likewise. Seriously. It's been very fucking insane. Like, to say the least.
I'll tell you something, Lo-Fi. I personally think that a lot of people enjoy their suffering. I don't think people don't do things they don't enjoy. Besides, like obligations, like work, which is a matter of survival, keeping the lights on and stuff. Right? Yeah. That's people got to do what you got to do type thing there. But that doesn't count when it comes to like by yourself deciding what you want to do with your day. People don't choose things they don't enjoy in some way or another. And I believe that true with suffering and overthinking and anxiety and all this. And that's when it's become comfortable for you. Might be painful, might be whatever it is, but it's, evil type thing.
And just so you know, you're not alone in suffering anxiety from past misdeeds or whatever has happened to you in the past. Every day is a new day.
Yeah, sometimes a good night's rest might be all we need. Just rest.
You hear what I said, though, Lo-Fi?
Yeah, people like their suffering, but I like adversity to a point where like it gives me a story and it makes me stronger and better. But like I'm kind of over it. Like honestly, I just want to be at peace.
Yeah, but you're over it right now. You're going to feel the drive again. It's just the way that humans are built.
I want that.
Drive, we get down, we get drive, we get down. I mean,
there's always
it is what it is.
Yeah, this is one of those down times, but I'm trying to prepare for it. Like it's for a better life.
There's nothing wrong with taking a rest if you need one.
Yeah.
Take some time. I mean, maybe go for a walk. I don't even know what's going on. But just take a little bit of time if you need to. And just kind of think or whatever. We're here to talk. Just like we're talking about.
Try to think in that. The best thing that I do is being grateful for the things that I have. That always makes me feel better because when I don't know why, it just always does. It just lifts me up immediately.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can't complain too much. I just I get my own way too much sometimes.
Oh, welcome to the club, like I said.
Yeah.
I get my way too.
That's why I love talking to people because it takes me away from my petty. Like it's just like when I talk to others, I can get a better perspective. I think it's very helpful.
I'll tell you what. I mean, a lot of the other servers on Discord that you might join them.
Well, I love
sometimes we're kind of an asshole, I mean, or other people are, or whatever. But for the most part, unless
for yourself, come on.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to speak for myself. I'm an asshole.
But it's like, but if you can't talk to someone about flat Earth, then what's the point? I mean, you don't have to talk about 24/7 per se, but like if they can't get on that level, well, again, pun intended, it's like, well, then they can't really accept reality, and they can't think for themselves. So like, I might as well be talking to myself.
All right, well, now you're talking to us, so isn't it exhilarating to?
It is actually that's true. That is true. I'm very fucking grateful for you guys because it's very true. That's why I'm on Discord because like I try to talk to people in person, and like
you'll find out in this server we don't always agree with each other as flat earthers. So yeah, it's even more. It's more fun to actually,
but at least you can like decipher from the deception.
Yeah.
And so like I said, that Jenga piece, you were willing to take that piece out and like let the whole thing fall. And that's not easy. It's not.
You know what I call it? I call flat Earth the skeleton key to the deception.
There you go.
It really is. It really is. The Jenga piece fell, and it's just it all happens at once, and it's so refreshing.
Yeah, and then we build it back up, and then we just pick each piece apart again, and it's like, who's going to be the next one?
Yeah, I'm in that building phase for sure. Yeah.
That was a really good point, Patsy.
Man, you're so new into flat Earth. You've only been here for like 2 months, right? In the arena of flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, not in the server, but like when you discovered flat Earth.
Yeah, flat Earth for me it was like
2-3 months.
3 months, I would say. Yeah, because like it's around the time when I started reading the Bible, and then so it's like biblically, and then spiritually, and then logically, just all of it just hits you at once like a fucking train. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I don't even know what the hell's happening. And it's just like I can't even like reject it. It's like you can't unsee it.
Oh yeah, I was tormented.
I can't unsee it.
For other reasons, not because of, but what flat Earth implicated. All of the things that I was finding out when I found out about flat Earth, I had already found, God before I found flat Earth. So
yeah, me too.
For me, it was flat Earth then. Or no, yeah, for me it was God then flat Earth too. Because like the Bible, the first verse will lead you to flat Earth. Well, actually, it was the first verse, but the first verse make like debunk space, and then when you debunk space, then you debunk NASA, and then when you debunk NASA, then you start realizing.
Yeah, I mean, once you already believe in the Creator, the cards fall. From Genesis 1, right?
But from the beginning of the Bible, and you take the beginning with you to the end of the Bible. It is the key. There.
It is. Yeah, I can't deny that. Yeah, I mean, because like everything in Scripture, what I've noticed is that everything just goes opposite of what Scripture says. Like Scripture says that we're not spinning. We're not spinning. We're stationary. That the Bible says it 3 times, probably more. I just know that there's 3 verses that say that the earth shall not be moved. The earth is set and shall not be changed. It's literally saying it's stationary, but yet the heliocentric model says we're spinning. It's just absolute. It's insane.
There's more than 3.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Right. And so it's just I don't know what. I guess I'm excited to just like keep moving forward. It's just fresh. It's like a fresh wound, and I need it to heal. And I'm trying to rush that.
No, it's not a wound. It's an experience. I mean, you've found a place to understand, to meet people where we all see the same thing.
Yeah, it's just so much easier to be angry and attack everybody. So that's why everyone does it, or most people do it. Like they themselves know something's wrong. They just can't fathom. They don't want to fathom and take that responsibility. It takes two things, right? They have to be responsible that they were wrong, and they have to be responsible that they were lied to. That like the government lied. I mean, that's a heavy thing for people.
Oh, and oftentimes, people will say, no, it's like, I came here to debate, and I'm going to show you the Earth is a globe. It's like, well, I mean, we'll give you a chance, it's just like,
right.
But your debate is really kind of null because we've already seen it. You know what I mean? So
a Glober's debate is really
excited about it. Just show them, what we already know.
Right. Well,
it's like, what is there to debate?
Exactly. Well, a Glober's fight is really with themselves. It's not even you. It's like
exactly.
They have to come to terms with it. Yeah, like they have to find it. They have to want to find it. Like I wanted to know the truth. And wow, was the Bible right? Ask and you shall receive. Seek and you shall find. Boy, did I do both those things. And it's just like, well, I did get what I wanted. And so here we are.
Hey, does anyone object to me giving Lofi?
No, I don't object. I actually advocated for it the first night.
I'm going to give him the flat earth roll.
What am I kind of crazy? I admit I'm crazy.
No, I mean when you become part of the server, I can tell you're a flat earther, so I'm going to give you the flat earth roll.
Oh hell yeah! Well, yeah, I would hope so. Jeez, I would hope so. My goodness.
There you go. You're a flat earther.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please continue doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. I mean, I think you guys remember when you first found out, it was a slap in the fucking soul, not the face. It takes responsibility. This is adulthood. That's adulthood.
Yep.
It's taking full responsibility for the fucking very earth that you live on. It's just like, yeah, it's not a stupid direction. It's like it takes a sharp mind to navigate through the lies. I want to give you a bit of a
little bit about myself. Yeah. I came into the flat earth with a toddler on my hip, man.
Wow. And that's
I had to come to a lot of terms as well, but like on a deeper level, like I have to keep seeking truth because I'm raising this child in the world. Yeah, and he's going to see a way different world than we're witnessing right now. So I'm trying to prepare him for that.
Well, yeah, he better not ever see a globe. It's just so misleading. I remember.
It's okay if he sees it. I'm not trying to like.
Yeah, compare and contrast. Right? I mean, nobody should be scared of this stupid globe.
I mean, yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, I didn't mean
like a horror movie. It's just like, oh, that's.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I didn't mean like that. I'm still salty at the fact that like my grandfather got me for Christmas. It's just so stupid. Yeah, or like every school had it. Yeah.
For him, I want him to experience it like. Of course, I'm going to protect him. I'm going to protect him from anything like crazy, but.
Yeah.
Just in due time, he has to witness reality. Like, he can't be shielded from it because it's going to hit him all at once one day. I just have to kind of, intuitively do it.
Yeah. You're doing it right, I'm sure. Like, if you're here, absolutely.
Look, I can't tell you that I'm doing it right. I'm doing my best.
I'm wondering what it'd be like to bring a child up, in this age. It's like, hey, now people are going to tell you that the Earth is a globe, but it's obviously not. But when you go to school, they're going to tell you this, or most people think the Earth is a globe. We're third rock from the sun in the solar system, but it's not that. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that. You tell me how that's going to work, Patsy. Come on, I'm trying to figure.
I'm not gonna like.
That's going to be really tough.
The school system. I'm just going to teach him. We're going to learn languages together because he's got such a sponge of a mind. I mean, why not? Why not just make?
I trust you, Patsy. I think it's going to work out.
And teach him logic and logical fallacies.
There you go.
Forget about astrophysics for a minute. Like, you're not having to worry about that. at a young age. Like, let's talk about things that are core and that you need to know.
Flatsy, the fact that you didn't abandon him is already a win. Like take it from someone who doesn't have a mom. Like, you're doing, like, the fact that you didn't abandon him is amazing. Like, I mean that, like 100.
It would never.
Are they under the impression that most women abandon their children?
No, my mom abandoned me, so I'm just saying it from
Okay,
experience.
well, maybe that's the reason. Most women don't abandon their children. I mean,
agreed. A woman should never.
The abandoned father.
I mean, I'm, if that's the case, I feel bad for you for that. But you're still here talking to us, so
yeah,
I like that. So don't put that on every other woman.
No, of course
most
not.
women don't abandon.
Oh no, he didn't. He actually just gave me a compliment for it. So
Okay, maybe if I took it wrong,
no, for sure, though.
Hey, I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, I mean that, like 100%. Like, it's just like, just being there is just incredibly important. Like, regardless if this problem is there or that problem is there, just being there is enough. Just being there. That's all. Like, that's huge.
You know what I mean by most women don't. That means like 99% women. They don't abandon their children.
And to be fair, my father did the same thing. Yeah. So yeah, they just dropped me off at their parents' house, and they figured that was the best. So yeah. But
okay,
and then,
so they dropped.
But then
it was for the best.
So you were raised by your grandparents.
Yeah, and then they were kind of screwed up too. So it was just a shit show.
Hey, my family's a shit show as well. So I don't.
Yeah.
Well, Lo-Fi, you turned out great. You turned out great. So you should be very grateful for your upbringing because of the outcome.
Yeah, that's all. That's the only way I look at it. Like, I wouldn't change it, but I never want to experience anything like that again. It's too much on my heart. Too much. It's
but you have heart. I can tell.
You'll never be placed with more burden you can bear.
I believe that. So far, at least, doing my best. I ask God for things. Yeah.
Hey. Keep asking, keep praying, keep moving forward. We're doing what we can here, speaking truth, analyzing, moving forward, asking questions. Just like, hey, you Glober, you got any evidence for this stupid globe that you keep playing all the time?
Yeah, you guys give me hope. I'm serious, dude. Like, some of those debates make me laugh, and I'm very grateful for those debates, dude. Like, they're funny. They're fun, but they're also insightful. Like, I learned a lot about arguing and, like, being able to back up what I'm saying, which is a life skill, not even just a debate. Like,
it is a life skill. I mean, it doesn't. It is, even if it's not, directly related to the globe or whatever.
Like, somebody was like something so simple. Everyone's like, "What do you think this is?" I'm like, plasma. They're like, "Do you know the definition of plasma?" I'm like, "No." They're like, "Well, then don't say that." I'm like, "Fuck." It's like, okay, I'm sharpening my skills every day while I'm here. So it's an uphill battle, as they say.
It can be downhill, depending on who asks you what, when, where.
We're not in the convincing business. We don't need to convince anybody of anything.
No,
we're in the challenging business. That's what we're here for.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what. You know what's going to convince someone is your spirit's going to convince them more than, and your spirit and your attitude is going to convince them more than your knowledge. But you definitely should be knowledgeable, and I appreciate you listening and participating. It's really awesome.
Oh, and you're going to gain so much knowledge if you keep showing up, buddy.
Yeah, I understand that.
Whenever you can, when you see this place is active, especially if Indio's in here, Mayhem, Jedi.
Mayhem's great. Mayhem's a brother for life. Cool. I like him a lot.
Wait, what about Helio?
Helio's great. Of course, Helio's great.
You're always hammered.
Dude, Helio. I don't know if you remember, but I was here the other night. I think you were drunk the other night, but I was here.
I'm drunk most nights.
Oh, well, yeah. It was fun. It was good. It was funny. Like
I love Helio. He's
Helio's great.
There's a nighttime party
Yeah,
sometimes.
didn't hurt my feelings that you didn't mention me.
No, Helio.
We've had to straighten up lately, so I've been just kind of.
Yeah, I ain't turned about that. You know what I'm saying?
It's wonderful. I really need it.
But seriously, I mean, get more involved. I mean, if you love this.
Well, I can't help it. I have to be. I can't talk to anyone else.
Wait, Helio, remember our first real encounter? It was over Christmas jingles. And I was like, I don't even like Christmas. It's a pagan holiday.
Do you remember that?
And we were singing Christmas jingles.
See what I do? See, it's just like, so as far as the high intellectual stuff, you don't associate me with that. But I do know about it. But I love to sing.
YouTube
You remember that in Mary Poppins? I love to laugh, ha 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 ha, loud and long and clear. Remember that one? In Mary Poppins? And then they started floating. The more they laughed, they started floating in the room. Yeah. So that's kind of the way I do know all the shit you guys are talking about, but I do like to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I guess everything does work out the way it's supposed to. It always has for all of us, right? I mean, it's weird. Every time you think it's the end of the world, it never.
Right, and in that, what's really interesting, thinking back on that certain scene in Mary Poppins. The kids were really nervous, and it's like Mary Poppins is taking them over to meet the guy, and he's like, they're all like, "Oh, he's a weird guy, right?" And they're like, and then the kids are like, "Oh." Once he started singing, and they started singing, they all were floating around, drinking tea and shit. Like, I love to laugh, ha 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 ha. Loud and long and clear. You guys remember that? I love to laugh.
Yeah, somewhat.
So everybody can hear. I mean, that's pretty much me. I'm the weird fucking guy that Mary Poppins brought the kids to meet.
Silly. Oh man. My husband's been teaching my son to say, "Mama plus booger equals turd." And I'm like, "No, Daddy plus booger equals turd." So we're teaching him, and he'll say both. And one of us will be like, "Yay!" and the other will be like, "No." It's so funny.
What the fuck?
I thought I'd share that.
No, you guys are wonderful people. I'm serious. You guys give me faith. I'm dead serious when I say that. I'm reading some messages that everyone DM'd me and stuff. It means a lot. Seriously.
Yeah, you should listen to my song I wrote. I've tagged you in.
Yeah, I saw that.
Do you listen to Patsy's
song.
music? Loft, you should listen to her music. She's freaking brilliant.
I love it. No, seriously, absolutely. I think music is the language we can all speak. So
I love to play guitar. Man, it's good stuff, man. Playing music is great.
I agree. I agree completely. I direct music, but I definitely kind of miss playing guitar. I used to
direct. You're a musician as well.
Yeah. Well, the lo-fi is ambient music. It's music that helps you study, helps you sleep. It can lower anxiety. I discovered lo-fi music when I I got too high and I was freaking out. And
well, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
What do you mean by lo-fi music?
So lo-fi means low fidelity frequency. So it's very calming, very calm music. And it's music that's...
all right. Now, I know what lo-fi means, but what do you mean by lo-fi?
I guess
like if I come close to my microphone,
a great way of life.
speaking a low fidelity voice.
Yeah.
Is this lo-fi?
A great way of life.
This is for his job.
It is, yes, exactly. So I'm very faithful when the amounts are small, and so like I found a way to make money with lo-fi music, and so I'm trying to stay faithful towards that. It's been very hard, but I'm
Can you send us an example of it?
Yeah, I can. I wasn't sure if I was. Am I allowed to send? I wasn't sure if I was allowed to post anything outside of like.
You are.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, I gave you the Flat Earth Roll, and you have Link in Bed. So yeah, you should be able to post here in live stream voice text.
Okay. Well, I just wasn't sure if it was appropriate to post anything outside of Flat Earth.
I mean, it's what Sunday fun day, speculation.
So I'll send you this. This is a compilation that I directed called Acceptance and Adventure, because I think acceptance is very important.
Requirement before you you can post it, but you have to listen to Flatsy's video right there.
Yeah, that's
Hey, or you could play it over the live stream.
Did you already listen to it or not?
Hey, you could play it over the live stream.
Yeah, I can play it right now.
Yeah, sure, definitely.
Yeah,
let's all enjoy Flat C.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes long. It's really awesome. It's so awesome. Let me play.
I'm adding it to my YouTube playlist.
Yeah, I do recommend.
And by the way, while we're listening
that's all live, and I was doing it for a contest, so I did have to do it live and present myself for the contest.
Was it for Twisted Tea?
This is really
cool. It was for a contest last year.
Was it for Twisted Tea?
No, it was for Gems in the Rough.
Oh, it's like a brewery.
Gems on VHS. If you guys like that old timey country folky music, that's what I'm into.
That's amazing. Low key, I love country. For some reason, it gets a bad rep sometimes, but like I think it's.
You'll like this song.
I think you're gonna love this one then. Yeah. I mean, she's from Alabama. I was gonna say Kentucky. I don't know why. Because there's a lot of people.
And folk music is great too. I think folk music is highly underrated. It's just so positive.
You're going to like this one. In the meantime, post your link that we will talk.
I am listening to on my.
Hi, I'm Kim, and this is my submission to Gems in the Rough.
Oh, come on.
This is wonderful.
It's working.
Yeah.
Why can't I hear it?
You can. It's here.
I believe we're gonna see the day. I believe we're gonna see the day. A day that won't be so crazy. Under the clear sky will be okay. Keep your good times in meditation. Keep the good times in meditation. There may be a war here or there, or a war of misinformation. I will be okay. Misguided will lead you astray. The misguided will lead you astray. Well, stand firm your ground and your dealt card play. I believe we're gonna see the day. I believe we're gonna see the day. Well, the day that won't be so crazy under a clear sky will be okay. Okay.
Beautiful. That's beautiful.
Amazing.
Okay.
I definitely need to believe more.
Kind of makes me think of Willie Nelson. I don't know why.
I do that the misguided verse a lot differently now. I put some more yodels in it.
Some more yodels.
Just a little bit.
Hey.
Very good stuff, seriously. I like how it says gems on VHS.
That's the channel that runs the contest. They did it this year, and I thought about doing it, but I was stuck in a motel in Mobile with a broke down car and stranded
you
with
trying
my
to do a
son
yodel contest?
No, it wasn't a yodel contest. No, it was a song.
You know there is such a thing though, right?
No, I'm not trying to do that. I just want to write songs.
I mean, you won't be able to do that. The yodelers are the Northern European fuckers. They do the yodel shit.
I feel like I've come a long way in the past few years on guitar and singing and stuff.
Yeah, dude,
I've kind of got progress that you can see on my YouTube, but those are really old videos. Some of them are newer, but most of them are old.
It's really cool to have like a whole collection of from years ago though.
I know, I love it.
Yeah.
I do. I like going back and listening and seeing how far I've come.
Yeah.
Going on, Mon guys?
I love that song. Yeah, I love it.
I'm pretty cool.
It makes my heart smile.
It makes me happy that I wrote that song.
Yeah.
It feels like a good song to put out there. Doesn't feel wrong. It feels absolutely right. And it feels good to sing.
G'day.
I needed
this. So I'm seeing some stuff here in the live stream voice text that was posted. Let's see, you posted yours. What is this? Yoke Smasher. Okay. What's this? Jason posted something. What's this? Mad Dog McRae.
They're a folk band from Plymouth in the UK. They're really good.
There's a lot of good folk singers right now. I'm telling you, it's a good age for folk
if I played
singers.
it? Would I get a strike on if I played it, or is it like an independent kind of like
It might give you a strike.
I don't think they're on a record label, and they've got loads of albums out. But I would not say for certain.
Hey, by the way, Jason, how you doing, brother? Man,
hello. Sorry, I just barged in there and you said, I've been here for a while. I've just been listening to you lot chatting. You okay?
I saw you posting earlier. Yeah, good to see you again, brother.
Yeah, Jason, I was talking to you in the voice chat earlier when you said that your wife had to be great to put up with you. I feel the same way about my husband. He has to be great to put up with me.
Put up with me. Yeah. Hey, I'm twice divorced, so I guess that. What does that say about me? Does it say something about her or something about me? I don't know.
That means they couldn't put up with you.
Maybe I'm too much.
Hey, it's better to be too much than too little.
I guess so.
Yeah.
It looks like Lo-Fi might be addicted to Discord.
Yeah, I mean, the people in IRLs, I can't talk to anyone else, dude. I really mean that.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I just, everyone else you talk to, they'll just give you this weird reason why it's a globe, and then you're just like, this guy really doesn't believe what he's saying. And like, I really want to say something, but I know they're gonna get pissed off at me. So
all right, well, check this out.
You don't need to tell.
No, yeah, you've said plenty tonight, and you're doing well. You know what I've noticed here in this chat? There's a person that has the name The Thinker. Did you guys notice him or her?
I've seen The Thinker before. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you talked to that person? Has it VC verified?
He used to be called the special. He used to be called the Specialist, and then he changed his name during the conversation we were having with Mimas on your guys' Friday night, which is my Saturday. And then he changed his name to The Thinker.
All right, cool. So
I think I do faintly remember that. We're talking about me. You're talking about Aurelian?
I just want to give everybody an opportunity to talk. You know, we talk a lot.
Hit him up, man. Hit him up. I think he's a biblical.
Thinker, open your microphone and talk to us. We're not so scary. You see?
Yeah, I came in vulnerable, and now I feel a little bit stronger, so I appreciate you guys.
There you go, man. Yeah, Lofi, that's what we're about.
I genuinely do.
Thinker, I mean, if you want to talk, you don't have to, but you can listen if you want. You can type in the text.
Damn, you guys are fucking awesome, dude. I'm serious.
You can say, I have a broken microphone, which is, that's kind of weak sauce. It's just like, I don't have a mic. we have a label. We have a role. This is like broken mic game. It's like, oh no, I don't have a mic. It's like, who in this world doesn't have a microphone?
Hey, I've got a broken mic.
I got a broken.
I'm using a mic that's like 15 years old, yo. I'm using a MacBook 2010.
This is like, I think this microphone that I'm talking on now, even though it sounds really good, I bought it like 7 years ago. It's still it's a USB microphone. It's a Blue Yeti, but it's still pretty top notch.
How good does that microphone sound, Helio?
Well, I don't know. It depends on how growly I make and how close I get to it. But it's just really strange when people are like, oh, I don't have a mic. I don't have a mic. And it's like, wait, are you on a phone? Can you at least just like speakerphone? I mean, come on, man.
I've done that many times with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, if you say I don't have a microphone, that means you're a liar.
I can always hop on and have a microphone.
Yeah, that's all right.
Even if earbuds are all dead, I have that I can hook up.
You know what's really crazy? I have some Bluetooth headphones, and every time I join with those, it sounds like shit. I think it's probably because people are used to hearing me, on this mic, but I think it's probably because these headphones are really shit, so I just don't even bother.
Crazy for feeling so lonely.
Crazy.
Crazy for
I have to live up to the flat
Crazy for I can't even remember the word. Crazy for loving you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the words.
I don't know why I was singing that, but
I knew you'd love me as long as you wanted.
Oof.
And then someday you'd leave me for somebody new.
Keep going.
crazy. Shit. That is awesome.
Oh man, I love Patsy Cline. She's something else.
Hey, I don't know about it. Well, it doesn't matter if I talk about it on live stream, but I mean this TV show. I don't think it was it Patsy Cline? No, it's George. I think it was a Stars series. I mean, we may have talked about it before. George Jones and
What's it about?
oh, it's just about the relationship between George Jones and not Patsy Cline. I mean, it's the only reason I'm bringing it up because because I think that Kim would like the show because I watched the show. It's just like 6 episodes. I think we probably talked about it before.
I don't know. I'm not familiar.
You know who George Jones is, right?
Yeah.
So then he married what's her face? Totally true.
I don't keep up with people. I don't know, man. Even I've never been a movie watcher. Like people are always like, "You haven't seen this movie?" All my life.
This ain't about movies. This is
I know, but like this is my life, man. I don't know.
It happened in Nashville, and it's a country thing. George.
I'm a country thing. You know?
I know you a country thing, girl. I know it. You know what I'm saying? I know you a country thing, girl. You from Alabama. I mean, it's all about it. Hey, I was born in Ohio, but I'm in Arkansas, and I mean, I've been in Arkansas I'm Arkansas all day. You know what I'm saying?
Are you doing your gay southerner again, are you?
No, I didn't do the gay Southern Georgia thing yet. No, I'm trying to find this show. I know that you don't watch a lot of TV, Kim, but you should watch this show. I think you'd like it, and you'll be like, when I was watching the show, I was like, are they actually singing? And I was like, they are. I found out because I had to look it up. They were like, they went through hours and hours of voice lessons to sound like George Jones. And wait, it's not Patsy Cline. Holy shit! What?
Well,
no, it's Tammy Wynette. Tammy Wynette. Jordan and Tammy. It's a Stars series. It's like 6 episodes long. You know who Tammy Wynette is, right?
Flat Earth real quick. I'm gonna swing it back to Flat Earth real quick.
All right.
And I'm gonna do it in song. And you've already heard it, but it's still gonna stick to my name, Flatsy Climb. Okay. The globe falls to pieces each time I see too far again.
What's up? Yeah. Glowballs. Yes.
Have you written more of that?
I have, but I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, it's a series. I think it's on Stars.
When are we going to hear that full song?
Yeah, man, you need to write some more lyrics on that one. The glow falls to
You're right.
pieces.
I need to write the whole song.
When we see too far.
Each time I see too far.
They claim
I love it. I love it.
The claim refraction.
The refractive index.
Goodness. I love you guys. I gotta get off here. It's been good, man.
Dude, likewise, you guys. I'm actually like rested now. You guys kind of like
4:44.
calm my soul. I was like,
what? Yeah, you got arrested? I can't.
Yeah, you bastards! You bastards help me feel better. You fucking bastards are too damn awesome. Damn it! Fucking hate it. I hate the world, but then you guys make me like it.
Yeah, it's pretty good though. It was created just for us. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it really is. We coexist with the trees, yo.
Hey, and you're right, Kim. And now I often say that too. It's just like this world is for us.
It is. It really is
for us.
It really is.
It's a gift to us.
Mm-hmm. The gift of life.
Just
The
remember,
earth. We got gifted the earth, man. We got to reign over the earth. It was our gift.
and you never
The
get to
entire
appreciate
existence,
the good.
our spirit,
That's bad.
our gift is the earth, but the better gift is our consciousness to experience earth. That's the real gift, right?
That's absolutely a gift.
Yeah,
Like,
because the
for
earth,
life.
if
It's
earth
synonymous,
without the gift of life, the
But
earth
what
can
is our- what
exist
is our
with nobody
existence without the earth?
to experience it. I mean,
we
how
wouldn't
can-
be very happy if we existed in like.
Well, the earth can't experience itself, can it?
Whoa!
The earth is the best thing that was given to us.
And in the first chapter of Genesis, that's how God, this gift is ours. It's for us.
Yeah, but the consciousness and the earth are synonymous. They go together. Like these were the gifts.
Right. It's
the main ones that we were given to be grateful for. Man, it's so great. It really is so great.
Yeah,
it's for us.
That's what I'm saying. Well, when you guys
I mean, I want to tear up. I want to tear up just saying it because it really is just such a gift.
Yeah. Well, there's a saying: "It's happening to you, it's happening for you, not to you."
Well, maybe it's both.
Yeah, both.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, I'm glad we could give you a little bit of uplift and different kind of an experience and idea here.
Absolutely, yo. If we can listen back to this, like if I came in hot headed, now I'm just like I feel like I can actually sleep.
No, hey, guess what? You can go to sleep and then come back
I
tomorrow.
felt
You're
driven
gonna
to
experience
be
the
in, I
same
believe.
thing because
Hold
we
on.
do this all day long.
I jumped on here, but I jumped on here not really wanting to talk to anybody, just kind of listening for a while. And I've been talking the most since I was feeling obliged to talk myself. Okay, but I everything I do is guided by the spirit, so I don't think that.
And Platsy, every time you come on, we love to hear from you. That's all.
Yes.
You're awesome.
I gave you a like on YouTube. You deserve more, but I hope
That's awesome.
I can
That's
add
great.
more.
I'm glad you just watched it. Period. That's all I care about.
Yeah, I left a comment as well. Just boost
Appreciate that even more. Yeah, it's great.
Boost the pot. I got shadow banned on my YouTube channel, so it's not much, but yeah.
You know what? There was one weird anomaly that happened when it came to this song that I had posted. Somebody tried to post that, hey, this girl is a flat earther, and then the post didn't it got shadow banned, or the person deleted it, or the person deleted it, and I still get the notification for the comment.
Either way,
Even though it was
YouTube does
deleted.
weird stuff like that. Like
That was weird. It was. I want to just at least say that because I don't know if it was something trying to push something from the algorithm or if it was somebody just posting and deleting it.
Well, it'll actually come under what's that word? There's a word for it, but you're not posting any flat Earth content on your YouTube, so it'll come under come under a YouTube section where it's like misinformation anyway, so it'll get deleted straight away.
Well, I used my account to go on YouTube comments on other people's pages. That's why somebody followed me and went to mine
because your
and did
content
that.
is not flat.
Oh, so they censored my comments because they would have had to censor my video as flat Earth.
Right, exactly.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So it works both ways, yeah? So
I guess so.
They've got an
I just wanted to put
AI
that out
algorithm,
there.
so
Yeah.
it doesn't matter which content it is, it still gets censored for misinformation if it's not a correct comment for what the video actually is.
So somebody got censored on mine for flat Earth, not even me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Something. Yeah. It's weird. It's weird.
But if you ever posted any flat Earth comment, then they would allow that comment to stay.
Hey, I actually do that a lot. So
on your channel,
with my channel, with my YouTube account, I will go to other things and say some things.
You'll comment on your with your channel name, Flat Earth.
That won't make a difference, though. Yeah, it's just your content. Yeah.
Because I did the same thing too. I was posting like, "Hey, can somebody please prove that gravity exists?" and stuff like that, and then I'd get in trouble for that. It's spreading misinformation, they say.
Spreading misinformation like they do on CNN.
Exactly. Yeah. The irony, right? I would say oh well. To be fair, we have flat surfaces and sea level and horizon, and then it will get deleted. I'm like, wait, what? And so I don't know. It's something's weird with YouTube because they won't delete certain content, but they will others. I have no idea what YouTube is doing.
Oh, well, join the club. It's just like they pick and choose which videos they want on their freaking channel. I mean, of course, they have hundreds of millions to choose from, but they pick on us sometimes just for the fuck of it.
Oh, they absolutely do, though. Absolutely do. They'll take away subscribers. They'll blacklist you. They'll make it so people can't find you. They search. It's really weird.
Hey, Kim, did you learn to play guitar? Is she still here?
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm
did you learn to play guitar on your own, or did someone teach you? I'm watching one of your videos without the audio.
Hold on. I want to say that it's mostly self-taught, but it's me learning from other people, but they are playing in front of me, and I do my best to. Yeah, self-taught.
GCD.
Yeah, self-taught. But I also took music theory and stuff like that. So
yeah, me too.
And classical.
See, I had music theory before I actually learned to play guitar.
I can fingerpick pretty good. That's what I did for the most part. until recently. I learned how to
See,
play the
I
guitar
can't
like 2
play and
years ago.
sing very well. Like at the same, my rhythm and my voice. I guess it's because I'm more dynamic with vocals, so I can't just like. I'm not James fucking Hetfield or anything, so I can't
I gotta go
do
to
what
bed.
he does. You know,
I love you. I love you. I gotta go to bed. It's so late. It's not even late. It's early in the morning now. So I just had a feeling to get on here, and I feel like lo-fi is the reason I was supposed to be on here. So
I wasn't supposed to be on here either.
you're fine, Elio. You made it so much fun.
I try. Hey Kim,
Yeah,
it's
you
good to
add
talk to you
really good
again.
points too because you've got some experience. So
I hadn't heard from you in a while, so I was wondering what you was up to. So yeah, it's
just
good to
kind
hear
of
from you
laying
again.
low lately. That's what I feel like doing, so I do it. So I
Yeah,
don't
me
want
too.
to feel obligated to do things sometimes. If I
I'm
don't have
sorry.
to do them, I don't feel obligated. So
No, it's just like and nobody's.
the only
You know,
thing
as
that I
far
do that I feel obligated is like keeping the house in order and making sure that my
that's what's
family's
up.
good. So
That's what's up, and it's all about family. That's what's up.
I know I don't get on here as often anymore, but it's honestly because I love hanging out with, the booger. We get to hang out all day together, and then Daddy gets home, and Sterling is just, I just light up when he comes in the room, and Booger does too. We just both light up, and it's just great.
You already know you don't
I'm
have any
usually cooking
obligations
dinner
here.
when
You
he
don't have
walks
any
in the door, like
obligations
I'm
here, and
almost done
nobody
with
else
dinner.
does either.
But but I just want to take care of everybody, and I love them. I'm so
Hey,
grateful.
shout out to your family. Let them know we appreciate the time
Look,
that you
I wish
that you sacrifice for.
Okay.
We appreciate that.
Sterling, I want to say this before I go to sleep. Sterling, he put this little like it's like a on our refrigerator.
Yeah.
You can it's like a film, but it's dry erase, and it comes with a dry erase marker. So now I love it. It's so great.
What?
I can keep up with everything on this thing. It's just a big old sheet across the freezer, and I love it. Anyways, but on the side I put I love my booger family because I call it my booger family. It's the booger family, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he had put except for Daddy because he's being a shithead and he knows better, but he still said that except for Daddy, and I crossed that out and I put especially Daddy for giving me a wonderful, beautiful family. And he erased the except for Daddy. He's so funny. I love it. All right.
I'd love to meet your family one day. I mean, in Alabama, it might be hard, but
We're silly, but I won't admit to being silly. I'll outright lie.
no, it's too late. It's too late. Well, have fun. Tell your husband we said hi.
I will. He's asleep. I should be asleep.
You'd be like, what you been doing all night, baby? Hanging out with them flat earthers again.
I love you, and so you have a good night. Or day. Or, whatever.
Let's see you.
You're precious, guys. So.
See you, Kim.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what's next? What you up to, Crit? Critspiracy, I think. I don't remember which state he's in. I thought it was New York, but I'm thinking about somebody else. Conspiracy. Thinker who refuses to open a microphone and talk. you might be subject to one of my songs. Someone speaks. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Gonna take more than 10 seconds to pull up the one I was thinking about. Ooh, this is a good one. Share. Song that I recorded in 1996. There's no risk of copyright. If it works. But it might. Let's not do this. Cheers!
Woohoo! What is up, everyone, and welcome to Modern Day Debate. We are a neutral, nonpartisan platform welcoming everyone from all walks of life. If you're looking for even more fantastic debates, we are all over the internet, including your favorite podcasting platforms like Apple, Spotify, and Google. So if you enjoy debates, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. Helps us get out there on the algorithm and get more juicy debates like tonight's Is NASA Deceitful? With our debaters, Mark Reed and Flatzoid, here to help us find out. And if you enjoy what either of them have to say tonight, our guest links are in the description below. You can also tag me in chat at Amy Newman with your questions or comments for our Q&A section. Those super chats will get yours sent right to the top of the list. With that, I am going to hand it over to the affirmative for their opening statement. The floor is all yours.
Hey, good to see you. Thank you for this opportunity. I've wanted to be on Modern Debate for a while, so it's good to have a worthy opponent, Mark Reed. So I want to say thank you to you guys. And, well, what can we say? I don't know if I'm going to be able to have a 10-minute opening, but I'm going to try my best. So I've decided I'm just going to give maybe 4 arguments, because if I give too much, I don't think we'll get through them all. Okay. Is NASA deceitful? I would say yes. Why would I think that you might have? Well, it's very simple. There are many ways we can present this argument. Argument 1. Yes, NASA is deceitful because they claim to be operating in a place that violates natural law. I'm sure you've heard that many times. What natural law, you may ask? Well, we can start with the first law of thermodynamics. We'll start with the first law because it's simply energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred or transformed. The origins of space, and thus NASA's playground, is founded on the violation that nothing can create itself. So that would be deceitful argument number 1, because you cannot have a space, it's a space agency, if it already violates the first law. Space can just not create itself from nothing. Then we can move on to second law of thermodynamics. That is the law of entropy. This law states that entropy will always increase to the surrounding system.
I don't understand why Amy wouldn't just tell him his mic sounds like shit.
AKA called space, which is also NASA's playground. So the problem again comes that the Earth is based on the heliocentric belief system as a closed system. Now, when you think, well, what's wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is it's considered a closed system, and it has no physical boundary, and matter is not allowed to leave the system in a closed, not allowed to leave the system in thermodynamics. It's a closed system, and so how? Sorry, I'm trying to see. Yeah, lost my.
So I hate to interrupt you, Flatzoid.
Yeah.
It seems like your microphone is coming in a little garbled. I just wonder if you couldn't just check to make sure that it's set to the correct microphone.
Yeah. Let's check here, because it said it works on my side if I test it as well. Hey, should I just look closer when I talk maybe? Does that work better?
That may be. I'm just sending love out there to you and the audience. And
okay, I'm going to just try to talk like this into the camera controller. Okay, so if it's a closed system, then you would require a physical boundary because matter is not supposed to be. Then we've got another contradiction problem. You guys claim that astronauts, aka NASA, sending, they can go out into space. You got things leaving, which is matter, like sending rovers and everything to the planet. So now I'm going to say, we have yet to see any present demonstration where you can have gas pressure without containment. Please note, pointing to the sky is not a demonstration, but a begging the question fallacy without any demonstration to back it up. Also note, this argument shows that you have a lack of understanding that thermodynamic systems work in conjunction with the surrounding system always. This is why the hypothetic system named the isolated system is the universe. It's considered to be the universe. That's argument number one. So I would like, if Marx are able to present as a demonstration that you can have gas pressure without containment. Argument number two. Why would NASA need to have so much fakery that gets caught out constantly? There would be no need to fake anything if it was real. I mean, there's so much footage out there that's showing it's fake, like using augmented reality and harnesses and all that kind of spiel. Then we get to argument number three. They use augmented reality and VFX to help sell their product.
Why would AB let him continue with his mic sounding like that? That's insane.
Yes, space is their product and they use it to sell your people to, and they fall for hook, line, and sinker. This argument goes further. You may ask, therefore, the race to the moon, we had a friend likes like VFX experts. In the line of Stanley Kubrick or Ray Harrison.
Matter of fact,
I'm sorry, that microphone is still absolutely terrible. I don't think it's the volume. I think it's something to do with the way that it's coming through. I'm having a little trouble hearing you. It probably is awful for the audience as well.
Okay.
Well, and what I will do for the...
I'm going to quickly try and see what I can see.
What I will do for the sake of the audience is, if you want, you can try to reconnect. I have you at 5 minutes, and I will give you not only the 5 minutes, but another 30 seconds or whatever on top of that.
Okay, so I'm going to quickly leave and give it to 1 minute.
This debate, by the way, for people that are listening, this is the debate that was happening last night
Visual
on Modern Day
weird right now, but that's okay. What I'm going to do is
and they don't mind if we replay these debates.
The beginning of your opening statement. The floor is all yours.
Oh, really? Okay. That's a weird to do my opening in the middle. Well, I suppose,
Oh, you see, his microphone sounds way better.
Yeah,
now.
Flatzoid can certainly start again, or take it up from where he's at. So I'll just quickly run through mine. I'll just share my screen.
Now he's starting in place of Flatzoid. This is weird. I listened to a later portion of this. That's why I'm playing it. Because I thought it was going to get
going back and forth. Because now Mark Reed has disappeared. However, we have got Flatzoid back. Hopefully his audio is, and here comes Mark Reed back.
Is my sound a bit better now? I've set it to my other mic.
You actually do sound, I believe, remarkably better. I'll ask.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that I hit the wrong button. I do apologize. Listen, this is not an April Fool's joke. This is a real debate. Like, seriously, this isn't some kind of thing. So, are you okay to go?
It looks like, because he came back and his sound is good, I know it's already been a back and forth, but I am going to give it back over to him. So
yeah, of course, no problem.
And sending love out to you all there. Thank you for being so generous with your time with us. Please keep on following, and subscribing, as well as getting those tickets for DebateCon 3.1. But with that, enough of my blabbering. Right back over to you, Flatzoid. I will also add another 30 seconds, minutes, somewhere between that range of time. Floor is all yours again.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I just said before that, argument one was they're deceitful because of the laws of nature.
Fuck this. It might still sounds like shit.
a demonstration that you can have gas pressure without containment. Okay, argument 2, I just said they get caught out constantly. Why would they need to have constant fakery if it was real? And argument 3, I was touching on they use augmented reality and VFX to sell their product because space is their product and many people fall hook, line, and sinker. This argument goes further to ask, since why do they need... Sorry, this argument goes further to ask why do they need to befriend the likes of VFX experts in the line of Stanley Kubrick and Ray Harris.
Sorry, guys. It's like I fixed my microphone. No, I didn't. Still sounded like shit, Flat. So I don't know what the fuck was going on with you, but too bad. Nobody wants to hear like a weird echoey thing or a muffle.
Hello, Helio.
What's up?
Not much, bro. What you doing?
Trying to find something to play that's listenable. I thought that would be, a decent conversation, but Flatzoid's mic was fucked. Nobody's talking.
Hey, Helio.
Yeah, what's up?
Did you hear Trump's getting in that charge?
Trump's doing what?
He's getting his criminal charge finally.
He's getting
criminal charges.
Yeah, I heard something about it. I'll lend a lot of credence to it. I don't really give a shit necessarily. So, do you really think that he did what they say he did?
I don't know. I just want to see what's gonna happen at the end.
Okay, well then watch fucking CNN.
CNN? I don't watch CNN. That's fucking garbage.
Okay, where are you gonna find the actual? Are you gonna find out after they
Truth Social, my brother?
All right, so the charges have been, filed in criminal court, right? So I mean, once it happens, then we can talk about it. I don't know. I don't think. I think this. I really, as far as politics goes, yes, I know. How politics do what they do, don't they? I'm just saying. I don't think there's going to be a lot that comes from it. I don't think. You know what? He's going to run again.
The thing is if you have criminal charges on you in your history, the law states you cannot run for president. That's the thing that everybody's freaking out over. Because
and I predict, watch it happen. I predict it's going to be thrown out, and he's going to be able to run again. So that's what's going to happen. Watch it happen. And it's not going to affect his run for president again at all. So, and he's going to win the presidency again. Watch.
Okay, why do you think that? Because Biden says he's going to fucking run in 2024, dude.
What? Who the fuck is going to vote for Biden? Look at the guy fucking can hardly talk.
Apparently, he could hardly talk last election, and he fucking smoked big old Trump.
No, well... I don't even give a shit about the general election. Those are characters. They're like cartoons. It's just like South Park, And, it's freaking Kenny and freaking. What's the another South Park character? It doesn't matter who they're. Sean and Kenny. Sean and Kenny.
Kenny, Cartman, Eric, and
Cartman,
I forgot the fourth one.
It's just like Cartman versus Kenny on the stage. It's like, who gives a fuck? Bro, but I'm telling you, these criminal charges against Trump are not going to stand. Watch it happen, and he'll still be able to run, and he will be elected president again, and that will be magnificent. It's going to be the most fun thing to ever watch. Everyone lose their fucking shit all over again.
What, they're just going to get mad because they don't like what he says?
No, they just don't like him. They don't know why. They just don't like him. They think he's a Nazi when they were all Nazis. You know what I'm saying?
I don't like the word
It's so
Nazi. I think the
dumb.
word Nazi is retarded.
Well, people that say the word Nazi don't even know what it means.
No, like because people use it so often now, like it's fucking retarded.
Yeah. I mean, they don't even realize that America is a socialist nation now.
Yeah, like previous presidents used to hang out with fucking Nazis.
Yeah, we're national socialists.
Well, currently you're a democratic republic.
Oh, no, we're not.
Why not?
Really? Do you think we're applying the Constitution everywhere across the United States?
Okay, that's the shift that's happening now. It's not always been
What
like
shit
that.
is happening now? A democratic republic is, by definition, I mean, it's what, through the Constitution, that's what we're supposed to be using, right? But we're actually a socialist country. We're similar to what Canada's rules are.
How?
How?
Because you do have a constitution there. We don't have that here.
In name only. Just like, you know what a rhino is, right? Republican and in name only.
Yeah.
All right. So they're socialists that are claiming to be Republicans. They're Republican in name only. They're fucking socialists, just like the Democrats.
Is Trump a rhino?
Trump's a fucking actor.
Actor for what? For the Jewish regime?
Probably, maybe. I mean, really, are you under the impression that we've had a democratic republic?
More than Canada, yeah. A lot more than
Is that
Canada.
our baseline? Well, at least we're not as socialist as Canada. I mean, we're socialist, but not as socialist as Canada is.
You know, your
Is that our
constitution
fucking
is written
baseline?
clearly. We have a paper here like the Constitution called the Charter of Freedom, and at the very top it says all of your rights below may be subjected to reasonable limits. I'm pretty sure there's nothing like that in the American Constitution.
So if you have a baseline, what are the reasonable limits?
Whoever is in power subjectively defines those reasonable limits. So if Trudeau is a prime minister and he says it's reasonable to treat you a certain way because of whatever, it's his right to do
we
so.
were talking about the American Constitution. Is there any reasonable limits in the American Constitution?
It's not listed in there. That's why everything is defined clearly.
Yeah,
you have your amendments.
Is it applied?
Well, you can go around in America saying a lot of things you could not say in Canada. You have a lot more self-defense over there that you cannot do over here. We don't have the Second Amendment. And even if we did, it would be subject to reasonable limits to whoever is in power.
Second Amendment.
Right to bear arms.
With reasonable limits.
It doesn't say that.
No, it doesn't say that in the Second Amendment.
Yeah, it says you have the right to bear arms, period. It's not like you have the right to bear arms reasonably. It's just you have the right to bear arms.
But in most states, if you bear arms, you have to have a license to openly carry a firearm.
Yeah, that's the law.
All right. Well, is that reasonable limits?
That's the law.
No, it's not the law.
Yeah, it is.
That's not according to the Second Amendment.
It's because it's state law. State law is different from federal.
All right. Cool. In Arkansas, I can carry a firearm openly. Don't have to have a freaking license.
And I'm pretty sure in the Constitution, it does say that the state has the right to define its own laws.
Okay. So yeah, some states actually follow the Constitution, some don't. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. I mean, how can it be the United States when each state can just say, well, we don't agree with that part of the Constitution, and we want to make people have a license to open carry. As a matter of fact, even in Arkansas, if you buy a handgun, you have to license it, which that's fucking against the Constitution.
Well, it's not. You still have the right to bear arms. You just have to go through a process of registering it.
According to the Constitution?
You have the right to bear arms.
Hey, what if I bore a sword? What if I walked openly?
There's
with
actually no licenses required for swords.
Okay, well then.
But I do think there are laws
that's a weapon, isn't it?
Yeah, but I do think there are laws that ban certain lengths of blades. Like you can have over here. I'm actually allowed to have a blade up to 6 inches.
Dude, in the state of Arkansas, if you have one over 4 inches, if you have a blade over 4 inches, you can't carry it openly. That's even in Arkansas. You can get a license to carry a firearm, but you can't carry a blade over 4 inches long on your belt. So
yeah, it's retarded.
It's stupid as fuck.
Because I work construction too, and if I got caught moving around over there with that kind of shit, I get in trouble.
I can carry a razor blade in my. I could carry 5 razor blades in my pocket, and I'll be like, I don't know,
I usually carry 2 on me.
Go. Yeah, me too. I mean, I have a freaking razor knife all the time. So I mean, it's like, how more likely am I to kill somebody with a razor blade or a knife or a gun? I mean, what? So yeah, I mean, I'm just like, it's the Second Amendment being followed, as far as all that goes. I mean, most people that would carry a gun on their hip aren't just like ready to just grab it out and shoot somebody with it. No.
The people who are like that are usually the guys with the scratched off tags on their guns.
All right, so this ain't the Wild Wild West, but what if it was? Then you have the marshal, the federal marshal. They have the federal. I'm from the Fed.
It wouldn't work like that. If it was the Wild West, I'd have my own gun and I wouldn't be calling nobody for help.
It's kind of like the the war on drugs. Is it a war on drugs or a war on people that do drugs?
What do you mean by that?
You're going to have to ask the feds. They know more about it than I do. Right? Because to be honest, most of the drugs that come into America come through the federal agencies. They let them in so they can get the big wigs, right? So it's like, we'll let a certain amount of drugs come in as long as we can catch the big guys. They're not fighting the drug problem. They're fomenting the drug problem. And if you watch any television shows, I mean,
China and Mexico brings drugs into America, right?
Dude, CIA is a funnel for the drugs. CIA, FBI, they put secret agents in to bring the drugs in so they can catch the big guy, but then they get caught up in the system and they get like, oh shit, I can make $500,000 if I don't say anything. Oh, I want to bust on it. I mean, anyway, it's all a fucking game. the drug problem is fomented by the CIA and the FBI. They're not trying to help us conquer the drug problem. People are going to do drugs when they, if they can get them. Have you ever watched?
I do drugs.
Well, I do sometimes.
Just marijuana.
Well. I mean, marijuana is not a drug in my opinion, but dude, I ain't gonna lie.
Well, I do caffeine too.
I'm a huge fan of cocaine. I ain't gonna lie.
I've tried it once.
I don't do it. Well, I've tried it a lot.
I hate it.
I didn't even try it a lot. I did a shitload of it in the past. I don't do it anymore, and I'm a huge fan of it. But I'm gonna tell you, they're not trying to stifle America. The FBI and CIA are not trying to stop cocaine from coming into America. They're actually fomenting it, and I can prove it. Do you want to see? You want to see a film about it?
So why do you think why do you think they'd be trying to kill these?
You don't want to know why they're doing it?
I want to know why they're killing. You say they're trying to kill these drug addicts if they're actually helping this problem that you say they're trying to kill these people off of.
No, they're trying to. What they're doing by letting the drugs in and the guns as well is to foment their careers. They want to get higher and higher in the agencies, so they're not trying to protect Americans from drugs. If you ever think that,
you say that the agency is just completely corrupt and that they're just trying to get higher in that agency of corruption.
Yes, I mean that's the game. I'm telling you,
you think the CIA is entirely corrupt from top down?
No, that's not what I said at all. I mean, a certain agent, there are certain aspects of FBI and CIA and DEA and all that are corrupt, but they allow certain amounts of drugs to come into the country so they can try to bust the other guys, and they put people undercover so that, you've seen the movies and stuff. Those movies, for the most part, with the undercover agents and stuff, and certain amounts, like hundreds of pounds of cocaine and shit and kilos coming through, it was like they let it happen. And some of the higher ups in CIA was like, oh, we'll take on that money. But it was like, we're trying to get to the big guy. And even sometimes when they get to the big guy, it's like, all right, we're going to make a deal to get to the bigger guy, And it's like, all right, so they continue the game, They tell you what's happening on TV in the TV shows. What's really happening? I mean, are you saying that all CIA and FBI agents are completely like squeaky clean?
No, absolutely not. I think the vast majority, I think more than 50% of them are fucking dirty.
All right, so if it's 50%, that's a lot.
I think it's more.
Yeah, it probably is. Because once you get that kind of power, you just you make backroom deals. When you have that power.
There is a video of a police officer on body cam, literally goes into this man's house for a marijuana charge. I'm not even sure if he had the marijuana, but she was on body cam saying that she'll ignore it if he eats her pussy for an hour. And then she said that she was going to get her cop buddies to come and gangbang her in that house.
Wow.
I have the video. I'll send it to you personally.
Wow, man. See? I mean, it's just like the movie I'm talking about.
And that's just a police officer.
They have this, YouTube censors our fucking videos, but this movie I'm talking about, American Drug War, it's free on YouTube right now. I'm going to post the link. And it tells you how the FBI is completely complicit in the cocaine trafficking YouTube doesn't give a shit. But we say something about, and we say the wrong thing here or there, and YouTube will take our fucking shit down. But they just make this movie free for everybody to watch, and that shows that the FBI is fucking complicit in all of this fucking cocaine trafficking. Dude, look at it. And there's an addendum to that one. There's American Drug War 2. It's like, thanks, YouTube. It's like we say one thing wrong, and we'll get our fucking whole YouTube channel shut down. Then, this movie that shows that the FBI is actively complicit in the drug war. Not trying to help people get off of drugs, but benefiting from drug trafficking. And it's okay. They're making billions from freaking cocaine. Okay, go ahead and put it. We'll put it out there for free. Fuck you, YouTube. They won't even let us say anything.
Well, it's by Gravitas.
Dude, I'm telling you, watch that movie, man. And that's free on YouTube. Well, it's a buddy of Alex Jones made that movie. It came out years ago, and he made another one too. But this talks about Freeway Ricky Ross. He like the crack epidemic, the supposed epidemic. The fucking FBI was behind that shit. And this movie proves it. It's proven in court that the FBI was behind it. And they give this movie out for free on YouTube. Fucking assholes. Hey, you know what Ricky Ross is doing now? He's going to high schools, like doing conferences and stuff, like telling people to stay off drugs and so. I mean, he's not in that business anymore, but and he's quite open about what the FBI manipulated him. Can't freaking believe that YouTube lets this movie, they put it out for free for everybody. After all this time, we've been telling everybody that the FBI and CIA are fucking bringing drugs into the country. And then YouTube just like, oh yeah, you can watch it. Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, this has footage from an FBI agent that showed Freeway Ricky Ross how to make crack. The dude admits it. Yes, I was undercover and I freaking showed this dude how to get cocaine and how to make crack. It's in that movie, right there on YouTube for free. Everybody see FBI. It's like, we only did it so we could get the bigger guy. Crack epidemic was it's an FBI deal. That pisses me off. This is me the I didn't think I would be actually find that movie on YouTube. Thought I'd have to find it somewhere else, but no, it's free on YouTube. Go ahead, watch it. Called American Drug War, The Last White Hope. For the people listening on YouTube, if you're not inside the Discord, I'll post a link there too, so you guys can watch it, see what the fuck I'm talking about. Well, now it's not a big deal that the FBI manipulated, and the FBI helped create the crack epidemic. And they admit it. And I guess they're proud of it because they just put it out there now. Let's put the link in the live stream so you can watch American Drug War. That's a must watch for any truther. It has footage from real trials with FBI agents, like in the courtroom in front of like Congress and shit. It has all that stuff in there. It's no bullshit. I guess they're proud of it. Fucking asshole. Thought they would try to hide it, but they ain't trying to hide it. Hoping to play that debate between Flatzoid and Mark, but Flatzoid's mic was so freaking bad. That's impossible. I'm gonna subject you guys to that shit. Let's find something else. Let's see. Oh shit, it's almost 6 a.m. It's time to start the stream again. Let me find something else to listen to, and then we'll get started on Sunday Fun Day.
Good morning.
Speculation Sunday. Hey.
Hello, my fellow flat earthers. How are you doing today?
How are you, my fellow friend? Ethercrest.
Very robotic. How's it going, my bro? I just woke up. I'm all groggy.
Really?
I was feeling bad.
You didn't hear my rant about the American Drug War thing? Have you ever seen that?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been a while ago. I mean, the movie came out like 10 years ago, but I mean, it explains how the FBI was complicit in, creating the crack epidemic.
Talk about
and
the
then
CIA
YouTube, yeah, and the CIA also, but yeah, and YouTube is just. I was like, oh, it's going to be hard for me to find this. And as soon as I typed American drug war, boom, pops up. YouTube's like, oh, there it is, right there. American drug war, FBI complicit. I mean, it has in that video. It has court proceedings. It's like, oh yeah, we did it. It's like
got all that good
fuck. It's like, and we get strikes
like
for just mentioning some weird shit. It's like fucking.
Oh, we get strikes talking about them doing it, even though it's true that it happened.
Yeah, this is their evidence.
The hell's even that? Or like the Tuskegee thing when what's his name? When Clinton, when Bill but if you talk about what really happened there, you might get a strike.
Oh, are you talking about going
Crazy.
to Hope, Arkansas, right? All that shit.
I was talking about when he apologized and said that nobody that shouldn't have happened, but he doesn't say that America's going to stop doing it. He just apologizes.
Oh, you're exactly right. Yeah, the Hope. What is that? The Clinton Chronicles. That's and you can find that shit on YouTube. They just put it out there, just like, oh yeah, you can think of what you want about the Clintons, but they're royalty, It's like, oh yeah, of course we know that they're corrupt fucking weirdos.
So but you can't. If you were to say verbatim what he said, your channel would get shut down.
But they can put it so they can put the footage of him actually saying it on YouTube, and
you can't talk about
no problem. But if you say what he said, you're fucked.
Yeah. Pretty much, it rules for thee and not for me, right?
There you go. But have you seen that film American Drug War?
I probably have. It's probably been a while. I literally just woke up, dude. I woke up, opened my eyes, and then it's like, I wonder if anybody's at home.
I was about to restart the live stream, which I'm going to. Hold on, because it's 6 a.m.
You do that. Yeah, I need to go get something to drink, so I'll be right back.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and stop this current live stream, and thanks to everyone for listening that's still here. I'm gonna restart it here shortly, and either we'll come back talking again, or I'll play a pertinent convo if I find a good video. Usually on weekend mornings, it's pretty slow. So unless you guys want to talk, I'll just play some video or something.
Well, I'll come back and try and chat. I just have to. I'm parched. Well, I need to drink something. But yeah, he played something short.
We'll see what happens. We'll see.
Yeah, bro. But I'll be right back. I just want to say hi and all that.
Hey, good to see you again, brother.
Yeah, man.
The damn tab's open. I can't even figure out which one has a live stream on it. Oh, there it is.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.